Folks, listen up and buckle in for this wild ride. So, there's this throne, right? And sitting on it is the monarch, all high and mighty, with a bunch of people standing around him like it's some medieval cosplay. Out of nowhere, this old dude with white hair shows up, rocking a long robe and some serious handcuffs. Two knights are dragging him forward, and the crowd behind the fence is dead silent, like they're watching the finale of their favorite show. The old guy, looking like a wizard who's seen better days, lets out a sad sigh, shaking as he remembers the poison he drank. Yep, poison. A glass of some weird blue-violet stuff that messed up his magic mojo. The villagers and knights, totally bummed out. The old man's thinking, man, if I hadn't chugged that poison, a ton of people would have been screwed. He lets out this bitter laugh like, what a joke. Then he looks at the monarch, who's all decked out in a golden crown. The monarch's like, I knew this day would come, but I still believed in you, Golden Jackson Edward, my old buddy, my dude, the last king. Spoiler alert, he was wrong. The old man flashes back to Golden Jackson, this chunky dude in golden robes and a crown, and how his son, Silver Jackson Edward, wiped out every trace of his dad's legacy. Cold move, right? The old guy leans in and whispers something to the monarch. He's thinking, this is the noble's big chance to step up. The king's been a royal pain, a total dictator. Then bam! One of the knights swings his sword at the old guy, who's kneeling now. The old man's deep in thought, remembering how the king went full tyrant after snagging the throne, wiping out ancient families left and right for treason. Yeah, treason. Sure, buddy. As the old man kneels there, lost in his memories, this blonde dude next to the throne points at him and orders him to kneel. The old guy's like, dude, I'm already kneeling. The blonde guy accuses him Henry Morisoff treason, asking if he admits to rebelling against the imperial family. Henry just closes his eyes, staying silent, like he's too tired for this drama. The blonde guy keeps going, saying rebels should be either locked up or killed. But hey, the emperor's feeling generous today. Mercy? Anyone? Henry's eyes pop open and he's like, are you kidding me right now? Silver Jackson and his buddy are giving him these disgusted looks. And Henry snaps. He's yelling, calling them out for their lies, his hair all messy like he's been through a storm. Honestly, he looks more like a king than the actual king. He's like, enough of this circus, just kill me already. Silver Jackson's standing there, shaking, because Henry's got his dad's fire in his eyes. Freaked out, Silver starts cursing him and orders the execution. The knight in the brown cloak steps up, sword in hand, apologizing to Henry. Then slash, Henry's sitting there, eyes closed, thinking, even in death, I'll never forgive these clowns. The sword comes down, blood sprays everywhere, and the knight's face is covered. The king and his crew are grinning like villains in a bad movie. Silver Jackson's like, feed his body to the beasts. Yikes. Cut to this massive castle under a bright blue sky. And just like that, Henry Morris, the legendary Archmage of the Eight Circles, is dead. End of an era, folks. But wait, there's more. Somewhere else, a blue-haired kid suddenly wakes up on the floor. His shirt's unbuttoned, and he's looking around like, what the heck just happened? He remembers the old man's execution, the sword, the whole deal. Then he spots a book and a headless bird? Yeah, a dead duck. Weird, right? The book's all beat up, ancient-looking, and about necromancy. Creepy vibes all around. The kid gets up and checks out a mirror on the wall. When he sees his reflection, he's like, no way, is this a dream? He pokes his cheek, trying to figure it out. The room's got candles, the dead bird, and that old book. He's piecing it together, realizing black magic's in play. But hold up, he thought he wiped out all the black magic. So where's it coming from? He's looking around thinking this whole setup must have been for him. But where's the necromancer? Did they just ghost him? Then it hits him, maybe he's the necromancer now. Plot twist. The kid grabs the book, flipping through it, feeling like he's failed somehow. But weirdly, he's also fine. He smirks a little, thinking, oh, the irony. He's imagining the monarch and his squad, remembering how the poison burned him from the inside out while they stared at him like he was some zoo animal. Total humiliation. He looks down at his clothes and realizes this necromancer dude wasn't exactly broke. Fancy white shirt and all. The kid heads back to the mirror, running a hand over his stomach, saying his body's not too shabby. He's confident, thinking maybe he's still got some magic left in him. He sits down, closes his eyes, and tries to focus on his spiritual core. But surprise, surprise nothing. No magic ring, no power. He's like, who even am I? Frustrated, he decides to start from scratch, creating a spiritual center. He's thinking, gotta build a solid foundation. Sitting there, he's concentrating hard and boom, a white glow starts spreading from his chest. He's sweating, teeth clenched, and finally, a bright golden ball of energy appears. Success, but it leaves these red marks all over his body, and he's wiped out. He's like, that's enough for today. Then, his mind drifts back to Silver Jackson, remembering that smug smile. He's fuming, thinking, I'm gonna take that guy down. He recalls the throne room, the knight with the sword, and the people trembling. The old man had reached for a golden goblet, his hand shaking. And now, this blue-haired kid's journey is just beginning. Stay tuned, folks. This is gonna get interesting. The girl bawled her eyes out when the shiny sword was suddenly at her neck. Henry took a swig from the goblet, and the tied-up crowd just stared at it, totally gobsmacked. Silver Jackson, meanwhile, was over there twirling the tip of his mustache mustache like some smug villain out of an old western. The old man fumbled and dropped the goblet, spilling some nasty purple liquid mixed with blood all over the table. The magician, who had just been brought back to life, cursed under his breath, thinking, man, if I were a knight, no poison in the world could have stopped me from taking these guys on. He recalled the knights who had him surrounded back in the day, all while he was flinging lightning bolts like he was in some kind of medieval rave. He thought, sure, magic's cool and all, it can take out a whole squad of warriors, but damn, it's fragile. My body's basically a glass house. The blue-haired dude stared off into space, thinking, if I were tougher, that poison wouldn't have even touched me. He imagined a knight in a cloak with a sword and thought, who'd have guessed I'd be sitting here admiring knights after dying? Wild. Guess I know what I'm dedicating this life to now. The hero grabbed the door handle, swung it open, and stepped into the hallway. He was shook when he spotted some guy crashed out on the floor, snoring away like he didn't have a care in the world. Staring at him, the hero thought, wait, this dude's got a servant? So he's not some random peasant, huh? The guy on the floor, a brunette, was just straight up snoozing. So the hero gave him a questioning look and coughed. That woke the guy up, and he rubbed his eyes like a kid who just got caught napping in class. Realizing it was his master, the servant stretched, yawned, and got to his feet, crossing his arms and giving his master a silent stare. The hero thought, what the hell is this guy's deal? Watching the servant stomp his foot like a kid throwing a tantrum, the hero decided this dude needed a crash course in good manners. Glaring, he asked, what's with the attitude? The servant, clearly not in the mood, replied, what's your problem? The hero frowned, and the servant, looking all grumpy, asked if he hadn't slept well or something. The hero snapped, I'm the one who didn't sleep, you idiot, and then, out of nowhere, kicked him in the knee. The servant hit the floor, clutching his leg and yelling, why'd you do that? The hero glared down at him and asked, not enough for you? Before kicking him in the head. The brunette winced, holding his cheek, and the hero thought, this guy's seriously ignoring me? The servant, still holding his cheek, turned to him, but the hero frowned, thinking, what? Now we're just gonna stare at each other? The servant, probably realizing he'd pushed his luck, dropped to his knees in a bow and said, I've sinned, master. Please forgive this dumb servant. He raised his head when the hero ordered him to look at him, and, with his hands on his hips like an angry tiger, the hero warned, this is your last chance. Screw up again, and I won't hesitate to end you. The servant, trembling, promised it wouldn't happen again. The blue-haired man sighed, thinking, that's enough drama for today, and asked, what day is it? The servant, still flustered, replied, it's the 6th. The hero hissed in annoyance, and the servant quickly corrected himself, saying, I mean the 6th of July, year 20, imperial calendar. The magician's eyes went wide as he realized it had only been a day since his death. Glancing at the servant, he asked his name. The servant replied, Henry Morris. The hero spun around, shocked, and asked him to repeat it. Henry scratched his head and said, yeah, it's Henry. Something wrong with that? The hero asked what his father's name was, and the servant replied, Baron H. Morris. The hero looked away, thinking, fate's a weird thing. The servant gave him a confused look as the hero thought, at least the name hasn't changed. That's something, I guess. He pictured the brunette wielding a sword and thought about Baron Hands, a hero of the Unification War who earned his title through military prowess. The hero lowered his head, realizing he wasn't born into some fancy baron's family, neither noble nor commoner. Henry, sitting at a table flipping through a book, thought about how his family tree didn't reveal much. He imagined a man in a blue suit and a shadowy figure behind a girl, thinking how his dad never cared about titles and his mom died giving birth. The eldest son had potential but never amounted to anything, maybe because he lacked talent or drive. He pictured a blonde boy and a woman behind him, and thought about Kevin, the second son, Henry's half-brother, who seemed to be the only one with a shot at success. The mage frowned, wondering if that's why he turned to Dark Magicto, outdo a bastard brother. He slammed the book shut, deciding he'd had enough of this boring family history. They had nothing, and he was starting from scratch again. Henry stood up, thinking about the good old days when he and Golden Jackson came from a tiny country called Batam. They had nothing but still managed to build the walls of an empire. He figured he should get back to practicing magic and flipped an hourglass, realizing he had 5 hours until dawn, plenty of time to whip up a magic circle. Staring at the crescent moon through the window, Henry thought about all the stuff he could do before sunrise, but decided to tackle the most annoying task first. By the time the sun was shining through the window, Henry was drenched in sweat. He opened his tired eyes and thought, that's enough for today. A golden circle glowed on his chest, and he realized he'd reached the 3rd stage of circle formation in such a short time. The door creaked open, and a servant appeared with a basin of water, asking if he hadn't gone to bed. Henry replied, I have. The brunette handed him the water and thought, why is he so sweaty? He asked if he should prepare a bath, but Henry waved him off, saying, no need, wait outside, I'll be out soon. The servant bowed and left, slamming the door. Outside, the servant thought, he's different now. Inside, Henry snapped his fingers, using a purification spell to clean himself up, leaving only his pants on. Smiling, he fixed his hair with a charm spell and muttered, things are only gonna get harder from here. Looking at the golden circle on his chest, he thought about moving to the 4th stage, but knew he'd need a ton of mana for that, so it'd have to wait. He frowned at the suits in his closet, all the same color, and grabbed a blue one. The servant noticed Henry leaving the room and awkwardly agreed to take him to the dining room when Henry said he was hungry. Walking along the stone veranda, they stopped at the dining room door. Inside, a family sat at a table with a red tablecloth. There was a blue-haired man with a mustache and beard, the head of the family, Baron Hens. Across from him sat a blonde woman and a young man. Henry figured this must be the Baron's second wife and son. Looking at them, he wondered what it all meant. There were 4 people here, and it was clear his mother really was gone. There was a candlestick with a bunch of candles on the table. Hands intertwined, fingers locked. Someone asked how he'd slept and suggested they start eating. The folks at the table began chowing down. Henry glanced at the food on his plate, thinking that while this family wasn't exactly rubbing elbows with high society, they sure knew their way around a good meal. It wasn't what he was used to, but hey, it wasn't half bad. Suddenly, he heard some noises. He looked up, trying to figure out what it was. Henry didn't have a clue about proper table manners, but watching the blonde guy eat like a wild animal, he couldn't help but wonder if this was normal for the Baron's family. Dude was going at it like a pig. The blonde-haired guy looked up when Henry called his name. Henry told him to eat quieter and stop flinging food everywhere. Kevin laughed, crumbs flying all over Henry's plate, and asked, "What's your problem, man?" Henry, clearly annoyed, watched Kevin stuff another forkful into his mouth. Kevin told his brother to stop bossing him around. "Looks like someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed," Kevin said, smirking. "Chill out, man. You're no fun." Henry set his spoon down, deciding he didn't want to eat anymore. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, silently reminding himself to stay patient. Across the table, their father was cutting into his food and asked if they'd figured out who'd be going to the Combat Academy. Kevin, still chewing, shrugged it off. Henry, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Combat Academy, huh? He pictured students with training swords, imagining how much stronger someone would get there. But then he thought about all the time it would take and figured he could accomplish way more without spending years in training. Kevin leaned back and told their dad there was nothing to think about. "Go to the academy. Let me handle it," he said confidently. "I've got a way better shot at making it." Hans, their father, nodded, then turned to Henry. "What about you? Got anything to say?" The blonde guy chuckled. "What's the point? Someone like him wouldn't last a day there. They'd just make fun of him." Henry froze, remembering how he'd always been underestimated. "Would they really mock me?" he asked. The blonde smirked. "Tell me I'm wrong. You always avoid conflict with me because you're weak. Guys like you don't belong at the academy." Their father sighed, agreeing that Kevin's words were harsh but not entirely off base. "What do you think, Henry?" Hans asked. Henry, sitting straighter, declared, "I've changed. The academy is for brave warriors, and I think I'd represent it better than this rude, arrogant punk." Kevin slammed his fists on the table. "What did you just say?" he shouted. Henry, unfazed, stared him down. "I don't avoid you because I'm weak. I avoid you because I'm stronger than you. I just didn't want to hurt my little brother." The room went silent. Then Hans, the stepmother, and Kevin burst out laughing. Henry sat there, embarrassed. The blonde guy wiped away tears from laughing so hard. "Man, you've got some crazy jokes," he said. Henry frowned, thinking about how even his own family didn't take him seriously. Hans shook his head. "Kevin's right. Don't joke around like that anymore. What's gotten into you?" "I'm not joking," Henry said firmly. "If Kevin's so confident, why don't we fight it out?" Hans raised an eyebrow. "You sure about this?" Henry nodded. "Yeah. If you're not busy, I'd like you to watch." Hans sighed. "Fine, if that's what you want." The stepmother frowned, but the group headed to the training ground. Kevin, laughing arrogantly, grabbed a training sword and tossed one to Henry. "Here, big bro, try not to hurt yourself." Henry caught the sword, twirling it in his hand. It was heavy, almost like a real one. He smiled, thinking it wasn't bad at all. The servant watching from the sidelines thought to himself, "This could get interesting. Has he really changed?" Hans explained the rules. "First one to make the other surrender wins. But remember, you're brothers." Kevin smirked. "I'll even let you take the first swing." Henry grinned. "Thanks, that's generous." A faint glow surrounded Henry as he activated his magic, boosting his strength, agility, and reflexes. Kevin's smirk faded as Henry leapt high into the air, his sword glowing faintly. The blonde screamed as Henry came down fast, striking Kevin's sword with a sharp blow that left a bright mark. Everyone watching was stunned. Kevin clenched his teeth in frustration as Henry grabbed him by the throat and kicked him to the ground with ease. Kevin trembled, lying there as Henry stood over him, sword raised. "You should be more careful," Henry said coldly. "I don't care if I break a few bones." Kevin winced, covering his head. Their stepmother grabbed Hans's arm, screaming for him to stop. Hans agreed, shouting, "Henry, that's enough. Are you trying to kill him?" Hearing his name, Henry paused, slamming the sword into the ground beside Kevin. He turned to the others. "Do I still need to prove myself?" The family was silent. Hans finally shook his head. "No, you've made your point." Henry nodded. "Good, then we'll talk more tomorrow." With that, he left the training ground, asking for permission to leave. Kevin lay trembling on the ground as the servant watched, amazed. "I can't believe what I just saw," he muttered. Later, the servant sat at the table with others, recounting what had happened. One man scoffed. "Come on, that can't be true. Kevin's way stronger than Henry." The servant insisted it was true, turning to another man for confirmation. "Bolton, you were there, right?" Bolton nodded. "Yeah, it's true. Kevin didn't stand a chance." Meanwhile, Henry soaked in a hot bath, looking at his hand. Not a bad body, he thought. There's even some potential for magic here. Clenching his fist, he decided it was time to stop being lazy. At 20 years old, he had no foundation in magic, and that had to change. Standing up, he focused on the fourth circle, determined to try again. Concentrating, he felt a bright ball of energy form in his chest. White flashes of power spread around him as he winced, clutching his chest. Not enough strength, he thought, frustrated but determined to push forward. So, dude opens his eyes, and bam, he realizes he totally spaced on something. It hits him like a truck. The mansion wasn't too far from the mountains, so he calls up this guy, Koher, and tells him to hustle over ASAP. Koher, being the good old servant he is holding a piece of paper with some kind of list and asks, "Are these medicinal herbs? Are you sick or something?" Henry, who's just chilling nearby, is like, "Nah man, just bring them over. Don't ask questions." The brunette shrugs, agrees, and starts power walking down the hallway. The guy watches him leave and mutters to himself something about hoping the herbs are nearby, but knowing his luck, it's probably gonna be a whole thing. Then he starts daydreaming about this round bottle with some glowing blue liquid. He's all, this is it, the blue miracle, the ultimate elixir. Apparently he whipped this bad boy up when he was at the 7th stage of some magic mumbo jumbo. Took him half a year, but he's super proud of it. He's imagining someone drinking it and unlocking their full magical potential, or even boosting it. The dude's scribbling some notes but laments that he didn't have time to jot down the full recipe. Classic procrastinator move. Henry looks down, all serious-like, thinking it's time to fix that. Who knows what curveballs life's gonna throw at him. He starts picturing cauldrons and test tubes, but then it hits him this blue miracle stuff has some serious side effects. Like, yeah, it's powerful, but it's also risky. The dosage has to be just right, or it'll wreck your heart. He's got this golden orb in his chest glowing red, and he's thinking, man, this stuff's no joke. It could literally kill you if you mess up. He's staring at his recipe, all intense, knowing one screw-up could mean instant death. Suddenly, there's a shout from the mansion. Koher's back, hauling a bag of stuff. He's like, yo, I got most of the stuff on the list, but we're missing a few things. Henry's all, what's missing? Koher unfolds the list and says, the green crow flower. Henry's like, what? Are you serious? Sold out? Koher explains that bandits have been wreaking havoc on trade routes, so deliveries have been a mess for weeks. Henry's like, weeks? Koher nods, saying they've tried to catch the bandits, but these guys are slippery as hell. Henry's fuming, thinking, seriously? The Baron can't handle a few low-life bandits? Pathetic. He looks at Koher and says, alright, we're going after them. Get ready. Koher's like, wait, what? Right now? Henry's all, yep, saddle up, 2 horses. Let's roll. Koher's freaking out, trying to talk him out of it, saying it's dangerous and all that. Henry shuts him down, saying he's going, end of story. He's got his eyes on that flower, and nothing's stopping him. At the stables, Koher brings out this sad-looking, tired brown horse. Henry's like, seriously? This is it? This is my horse? He crosses his arms, clearly not impressed, and mutters something about having a word with the groom later. He asks for a sword, and Koher's like, anything else? Henry smirks and says, nah, I'm good. Grab something for yourself. After Koher leaves, Henry turns to the horse, feeling bad for it. He pats its muzzle and says, poor girl, you've had it rough. I'll call you Jade after my old horse. Apparently, his last horse retired after he learned teleportation magic. He promises Jade a new life. Then, things get weird. Henry bites his finger until it bleeds and starts drawing symbols on the horse with his blood. He's muttering about horse modification and some military technique that can turn even the weakest donkey into a warhorse. He's concentrating hard, activating some kind of magic. Jade freaks out, rearing up like she's been zapped by lightning. Henry's apologizing, saying he's not strong enough yet to make it painless. When it's over, the horse is totally transformed healthy, muscular, and ready to roll. Henry's impressed, saying it turned out even better than he expected. Koher shows up with the sword, looking shocked at the new and improved Jade. He's like, is this even the same horse? Henry just glares at him like, you calling me a liar? Koher stammers, no sir. Henry's like, good, let's go. Koher's still rubbing his eyes, trying to figure out what just happened. They leave the mansion behind, with Koher mumbling something about decorations. Henry brushes it off, saying they didn't steal anything, just borrowed it. Koher's still worried, but Henry shuts him up, saying to just focus on not losing anything. They ride through the forest, eventually stopping near a settlement. Henry tells Koher to bait the bandits by wearing some flashy jewelry. Koher's like, I've never worn earrings before, but Henry's all, well, you're wearing them now. Decked out in gold chains and earrings, Koher's looking nervous. Henry notices something in the distance and tells him to slow down. They need to look like easy targets. Koher's freaking out, saying it's not too late to turn back. Henry just smirks and says, if you die, you won't be alone. Koher's horrified, but Henry adds, relax, I'm joking. Suddenly, a gang of bandits appears, blocking the road. They surround the two, and Koher's practically shaking in his boots. Henry's just sitting there thinking, well, that was fast. Guess they've been tailing us for a while. And that's where things are about to get real. 2 reckless bandits, did they even bother to check if there was security? The dude with the flaming red mohawk was holding this massive sword, laughing like a maniac as he asked, what's wrong with y'all? All that gold sitting out here, y'all trying to get robbed or what? The guy standing across from him asked if he was the leader of the bandits. The redhead smirked and said, what if I am? Henry gave him a hard stare and replied, well, that just means the shiny decoration out here was bright enough to lure the big boss himself. The bandit with the sword grinned wide and said, "Who's gonna say no to free treasure? Now, hand over all your shiny stuff, leave your horses nice and calm, and we'll let you go." Henry and the guy next to him, Cohor, exchanged a look. Henry smirked slightly while the two men on horseback just sat there, unsure of what to do. Then another guy with chains around his neck blurted out that there were more than 20 bandits in the group. Henry, still smiling, told his servant, "Don't worry, we'll wrap this up just in time for you to wake up." The servant looked totally confused, like he had no idea what was going on. Henry raised his hand, and before the servant could react, his eyes rolled back, and he toppled off his horse, landing flat on his back, out cold. Henry hopped off his horse, patted its muzzle, and started walking toward the group of bandits. One of the bandits, a guy with a gnarly scar across his face, barked at Henry, asking why he knocked out the servant. Henry shrugged and said, obviously he was going to get in the way. The scar-faced guy sneered, trying to intimidate Henry, saying, "You think you can take on all of us by yourself?" The blue-haired Henry casually started counting the bandits, rolling his eyes when he realized there were only 25 of them. "Seriously? That's it?" he muttered, clearly unimpressed. The scar-faced guy, grinning like he had the upper hand, said it didn't matter how many there were, Henry was going down. But Henry just raised his hand again and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 3 bandits froze in place, and these weird blue bubbles appeared around their heads. 2 more bandits stopped moving too, looking completely confused. The blue liquid wrapped around their faces, and they started choking. Henry turned back to check on the others, pleased that he hadn't even needed to draw blood yet. One by one, the bandits started dropping to the ground. A big guy threw down his weapon, clawing at the strange liquid on his face, screaming in pain before collapsing like the rest. Henry conjured a fireball in his palm, and the scar-faced guy looked up, shocked. Henry thrust his hand forward, and the fireball shot out, hitting another bandit dead on. The guy hit the ground, trembling in fear. Henry told the remaining bandits, "Don't ever come back here again." He glanced at the big guy, still soaked and gasping for air, and added, "Next time, I won't let you off so easy." The bandits scattered, disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, the servant finally woke up, rubbing his head and looking around in confusion. "Where'd all the bandits go?" he asked. Henry, still calm, said, "They're gone." The servant couldn't believe it and went to check the jewelry bag. Everything was still there. Cohor kept staring at Henry, clearly impressed. Behind them, a gorgeous building stood with mountains rising high in the background. The bag was packed with gold and jewels. Cohor said he was going to return the loot, but Henry, smiling slyly, warned him not to get any funny ideas. Cohor, a little annoyed, shot back, "I've never stolen anything, and I'm not about to start now." As they headed toward the house with its wooden roof, Henry got distracted by something. An old man greeted him, tipping his hat. Henry said he wanted to check on the stables. The old man, looking a bit uneasy, asked if Henry was serious about that. Inside the stable, Henry saw a horse that belonged to the Baron. The animal was scrawny and in bad shape. Shocked, Henry asked why the stall was so damp and broken down. The old man hung his head and promised to fix it. As Henry turned to leave, he told the old man not to forget about his father's horse and Kevin's horse. He warned that if nothing changed by the next visit, the old man would face serious consequences. The old man nodded, clearly dejected. Later that night, under the bright moonlight, Henry sat at a table set for dinner. He wanted to have a serious talk with his son. While sipping from his mug, he noticed the boy's attention was on a girl nearby. The father shifted his focus to Morris, who was fuming, saying her opinions didn't matter in this house. She stormed off, and both men silently watched her leave. Henry's father asked him about his excellent swordsmanship, surprised he hadn't noticed it before. Laughing, Henry's father asked if he wanted to enroll in the academy, but Henry suggested his brother as a candidate instead. His father was shocked at the sudden change in Henry's opinion. Henry explained that the battle with Kevin had changed his mind, and that his brother needed to learn the basics of fencing. Looking down, his father recalled how Henry had said something completely different earlier that morning. Henry admitted he was wrong and said his brother deserved the chance to go to the academy, but on one condition. Henry wanted Kevin to prove himself first. His father, confused, asked what he meant. Henry explained that he wanted to test Kevin's determination. Taking a deep breath, Hans noticed the changes in his son and agreed to his request. Henry, thrilled, started talking about the bandits who had vanished from the trade routes. His dad's eyes narrowed in disbelief, couldn't wrap his head around the idea that those scumbags had just left them alone. Henry explained he heard about it from the merchants. Afterward, he headed to his room, gazing out the window and wondering where his brother had run off to, and whether he'd changed his mind. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Kevin walked in, and Henry, turning around, asked what brought him there. Kevin hesitated, staring at the floor, and mumbled that their dad had sent him to talk about the academy. Henry smirked, teasing Kevin and telling him to speak up. Kevin snapped back, but Henry kept pushing, asking what their dad had said. Kevin, clearly nervous, was overthinking how much his brother had changed. Finally, Kevin apologized, adding a sorry for his earlier behavior in today's argument. Henry, satisfied he'd gotten what he wanted, told Kevin he'd decided against going to the academy. Kevin was floored by the news. Crossing his arms, Henry made it clear that just because he wasn't going didn't mean Kevin could take his spot. Then Henry laid out some conditions. Kevin, desperate, promised to do whatever it took. Henry asked Kevin about the Vernell territories, and Kevin recalled they were up north. Henry explained he needed Kevin's help to find the Green Raven flower, which couldn't be bought from merchants because of the robbers. Henry wanted Kevin to go and fetch the flowers. Kevin agreed, but Henry wasn't done yet. Listing off all the people who'd wronged him, Henry gave Kevin 6 days to complete the mission. Kevin balked at the deadline, realizing he'd have to ride non-stop, but Henry shrugged, saying no one was forcing him, he could always back out. Kevin refused, swearing he'd get it done. Henry was pleased. Night fell over the house. In the yard, the horses grazed peacefully. The white horse lifted its head, noticing the brown horse nearby. Something about the brown horse caught its attention. The white horse approached, burying its face in the brown horse's side. The brown horse didn't flinch, but the next second, the white horse bit down. The brown horse whipped around in shock and kicked the white horse square in the face. The white horse stumbled, dropping to one knee, glaring at the brown horse in disbelief. It imagined itself bullying a weaker horse, but now faced a strong, healthy opponent. The brown horse stared at the night sky, its anger palpable. A loud whinny echoed through the area. As dawn broke, Kevin searched for Vernon. An old man hurried through the gate, trembling as he asked what had happened. Kevin frowned and demanded to know what was wrong with Grant, who was lying on the ground, foam dripping from his mouth. The old man scratched his head, guessing the horse was sick. Kevin snapped, asking how he could not know. The old man bowed, apologizing, and said he couldn't imagine what had gone wrong. He insisted the horse had been fine the day before. Kevin cut him off, ordering him to bring another horse. Scanning the yard, Kevin muttered about his bad luck of all days. This had to happen now. He eyed the brown horse, which was calmly eating, and decided he'd take it. The old man protested, saying the horse already belonged to someone, but Kevin ignored him. Grabbing the horse by the head, Kevin tried to put on the bridle. The horse reared up, throwing him off. Kevin stumbled back, startled, as the horse's hooves slammed down. The old man pulled Kevin out of harm's way, telling him to calm down. The old man explained that the horse belonged to Henry. Kevin, stunned, muttered that the horse didn't look like it did before it seemed much stronger now. The old man shrugged, saying all he knew was that it was Henry's horse. If Kevin was in a rush, he should take a spare horse. Kevin clenched his fists, imagining his brother's angry face, and punched the wall, cursing loudly. Mounted on a horse, Kevin galloped away from the castle. Back in the house, Henry stood by the window, deep in thought. He frowned slightly, thinking about how he could only survive the effects of the poison with a strong body. To achieve that, he needed an aura. He pictured a man surrounded by a glowing red aura, realizing it was similar to a warrior's strength but tied to magic. Unlike regular energy, the aura nourished the entire body. The imaginary figure held a weapon, and Henry thought about how simple it was to learn to use an aura once you push past your limits. The figure's head glowed brightly, and Henry mused that a battle-hardened warrior could master the aura. His thoughts drifted to a memory of a man cleaning his sword, asking Henry why he didn't want to learn swordsmanship. Henry had calmly ignored him. The man pressed on, saying it would make him stronger. Annoyed, Henry had looked away. Snapping out of his memory, Henry glanced at the sky through the window. Clouds floated lazily above the gate. A man approached, announcing his return. Henry praised him for his work, and the man bowed before walking off. Henry thought about the family records, which mentioned only 2 family members skilled with a sword, his father and a distant relative on his dad's side, the commander of the guard. Henry decided he needed to see for himself if the commander was as skilled as the records claimed. Walking through the quiet streets, he wondered if everyone was busy working. A girl carrying a basket of laundry passed by. Henry approached her, telling her she didn't need to bow, then asked if she'd seen Sir Byrne. The girl said he was probably at the training grounds. The boy thanked her and strolled along the wall, chill as could be. Suddenly, he heard someone call out to him. Byrne turned around, hand resting on his belt, and asked what brought the kid to this rough part of town. The boy walked up to him, all smiles, saying he was glad to meet him. Then, out of nowhere, he explained he didn't really have a reason for being there, he just wanted to ask for something. Byrne raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. The boy said he wanted to know if Byrne could teach him how to use a sword. Byrne looked at him, totally caught off guard, and asked why he was so surprised. Byrne replied that he could have sworn the kid had said he wasn't interested in swordsmanship before. The boy shrugged, raising his eyebrows, and said he'd changed his mind. Then, with a little smirk, he asked again if Byrne would teach him or not. Byrne grinned wide, saying he couldn't believe this day had come. He was honestly surprised, but pleasantly so. Then he asked the boy if he really wanted to become a proper heir to the Baron. The boy looked away, calling it a bit of an overstatement. Byrne chuckled and told him not to be shy about it. They stood facing each other, and Byrne asked if he could ask the boy a question. The boy nodded. Byrne gave him a steady look and asked if he'd really defeated Master Kevin. The boy gave a small nod, and Byrne raised an eyebrow, asking if the kid had been training behind his back. The boy, calm as ever, said it wasn't exactly like Thaith just decided to take his training seriously, and wanted Byrne to be his teacher from now on. Byrne agreed, saying he didn't think the boy would struggle too much. Still, Byrne couldn't help but think it was wild. The kid he knew wouldn't have stood a chance against Kevin. He figured it'd all make sense in time. Byrne lowered his hands and asked if they could spar. The boy clasped his hands behind his back and asked if Byrne meant they'd fight each other. Byrne nodded, explaining that while he usually started with the basics, since the kid had taken down a master, he needed to see what he was working with. The boy raised an eyebrow and said that sounded fair. The sky was still dotted with fluffy clouds as the boy kicked off the ground, activating some kind of magic armor. His whole body lit up with energy. Burn stepped forward, telling him to go ahead. The boy smirked and said he'd be happy to. With explosive speed, he darted forward, charging at Burn. Burn stayed calm, watching the wooden sword swing his way. At the last second, he dodged the blow and countered with a knee to the kid's body. But the boy stopped the knee with his hand, leaving Burn momentarily stunned. Thinking it was some kind of fluke, Burn grabbed his sword with both hands and swung hard. The boy dodged again, and Burn couldn't figure out what was going on. The boy smiled faintly and launched a counterattack, which Burn blocked with his sword. Burn studied him, tense, wondering if the boy had always been this strong. Something wasn't adding up. Was the kid hiding something? Burn frowned, deciding to wear him down and see what he was made of. He raised his sword for a powerful strike. The boy noticed, and when Burn swung with all his strength, the boy parried it. Burn froze for a second, shocked that the kid had blocked such a heavy blow. The boy clenched his jaw, glancing at Burn's sword, and wondered if this guy was really just the guard commander. Then he calmed down, realizing Burn was a skilled swordsman even without using any fancy aura. He couldn't help but wonder why someone with this kind of talent was stuck in the slums. Burn locked eyes with him, gripping his sword tight, and struck again. The boy blocked each blow, thinking he couldn't afford to lose. He swung a slash at Burn, who dodged it. Their swords clashed, sending vibrations through the boy's body. Burn lowered his sword and admitted he was impressed. The boy looked confused. Burn smiled wide and asked why he wasn't showing off his skills. The boy said they weren't that greedy, just watched others and tried to copy their moves. Burn frowned slightly, thinking it was crazy the kid had picked up such a technique just from watching. He added that beginners don't move like that, which meant the boy already had the basics down. The boy broke the silence, saying he needed Burn. Burn stepped back, startled, and asked what he meant. The boy frowned and told him to drop the formalities since Burn was his teacher now. He could just talk casually. Burn struggled to process what the boy was saying. The kid figured the commander hadn't expected this and asked if Burn had studied Imperial techniques. Burn admitted that many Imperial fighters preferred them. The boy thought back to his past, remembering how he'd avoided using the fighting style he'd created. But now, he didn't have a choice. Burn scratched the back of his head, looking confused, as the boy asked if they could start the lesson right away. Burn awkwardly admitted the word teacher felt weird but calmed down, saying this would be their first lesson. The boy stood silently as Burn asked what he thought was the most important thing in swordsmanship. They faced each other, and the boy answered endurance. Burn asked why he thought that. The boy, calm as ever, said endurance was key in any situation. Burn nodded, saying that made sense, it's what helps you hang in there and survive. They locked eyes, and Burn asked what the boy thought he'd missed in their fight. The boy admitted he thought he'd missed everything since he was still a beginner. Burn grinned, confirming his guess. He explained that the essence of fencing boils down to one thing: don't stand still. The boy's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He thought back to something Golden Jackson had told him, that footwork is the foundation. He looked at Burn, wondering if movement was really that crucial. Burn interrupted his thoughts, saying he figured the boy found it hard to believe. He tossed his sword to the ground, saying he'd prove how much mobility changes everything. He lowered his hands and told the boy to attack as much as he wanted, he'd only defend. The boy held his sword to the side, saying Burn was underestimating him. Burn replied that this was part of the first lesson. The boy activated his magic armor again, feeling a pulse rise through his leg. He called it amazing, holding his sword out in front of him, ready to go. The guy said he was ready to start, and with that, he swung his sword. He went for a clean hit, but the man dodged it instantly. The boy kept lunging over and over, but the man dodged every single attempt. The boy swung again, aiming to land a hit. The commander watched the tip of the weapon coming toward him, but sidestepped just in time. Before the boy knew it, the man was behind him. The boy looked ahead, wide-eyed and surprised. Then he felt a poke on the back of his head. Spinning around, confused, the man said, "That's enough for today's lesson." The boy was out of breath, thinking, even with magic armor, I couldn't land a single hit. This body is just too weak. The man told him to look down at their footprints. The boy asked, "What's the point of comparing tracks?" The man looked at the ground, puzzled, but then noticed the difference. Their footprints were chaotic and scattered. The man explained that his own movements were circular, while the boy's were aimless. "You're just flailing around wasting energy," he said. The boy stared at him, realizing he had a lot to learn. The man raised an eyebrow and said, "In a fight, you don't just go wild. First, you figure out your enemy's moves. Once you know their rhythm, you can predict their strikes." The boy thought, this doesn't feel like magic training at all. The man drew a circle in the dirt with his foot. "This is the foundation of the Imperial technique. Circular steps," he explained. "You need to learn how to move properly and manage your stamina. That's what we'll focus on." The boy nodded, saying he understood the stamina part but didn't get why circular steps were so important. The man chuckled, shaking his head. "You're too impatient. We'll keep practicing circular steps until you can land a hit on me." The boy stared at him silently, but the commander added, "Only then will we move on to the next technique, ball control." The boy smiled slightly, agreeing. Under the blazing sun, the boy was doing push-ups. Sweat dripped down his face as he gasped for air. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Using healing magic, his body glowed for a moment before he stood up again. The commander watched him run forward and smiled. "In this world, only the strong survive. If you're slow or weak, you've got to train harder to fix it." He added, added, "Your master will be proud of your progress." The boy swung his sword again and again, frowning as he thought, "If it weren't for Emperor Henry and his tower, I'd just be practicing magic in my room right now." The sun set, painting the sky in fiery shades of yellow. The boy exhaled deeply and muttered, "That's enough for today." He opened a blank page in his notebook and started writing, trying to remember where he left off. He frowned as he thought about the people he hated, jotting down their names one by one. Slamming the notebook shut, he said, "That's enough." He pulled a map out of a tube and spread it on the table. Looking at it, he remembered that the name Eurasia was coined by Golden Jackson. The old man really lacked creativity, he thought. The lamp's light illuminated the map as he focused on the northwestern region. He imagined mountains of treasure and artifacts hidden all over the world. If history had been different, he thought, these treasures would have been passed down to future generations. But now, I have no choice but to use them. He ran his finger over the map, marking places where he'd hidden blood seals in the past. Suddenly, the door creaked open. He turned quickly to see Kohor standing there. The young man waved him in. Kohor entered, and the boy asked, "What's going on?" Kohor replied, "Your brother's back." The boy raised an eyebrow, surprised. It's only been 5 days, he thought. He stood up and followed Kohor down the corridor. Servants were gathered around a door, whispering. Kohor coughed loudly to get their attention, and they all turned to look. The boy asked, "Why are you all here?" A girl stepped forward and said, "Kevin's back, but he's in bad shape." The boy's eyes widened. The girl added calmly, "You should see for yourself. They say he was attacked by bandits on his way home." The boy was shocked. "I cleared the trade routes of bandits," he thought, "so there must be new ones." He entered the room and saw a blonde man lying unconscious on the bed. Their mother stood nearby, and a doctor sat in a chair. The boy bowed slightly, apologizing for barging in. His mother grabbed him by the collar, furious. "This is your fault," she yelled. "My son can barely breathe because of you." The boy looked at Kevin, noticing the maid hadn't exaggerated. He gently took his mother's hands as she cried. Turning to the doctor, he asked, "What happened to him?" The doctor explained, "It looks like he was attacked by wild animals." The boy frowned. "Why do you think that?" he asked. The doctor pointed to the wounds. "These aren't from weapons. You can see bite marks and claw scratches. Even the horse he was riding was attacked." The boy asked if Kevin's injuries were serious. The doctor nodded, saying, "He needs urgent treatment. His condition was already bad when he set out, and now it's worse." The boy thanked the doctor and asked if he'd finished his procedures. The man nodded, saying he'd done all he could. The boy asked everyone to leave the room for a while. His mother refused, yelling, "What are you planning to do to my son?" Ignoring her protests, the boy called Cal into the room. Moonlight poured through the window as the boy approached Kevin's bed. The blonde man opened one eye and turned to his brother. Gritting his teeth, Kevin tried to sit up but collapsed back onto the bed. The boy calmly watched him. "He's tough," he thought. Kevin looked at him again and said, "I completed the task. I got the green crow flower." The boy praised him, saying, "You kept your word." Henry frowned slightly. The boy, with a confident grin, said he was totally gonna crush it at the academy. Then, like some wizarding pro, he placed a hand on his brother's forehead and cast a sleep spell. The blonde dude thanked him, and the boy was like, "Bro, you need to chill. When you wake up, you'll feel awesome." The room lit up with this intense glow as the kid worked some healing magic. He wasn't a monk or even a priest, but he figured his powers would be enough to stop the bleeding and patch up the internal injuries. The bouquet on the dresser caught the glow of his magic, and he grabbed the flowers, glancing at his brother lying there. Smirking slyly, he thought, "Yeah, I've got everything I need now." He left the room, and their mom shot him an irritated look as he walked out. Outside, the full moon hung low over the ground, and this clay pot was blazing with a bright flame. The boy reached out, feeding the fire, and thought, "Man, I haven't smelled this in forever." Back in the day, he used to brew this drink every year for the newcomer's ceremony at the Magic Tower, but after his death, that tradition kinda died too. Sure, other magicians tried to copy his legendary potion, but to him their versions were total knockoffs. As the purple glow started seeping out of the pot, the young man muttered something about how pathetic those fake elixirs were. Then a red aura began spreading through the room, and he thought about how freezing and boiling the solution over and over changed its color and smell. He knew the final step was to dilute it just right for the body. Streams of aura swirled around his face as he added, "One wrong move, and boom, your heart's toast from too much magic power." But nah, he wasn't about to let that happen. He had a plan. He pictured someone drinking the potion and figured the side effects were simple humans just couldn't handle the elixir's raw power. It all came down to how well you could absorb it. He thought back to his younger self, surrounded by an aura, and realized that controlling magic wasn't about physical strength but about mental and spiritual power. Since he'd already consumed magic equal to the 8th circle, he was confident he could handle the effects of the blue miracle. The flames still danced from the pot as the boy picked it up, though he couldn't shake the nerves. In theory, everything should work perfectly, but hey, magic's tricky. He brought the pot to his lips, took a small sip, and felt the liquid slide down. Then bam! He slammed the pot on the table, wincing as his throat burned. Aura started pouring out of his body, and he thought, "Man, I'm burning up. My body feels like it's melting." He stumbled to the window, flung it open, and let the swirling aura whip around him. Clutching his chest, he groaned quietly, then sank to the floor and crossed his legs to meditate. A red light glowed in his chest as the aura in the room spiraled toward that point. His mana formed the silhouette of a dragon, and the boy thought, "This is it. This is what I've been working for." When he opened his eyes, the whites had turned black, and his pupils glowed purple. He was determined to absorb all the power and energy. Surrounded by spirals of purple magic, Henry closed his eyes and thought, compared to last time, this pain's nothing. In the purple haze, white streaks swirled around him, and a bright ball burned in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he realized a new circle was forming, and it was glowing brighter by the second. No way, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. The shining ball grew bigger, and Henry exclaimed, another one! He couldn't believe what was happening. Sitting there, bathed in light, he realized that right after forming the fourth circle, the fifth had already started. The blue miracle had gone above and beyond his expectations. Now, he was a fifth circle magician. He imagined a dude in a hat and staff, thinking about how rare it was to reach the fifth circle. Some people wouldn't live long enough to get there, but those who did earn the title of wizard in the magic tower. Wizards like that could fend off hundreds of enemies, their magic control as sharp as a swordsman's blade. Henry tuned into his own power, closed his eyes, and thought, maybe I can form another circle. But then, he sighed, realizing the elixir was only enough for two. Figures, he said, sniffing the air. Wait, what's that smell? His eyes widened as he realized it was him. Clothes hit the floor as he yanked off his dirty shirt. Man, this thing's nasty, he said, noticing the sweat-stained fabric. A bright flash from a purification spell lit up the room as Henry inspected his clothes. He remembered how the spell was supposed to keep them clean, but the shirt looked like it hadn't been washed in centuries. Spotting a tall mirror, Henry walked over and stared at his reflection, amazed. His muscular body glistened with sweat, and his eyes widened as he realized this was his awakening. The miracle hadn't just given him 2 circles, it had transformed him. He flexed, touching his muscles, and thought about how awakening only happened when magic reached its limit, forcing the body to adapt. Patting his arm, he said, not bad. Everyone experienced this differently, but one thing was universal muscle growth. Examining his hand, he noticed the dirt expelled from his body during purification. Shining circles from the spell hovered around his legs as Henry laughed. Training's gonna be a breeze now. The sun shone on the castle as someone announced breakfast was ready. Cohors stared at Henry in shock. Dressed in a sharp blue suit, Henry looked taller and stronger. Calmly, he agreed to eat, while Coher wondered, what the heck happened last night? Watching him leave, the servant thought about how Henry had gone from a scrawny kid to a strong man overnight. What kind of stuff did he use? At the table, with a red tablecloth, the family stared at Henry in disbelief. Kevin and his mom gawked at him, mouths open. What's up with you? They asked. Henry scratched his head and said awkwardly, I don't know. I just woke up like this. Later, Byrne looked at him and said, I'm speechless. Henry grinned and said he understood. Byrne asked if training had done this to him and wondered if he'd grown too fast. Henry shrugged, patted his shoulder, and said, who cares? It's got perks. I'll crush physical training now. Crossing his arms, the trainer chuckled and said, all right, let's ramp up the intensity, but we're starting with legs. Not far from the castle, dark mountains loomed as Henry climbed a rocky path. Stopping near a cliff, the sweaty magician inhaled the fresh air. Looking down, he joked, what if I just jumped? And then he did. Falling head first, the wind whipped his hair as he cast a light landing spell. Near the ground, he twisted his body, breaking the fall, and landed softly, touching the ground with his palm. A glow spread around him as he cast a blast wave spell. Bright rays shot toward the cliff, followed by an explosion. Rocks of all sizes tumbled down, and Henry looked up in surprise as a man landed nearby. The stranger, carrying a cane and a bag, asked, what was that? Thunder? Rocks rained down, heading straight for Henry, who quickly cast a freeze spell. A protective barrier formed around him as stones crashed against it, and a bright blue glow lit up the area. Ice spikes erupted around his feet, encasing the ground in frozen shards. Smiling, Henry said, not bad. Standing amidst the icy chaos, he admired the massive ice flows around him. Henry extended his hand forward, holding a glowing orb, and unleashed the spell, Blast Wave. The orb shot toward the ice, causing massive ice chunks to crash to the ground. The magician stood watching as sharp shards of ice pierced the earth. Henry weaved and dodged the falling ice with agility, blue flashes illuminating the scene. He moved in a circle, practicing his circular footwork, then stopped and stomped his foot. Exhausted, he exhaled deeply as the ice shards settled into the ground. Looking ahead, he asked aloud, so, does this mean I'm ready to take on the challenge? His words echoed. From behind the training ground wall, a voice answered, confirming Henry was ready to face the teacher's challenge. Byrne, the teacher, approached and asked in disbelief, already? You sure about that? He looked at Henry, surprised that he might have mastered the circular steps so quickly. Byrne finally nodded and said, all right, a deal's a deal. If you can land a hit on me using only your legs, we'll start combat training. He pulled out an hourglass, flipping it over. You've got 3 hours. If you don't manage it in time, you lose. Henry nodded and replied, got it. Byrne smirked and added, oh, and if you lose, there's a punishment waiting for you. Henry shrugged, saying, fair enough. He figured this would be a good way to gauge his awakening level, deciding not to use any spells this time. Byrne turned the hourglass over, signaling the start. Henry leapt into action, leaving only a faint trace of his jump on the ground. He moved behind Byrne and struck sharply with his leg, but Byrne dodged. Burn dodged again, sliding gracefully across the ground. Henry tried to attack again, but Burn countered effortlessly. The two moved side by side, Henry's hand grazing Burn's body, but Burn grabbed his arm with a gloved hand and, with a swift motion, threw him to the ground. Henry skidded across the dirt, yelling in frustration as he got back up. Burn smirked and said, "I never promised I wouldn't fight back." Henry stood, determined, and charged again with a scream. Burn met him with a sharp blow to the torso, then kicked him, sending Henry flying backward. Clutching his chest, Henry got up again, his resolve unshaken. He reached out to strike, but Burn deflected it with ease. The hourglass was running low on sand, and Henry started to panic. Burn approached and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, causing a bright flash. Henry gritted his teeth as he was launched backward, landing hard on the ground. Breathing heavily, Henry struggled to his feet. Burn slapped the hourglass and announced, "Time's up." Henry glared but said nothing as Burn declared his loss. "You surprised me," Burn admitted. "You've improved faster than I expected." Kneeling on the ground, Henry listened as Burn said their next goal was to double his stamina in 10 days. Burn warned, "Let this be a reminder to assess your strength properly before issuing a challenge." Henry coughed into his fist and replied, "Understood." Later that night, under the full moon, Henry collapsed face first onto his bed, groaning into his pillow. "Am I still this weak even after taking the elixir?" he muttered. He thought back to his training, dodging ice shards and wild animals. Feeling dejected, he wondered if his efforts had been a waste of time. He needed something to speed up his progress. His thoughts drifted to a technique created by Golden Jackson, a legendary figure. Suddenly, he froze, realizing the technique he was learning had been crafted by Jackson himself. Henry remembered a battle he had witnessed in his past life. The Sword King Hector had once defeated Golden Jackson, but later Hector and his allies took him down. Sitting on his bed, Henry resolved to seek Hector's guidance. He grabbed a black-covered book from his shelf, thinking, "I never imagined I'd turn to dark magic." The book emitted a faint glow as Henry frowned, noting its many errors. "At least the pages are intact," he muttered. "I can fix this." Sitting at his desk, Henry lit a candle and began writing symbols on the book's cover. He whispered phrases about justice and punishment, extending his palm as purple energy flowed from it. "Let magic restore the words," he commanded. A purple glow appeared above the book as the errors disappeared and erased words reappeared. When the glow faded, the book slammed shut. Henry opened it again, satisfied that everything was now as it should be. Under the moonlight, Henry read the book, realizing the resurrection of the dead was far more complex than he had anticipated. "My own revival was a miracle," he thought. He imagined a massive, ornate gate and murmured, "The gate of the dead can only open once during a full moon. To summon a specific soul, I need something deeply tied to their essence." He gazed at the moon and concluded, "So, my problem is finding something Hector left behind." Henry drew a large circle with chalk on his floor, filling it with symbols and lines. Placing his hand in the center, he activated the spell. A bright glow rose as human legs appeared within the circle. Standing before him was a lizard-like spirit in human clothes, arms crossed and looking annoyed. "Who dares summon me?" the spirit sneered. Henry smirked, saying, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The lizard spirit scoffed, "I was born from human greed, and I enforce the law of equal exchange. Did you write my name in the spell? Did you even see it?" Henry replied, "Of course I did. That's why I summoned you." The spirit, intrigued, asked, "What kind of fool has the guts to use such a sacred name?" Henry laughed, "Don't recognize me? Has your opinion of me changed that much?" The lizard growled, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Henry placed a hand on his chest and declared, "It's me, the owner of the Magic Tower." Henry Morris showed up unexpectedly due to some unforeseen circumstances, but he was still the same old Henry. The lizard opened his mouth and asked if everything was cool with his head. He was shocked to hear talk about the Holy Mandre. The magician mentioned that back in the day, they would have been blamed for the Holy Mandre and branches from the Tree of Evil. The spirit was taken aback and asked how he knew about it. The guy smirked and said he remembered that trade when they swapped the Ghost Fang, the Tiger, and the Flute of Fate. The lizard, totally stunned, asked how he was so sure the guy was already dead. Hands on his hips, the lizard yelled that if he really was Henry, he should prove it by showing his magic symbol, something no one else could copy. The guy grinned, clenched his fist, and then opened his palm, revealing a bright light that rose higher and higher, forming into a dragon. The lizard gasped and said in disbelief that it couldn't be him. The lizard freaked out, asking why Henry was in someone else's body and back at the fifth circle. The blue-haired man just smiled and said, "Anything's possible," but added that wasn't the point, was just happy to see him again. The lizard clutched his head, screaming that none of this made sense. He'd seen people turn into zombies, but this was next-level weird. Even after death, Henry still managed to surprise him. The magician said he didn't summon him to freak him out or have pointless conversations. Calming down, the spirit smiled and called himself an old friend and client, asking Henry to spill the tea. The magician asked if he remembered the Sword King Hector. The lizard said, "Of course," picturing a guy in a blue cloak and recalling how he was the only one to defeat Golden Jackson. Henry said it was simpler this way. He needed something connected to Hector. Could the lizard find it? The lizard, confused, asked if he wanted to bury it with its owner. The magician replied, "Something like that." The lizard laughed and said he lived for these kinds of trades. There wasn't a thing in the world he couldn't get. Smiling slyly, he added that Henry, being just a fifth circle mage, probably didn't have anything valuable to offer in return. Henry frowned, clearly annoyed, and said the lizard was underestimating him. The lizard covered his mouth dramatically and said that must mean Henry had something truly valuable to offer, even if he wasn't expecting him to cooperate. Henry sighed, saying the lizard hadn't changed a bit, and hinted that the trade might come with some interesting info. The spirit was intrigued, and asked why Henry was so confident the info would be worth it. The blue-haired man smirked and asked, "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know how I was reborn?" The lizard's yellow eyes lit up, and he repeated, "Reborn?" He admitted he was curious. Henry asked if the lizard had ever seen a successful rebirth. The lizard pouted and said no. Henry said, "Deal then," and promised to spill everything once he got the Sword King's item. The exchanger slapped his forehead, saying he always enjoyed haggling. A glow surrounded the lizard as he puffed out his cheeks, stuck out his tongue, and revealed a ring covered in green slime. He handed it over, saying it was the Sword King's wedding ring and that he remembered being engaged to some princess. The blue-haired man winced in disgust, but said this was exactly what he needed. The magician cleansed the ring with a spell, and when asked why he looked so grossed out, he replied, because it was covered in saliva. Henry examined the ring and said it was tied to dark magic. The lizard bowed his head, asking if Henry remembered how he lost his head. He added that it was thanks to the ring that he was reborn. Henry recalled waking up in a strange room after his execution. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, and remembered seeing a dead chicken and a book next to his new body. He looked at his palm and explained that the person who summoned him must have messed up the ritual, causing his soul to take over another's body. The lizard was stunned, asking how that was even possible. Henry continued, saying he restored the book, but its contents were unlike anything he'd dealt with before. That's why he thought his reincarnation was a freak accident. When asked what happened next, Henry explained it was all because of the misuse of dark magic. The lizard trembled in frustration, cursing Henry for tricking him again. Henry smiled and asked what his problem washed held up his end of the deal. Did the lizard expect something supernatural? Furious, the lizard shouted that he'd forgotten what kind of person Henry was. The magician laughed, saying the lizard was the only one upset. The exchanger yelled at him to shut up, claiming even death couldn't change someone like Henry. Henry's expression darkened as if flames surrounded him. He said he'd learned a valuable lesson today. The lizard spat at his feet, glared, and disappeared in a glowing flash, leaving only a bright trace behind. Henry smiled, calling the lizard cute. He looked at the ring in his palm, picturing a man leaning on a sword, and hoped there were no hard feelings tied to the ring. The full moon shone through the window, illuminating the symbol he'd drawn. In its center lay the ring and drops of blood. Henry sat in a circle, deciding it was enough. He slit his wrist, and flashes of magic surrounded him as he began to chant. Blood floated upward as Henry stood in a glowing aura. Covering his face with his hands, he squeezed his eyes shut. A metal gate appeared in a bright blue light. Henry recognized it as the Gate of the Dead, creaked open, revealing two glowing eyes in the darkness. Henry called out for Hector. A dark figure emerged, a man surrounded by black energy, looking serious. Henry frowned, calling out to Hector. The man's face was shadowed, his hair flying wildly. His glowing red eyes opened, and he said he hadn't breathed living air in ages. He asked where Henry got the ring. Henry held it up, saying it had always been with him. He added that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Hector looked at him sharply, asking if they knew each other, as he didn't remember. Henry touched his chest, saying they were bound by history, and introduced himself. Henry Morris, the swordsman, asked if Henry was referring to a magician named Henry Morris. After hearing confirmation, Hector, surrounded by black sparks, sarcastically said he was joking. This Henry he knew wasn't anything like him. Why was he lying? Henry held up a ring with his fingers and said it was a long story, but this ring was proof of his identity. The man stayed silent, his red eyes fixed on him. Resolutely, he said they wouldn't argue he was the Henry he knew. After death, he had been reborn in this body, something he was thankful for. Dark magic surrounded him with a radiant glow. Hector asked if this dark magic meant he wasn't an ordinary magician. He didn't think Henry knew anything about dark magic's power. Henry waved his hand and said he didn't use it. It was the work of some unknown young man, and now he was in this body. Henry imagined riders on horses, and said the world had changed since his death. He had somehow managed to unite the continent. Hector pictured a majestic castle and said he was glad to hear that. He'd always wondered how their story would end. The magician admitted it had been tough, even though they became heroes who founded the empire. He introduced someone called Mustachioed Silver Jackson and mentioned that Golden Jackson had a son, the very one who killed him. Hector was shocked. A son. Did that mean he was now the ruler? Henry confirmed it, calling him an ignoramus. The spirit laughed, saying enemies always hide among loved ones. So, Henry had been killed by an arrogant tyrant? In that case, his death had been pointless. The magician frowned angrily, admitting Hector was right. Anger consumed him. He hadn't slept peacefully since. Looking at the long-haired man, Henry asked if he didn't want revenge. The man replied, asking if that's why he had summoned him. Did he want them to team up and take down those who humiliated them? The magician admitted that would be ideal, but he didn't have the power to resurrect him. The man's black hair fluttered as he asked why he was even standing there. Then was it just to show off his reincarnation? Henry looked at him and exclaimed that he wanted to be taught how to wield a sword. The full moon hung in the sky like a castle in the distance. Hector stared at him, dumbfounded, asking what he was talking about. In all his life, even in death, he'd never heard such nonsense. Wasn't Henry supposed to be a mage? Henry calmly explained that the family he was living starting with came from an ancient line of swordsmen. He didn't need to study magic anymore, he'd already achieved everything he needed in that area. Now, he was interested in combat techniques. The dark spirit chuckled, pointing out the irony of a mage asking for help from someone he'd killed. Henry looked down and apologized, asking Hector to let it go if he was still upset. Hector clarified that he was apologizing for their past. In response, the swordsman laughed, recalling himself alive with a sword in hand. He said he wasn't as heartless as Henry thought. Hector imagined the silhouettes of a king and queen and said he hadn't just fought for his majesty but also for the honor of his woman. Why would a knight who died on the battlefield hold a grudge? The blue-haired man exhaled, saying he understood and hoped there was nothing left to worry about. The spirit, with its red eyes, remarked that good magicians always overthink things. He pointed to the ring, asking if Henry collected trophies from the dead. Henry firmly said it wasn't a trophy, it was a keepsake. The swordsman grinned, asking if Henry thought himself a jester or a bard. Henry recalled how the brunette had defeated Golden Jackson, saying no one but him could have done it. Besides, he was one of the few sword masters of his time. Surrounded by a black glow, the spirit admitted he didn't think Henry was so compassionate, but Henry replied that he wasn't indifferent to Hector's fate. He said Hector was the Sword King. Standing before him, Hector smirked, saying he'd only earned that title posthumously. His black eyes glowed red as he agreed to help but not for free. Henry nodded, saying he expected as much. What were Hector's conditions? What did he want? Hector confidently said he wanted to be reborn. Henry silently stared at him, then replied that he wasn't sure he could grant that request. The spirit frowned, saying that if Henry couldn't help, he'd be the only loser here. He was surprised when Henry simply turned away, saying he understood and would have to find another way. Despite the short conversation, Hector admitted he was pleased with it. As the man reached out his hand, Henry asked if something was wrong. Hector tried to stop him, saying he wasn't asking for much, they all wanted to live. Henry waved his hands, saying if he resurrected Hector, Hector would help him take revenge on the Emperor and teach him swordsmanship. Turning around, Henry said his reincarnation had been an accident. Summoning Hector's soul had been incredibly difficult. Hector sharply accused him of lying. Henry turned back, saying he understood why Hector thought that, but it wasn't true. The swordsman's spirit hesitated, unable to respond. Henry reiterated that he didn't have the strength to resurrect him. He imagined a magician standing over a coffin and explained that summoning magic and resurrection were entirely different. Besides, he wasn't well versed in dark magic yet. Hector said he couldn't risk his life for him, and the swordsman reluctantly agreed. Looking down sadly, he asked if there really was no other way. If he returned to the afterlife, who knew when or if he'd see the light again? The blue-haired man admitted the afterlife was more terrible than he'd imagined. The swordsman angrily replied that this was exactly why he needed Henry's help. He was shocked when Henry suggested they try anyway. Did Henry have a way? The hero admitted he wasn't sure it would work. History had never seen a successful resurrection. Even with his former power, he couldn't unravel the secrets of life and death. He presented a book filled with drawings and symbols, saying dark magic might hold the answer. The swordsman asked for more details. Henry asked if he'd ever heard of necromancers. Imagining a necromancer raising the dead in a red glow, Henry explained that they had the ability to breathe life into corpses. Hector asked, "Are the living dead like a lich or something?" Henry pictured a figure sitting in a chair and replied, "Sort of, but not quite. Leeches are still alive in a way, even after death. They're stuck in one place and have to guard it." Hector then asked, "What about necromancers?" The magician imagined a white-haired man surrounded by the undead and said, "They're like liches, but they're still human. A necromancer's power is on par with a wizard's." Looking at the spirit, Henry said he could bring him back to life. The spirit asked, "Are you saying I'd become one of the living dead?" The magician firmly replied, "For now, it's the only way. Maybe if we learn more about necromancers, we'll find a clue, even just a start. Think about it, would you rather be a useless monster in this world or vanish into nothingness?" Hector lowered his gaze thoughtfully and said, "Well, anything's better than eternal darkness." Then, looking at Henry with his red eyes, he added, "But don't you dare break your promise. If you do, I'll curse you with something worse than death. Swear it." Henry looked at him and asked, "A knight who curses people, really?" Then he reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." Henry's fist glowed purple as he looked at the shining ring in his palm. Hector remarked, "I curse the ring. It doesn't guarantee your honesty, but don't let it get you down." Henry glanced at the glowing ring in his hand, clenched it into a fist and replied, "Got it. From now on, I'm under your guidance." Hector agreed and said they'd meet every full moon, promising to teach him everything he knew. Smiling, the swordsman added, "No point in delaying. Let's start your training now." Henry frowned at the ring, thinking about how dangerous dark magic was. That night, under the moonlight, the training ground appeared. Hector asked, "So, during the day you study the Emperor's techniques and at night, mine?" Standing opposite him, Henry replied, "I don't have a choice." The swordsman warned, "This won't be easy. Fighting style becomes second nature." "Determined," Henry said. "Then I'll master both." Laughing, Hector crossed his arms and said, "Fine, you'll face all the challenges yourself then." Hector got into a fighting stance and instructed Henry to do the same. Henry mimicked him and asked, "Like this?" Hector replied, "Not bad, but breaking the habit of circular movements will be tough." Henry nodded and said he'd try. Curious, he asked, "What's this movement called?" Hector turned away and said, "It's just a normal move. No need for a name." Henry grinned and said, "Then I'll call it Hector's Steps." Hector shrugged, "Do what you want." Without turning, he observed Henry's movements. Sparks appeared under Henry's feet as he moved, thinking the technique felt uneven, almost like an intense dance. Focusing ahead, he vowed to do whatever it took to win. Under the full moon, the training ground glowed. Exhausted, Henry collapsed. Hector looked at him and said, "Let's take a break. You're serious about taking down the Emperor, huh?" Henry, staring up at him, replied, "Of course." Laughing, Hector said, "Hard work pays off. I don't know how mages talk, but for swordsmen, that's the motto." Henry replied, "Mages think the same." Surrounded by a purple glow, "I understand the person I want to defeat. What will I do when I succeed?" After a pause, Henry said he'd start studying aura. Hector laughed and said, "Aura? You can barely hold a sword and you're already talking about aura? You're a real joker." Henry imagined himself holding a sword and a ball of magical energy, then said, "One day I'll master aura and become a swordsman." Rubbing his chin, he added, "You're right. I'll be the first mentor to train a swordsman who uses magic." Hector replied, "Your enemies won't stand a chance." Sitting on the ground, Henry said, "By then, I'll be close to the level of a sage." As the moon and stars lit up the sky, Hector said, "Enough talking. Time to get up and keep going." By sunrise, the training ground was bathed in light. A wooden sword flew into the air as Henry held his trembling sword. Hector rubbed his palm and said, "I can't believe I lost." Henry, shocked, asked, "Did I actually win?" Hector smiled and replied, "Yep, a total victory." Henry extended his hand, thanking him for the fight. Shaking his hand, Hector said, "You worked hard, well done." Henry reflected on his training with Hector and Byrne, remembering how he studied the Imperial techniques by day and Hector's swordsmanship by night. It took him 3 months to master both. Thinking of Byrne with his arms crossed, he realized he had even defeated the best swordsman, a hero of countless battles. There was nothing holding him back anymore. Looking forward with confidence, he decided it was time to move on. Hector, laughing, said, "I'm not saying this just because I lost. I noticed months ago you're truly talented." The blue-haired man looked down and replied, "Don't flatter me. I'm nothing special." Byrne imagined Henry standing with an exercise ball and said, "I'm sure of it. You mastered circular steps and turned them into a whole new style." Henry nodded and said he'd trust Byrne's words. Smiling, Byrne asked what Henry planned to do next. Looking down, Henry admitted he wanted to learn more but couldn't ignore his thirst for power. Laughing, Byrne said, "Every swordsman feels that way. Learning to use aura isn't easy." Facing him, Henry said, "That's why I want to ask you something." Byrne, surprised, asked what it was. Henry replied, "I want to leave and join the Imperial Army." Byrne asked, "Have you heard about the obligatory clause?" Henry nodded and said, "You mean that duty?" He imagined nobles in fancy clothes and jewelry, explaining, "The clause means nobles have to set an example for commoners. If you're strong, you use your strength for good. If you're rich, you share your wealth. That's the whole idea." Byrne replied, "But our family doesn't have high status. We're not even counts." Henry answered, "I know, but we need to show we respect those duties." He thought about how their family had earned its status through merit. Showing respect for responsibilities was the key to glory, and Henry figured if he did that, he'd be welcomed anywhere. When the coach asked him if he'd thought about where he wanted to help out, Henry confidently said he had his eye on one place for a while. The coach asked where, and Henry boldly said, "The Forest of Evil." Byrne, the coach, frowned hard and shut that idea down, saying it was way too dangerous and that Henry's dad wouldn't allow it. But Henry fired back, saying his dad was cool with it on one condition. Henry had to beat the coach in a fight, and, well, Henry had just done exactly that. Byrne was stunned and asked if it was true. Henry confirmed. Byrne frowned again, thinking it was a dumb idea, and said they needed to talk it over because he was still against it. But Henry wasn't having it. He firmly said there was no point in talking anymore, his decision was final. Under the bright blue sky, a white mansion stood tall. Byrne sulkily asked the master if it was true that he'd let Henry take on such a noble task. Hans, who was sitting at the table, said, "Yeah, but only if he beats me first." Just then, Henry walked into the room and announced, "I already did." Hans turned to him, stunned, and asked, "Wait, what? You beat Byrne?" Byrne awkwardly confirmed it was true. Hans slammed his fist on the table, yelling, "That's impossible." Henry looked at his dad and calmly said, "I did what I needed to do, so let me go to the slime forest and help out." Byrne, standing by the table, told Hans, "No way, even if you promised. It's just too dangerous." Hans hesitated but eventually agreed. The Baron, looking a bit frustrated, asked Henry why he wanted to prove himself so badly. Henry said he needed the experience. The Baron asked, "And you think you need to get that in the Forest of Evil?" He frowned, looked down, and said Henry was still young and probably didn't understand that the forest was pure evil. But Henry interrupted, saying he knew all about the dangers. People said the demonic gate at the edge of the continent was open there. Henry pictured the dead, black trees wrapped in thick fog, the forest that spewed out countless demons and struck fear into the Empire. Hans glared at Henry and said, "Even knowing all that, you're still going? You're my firstborn son, I can't just send you to your death." Henry, calm as ever, asked, "Is that really the issue here?" His dad was taken aback. Henry, with a determined look, said, "If that's the problem, I'll gladly give up my inheritance. I've never had any real rights in this family anyway. Even if I became the head, it wouldn't mean anything to me. Hans, shaken, said, "No. That's not what I meant," Henry replied. "Then it's settled. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. This is our last conversation." Bowing slightly, he said goodbye to his father. The stunned men watched as Henry, his blue hair catching the light, walked out and slammed the door behind him. He thought to himself, finally, I can leave in peace. Henry held his training sword, swung it, and raised it high. Someone nearby asked, "Are you really going to go to the Forest of Evil?" Servants at the edge of the training ground whispered among themselves, wondering if they'd heard wrong. One of them covered his mouth and whispered to another, "The Baron gave him permission, right?" The other nodded. That night, under a full moon, Henry trained hard, breathing heavily as he wiped sweat off his face. Hans, watching from the side, said he'd never seen a technique like that before. He chuckled and asked Henry how he'd mastered it. Henry explained he'd just tweaked the Imperial fighting style to suit himself better. Hans looked at him with newfound respect and said, "I underestimated you." Henry, surprised, asked what he meant. Hans calmly replied, "It all makes sense now after that fight with Kevin. But why did you hide your strength before?" Henry, avoiding eye contact, said, "I didn't hide it. I just never had the chance to show it." Hans smiled and said, "You've become a great man." Henry was caught off guard. Hans folded his hands behind his back and said, "I respect your decision. You can go to the Forest of Evil." Henry bowed and thanked him. Hans reached into his pocket and handed Henry 2 envelopes. Henry asked what they were. Hans explained that he knew someone who lived in the Forest of Evil, a guy named Esselin, the commander of Fort Caliber. Henry thought back and realized he hadn't met Esselin in his past life, which probably meant he wasn't a well-known figure. The next morning, the sun shone on the tower as Henry stood by his horse. His family and servants gathered around. Hans asked if one horse was really enough. Henry, holding the reins, said, "Yeah, it's enough. If I take more, it'll just slow me down." CR, standing by the Baron, reminded him that the journey was long and rough. Hans placed a hand on Henry's shoulder and told him to be careful. Henry smiled and said, "Of course." As he left the mansion, he waved to his family, then looked ahead thinking, "Finally, I'm out of here." He gave the reins a shake, and Jade, his horse, reared up. A red glow surrounded Henry as he used a speed skill, making the horse gallop faster. After some time, Henry dismounted, extended his hand, and cast a spell. A purple glow appeared, and a small house materialized. His horse looked surprised. Henry held a glowing orb of light in his hand and used another spell to purify the area, soften the ground, and warm it up. He patted Jade on the head and told her to go find something to eat and rest. Jade gave him a look of pure annoyance before storming off to hunt. A week later, at Fort Caliber, flags waved on high stone walls. A guard spotted someone approaching and called out, "Someone's coming!" Another guard squinted and said, "It's a rider on a golden horse, but I can't tell who it is." As Henry got closer, wearing a white cloak, the guards on the wall aimed their bows at him. One of them shouted through a megaphone, "Identify yourself." Instead of answering, Henry reached into his pocket, pulled out a golden emblem, and tossed it up for them to see. The man was totally caught off guard when something zipped past him, a shiny gold object on a chain that clattered to the floor of the tower. He turned around, and there was Henry standing below, looking up at him. Henry had heard the question. How the heck did he throw it that high? Holding the golden object with a painted crown and some intricate designs, asked about the mark on it. The brunette guy squinted at it, then asked, "Wait, are you from the Baron's family?" Henry nodded, and the dude immediately asked him to hang tight. The gate swung open, and a guy with a horse came through. The brunette and some guards handed Henry the golden symbol back and apologized for not recognizing him sooner. "You know how it is," the guy said. "We've got to stay on our toes in a place like this." He handed Henry the symbol and Henry took it, saying, "No big deal, that's what the mark's for." The man smiled, introduced himself as Harrant, captain of the guard, and added, "Good to meet you, man." Henry, pulling back his hood, smiled and introduced himself properly as Henry Morris. Holding the reins of his horse, Henry casually mentioned he was here to surf. Harrant blinked, confused, and Henry clarified, saying he was there to fulfill his noble duty. The brunette gave him a skeptical look and said, "Didn't think the Baron's heir would be that into this stuff." Henry didn't let him finish, cutting in confidently, "Yeah, I'm here to help." They approached a wooden door with a sign hanging nearby. The door creaked open, and a red-haired man with glasses stepped out, holding some papers. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said, scanning the documents. After a quick check, he confirmed the letters were legit and Henry's identity was the real deal. Pointing to one of the guards, he instructed them to keep the documents safe and then turned to Henry, saying, "All right, follow this guy." Henry trailed behind the guard, glancing around and thinking the person he was about to meet was probably just a regular commander. The sun gleamed off a white building as they approached. The guard knocked on a door, and a voice from inside called out for them to enter. The guard saluted the commander and announced Henry's arrival. The brunette commander, dressed in silver armor, greeted Henry and asked if he was H's son. Henry confirmed, stepping into the room and taking a seat on a yellow sofa across from the commander. The commander commented on how far Henry must have traveled, adding he couldn't believe H had already settled down and had an heir. Scratching his chin, the man introduced himself as Esselin and observed, "You're kind of an oddball, huh? Everyone avoids this place." He frowned and added, "The forest is evil. Why would you even want to help here?" Henry met his gaze and replied, "Because it's the Forest of Evil." Esselin blinked, surprised, and Henry explained, I can only learn to use my aura by constantly fighting tough enemies, so yeah, I chose this place. Esselin smirked, waved his hand, and let out a loud laugh. You're honest, I like that, he said. Then he got serious, warning Henry, strength alone won't cut it here. Henry stayed calm, replying, I'm ready. Esselin clenched his fist with a grin and said, all right, let's see what you've got. Light reflected off the window as Esselin grabbed a massive sword, its tip resting on the ground. Henry stared at it, wide-eyed, thinking, that's a sword? Esselin lifted the weapon and declared, any fool can master the Imperial art. Stamping his foot, he pointed the glowing red blade at Henry and shouted, the difference between a warrior and a fool is the effort they put in. He swung the sword, and Henry barely managed to block it with his own weapon. Esselin grinned, locking their blades together, and asked, is that all you've got? Resting the sword on his shoulder, Esselin admitted, gotta say I didn't expect that, before swinging again with surprising speed. Henry blocked the strike, thinking, this guy's nuts. Esselin struck quickly again, and Henry crouched but managed to block it. Pulling back his sword, Esselin said excitedly, all right, let's go again. Before he could attack, a red-haired girl stepped in, scolding him. You're going too far, she said. Esselin laughed it off, saying most recruits couldn't even hold a sword properly, but Henry clearly wasn't one of those fools. The blue-haired man nearby bowed and thanked the girl. She studied Henry, thinking, this guy just blocked the commander's attack, she's a monster. Esselin turned to Henry and asked bluntly, why'd you give up your spot at the academy? Henry, calm as ever, replied, didn't see any future there. He glanced at Esselin and added, I heard the Empire's hero, Henry Morris, was killed. The blue-haired man chimed in, the last fighter for justice is gone. The Empire's in chaos. The girl was shocked, but Esselin just smirked and said, look at this guy. Lifting his massive sword, he proclaimed, I'm a knight who's dedicated my life to the Empire. His expression darkened as he asked, and you dare defend a traitor in my presence? Henry frowned and shot back. I've dedicated my life to the Empire too, not to any one person, but to the Empire itself. Esselin stared at him in silence before breaking into loud laughter, like people with guts. Esselin admitted the Empire was in chaos, and told Henry he'd made the right call turning down the academy, which was now run by the Porum family. Hearing that name, Henry thought, Porum? Is he talking about Kington Porum? The blue-haired man asked why Kington, the academy's second-in-command, was running things instead of Bold. Esselin explained that Kington had been promoted to Grandmaster, and Bold had retired. Henry thought back to the man who'd once decapitated someone and mused. Retired, huh? He imagined people bribing their way into the academy and figured it had gotten easier since Kington took over. Esselin clapped Henry on the shoulder and formally welcomed him to Fort Caliburn, saying he'd oversee his training. He added, let's get to the second test. Henry asked, wait, I'm still being tested? Esselin grinned and said, yep, and this next part's going to be interesting. They stood in front of a wall with a white rectangle on it. Esselin turned to the red-haired girl, Tinny, who placed her hand on the wall. A metallic sound echoed as the wall shifted, revealing a staircase. Bright light poured from the opening as they descended. Henry, following behind, asked, where are we going? Esselin glanced back, saying, I told you I've got something to show you. They entered a basement, and Esselin called out a name. Tinny placed her hand on another rectangle, and the wall moved again. This time, it revealed a creatura monster with upward-growing fangs, black horns, and spikes on its back. Henry stared at it, thinking, is that a demon? Or a fire hyena? Esselin crossed his arms and asked, what, never seen one before? The blue-haired guy asked if he caught him. The captain glanced at him and said this would be his final test. If he could beat him, he'd fully believe in him. Henry looked at the man, wondering if he was always like this. Out loud, he said he understood and asked if all he had to do was win. Ellen smiled and said, yep, let's see what you've got in a crazy fight. The hero glanced at his sword and noticed a crack. He figured the man was being sneaky. Circles of magic appeared near the boy's leg as he gripped his sword, surrounded by the energy of a magic armor spell. The monster stood nearby, its back to the boy. The heroes stood in silence, watching. The demon growled, noticing the mage, Henry. Henry frowned as the monster turned its head. He realized he hadn't noticed it before. Suddenly, he saw something's foot was inside a glowing circle. He had stepped into a space marked with red symbols and figured it was a barrier. The demon roared and charged at him, but the mage dodged using an acceleration spell. The monster swiped with its hand, but Henry jumped back, sliding along the ground as he landed. The monster came at him again. Henry adjusted his grip on the sword and charged forward, determined. He struck with a powerful move, landing a hit on the monster's chin, leaving a bright mark. The demon grinned and swiped again, but Henry dodged once more. Grinning, Henry thought, jokes aside, as the monster opened its toothy mouth and lunged, but Henry dodged again, watching carefully. Then he moved quickly, using circular steps to get behind the monster. Swinging his sword, he thought, alright, this is it. Surrounded by a purple glow, he struck the monster's back with his sword, delivering a powerful blow that sliced off the spikes on its back. The demon screamed and collapsed to the floor near the hero. It wheezed as it lay there, and Henry leaned down, grabbing one of the black spikes in his fist, thinking, this is awesome. Then he tossed it forward. The spike landed at the feet of the others. Henry pointed at the monster and asked if he should finish it off. Esselin chuckled to himself, thinking about how reckless Henry was. He looked at the calm, standing guy and thought, wow, he really took down the demon. The blue-haired man approached and asked how Henry knew the demon was trembling. He added that the horns were its weak point. Henry, looking confident, answered, intuition. He explained that the demon's skin was tough, so he figured the best move was to go for its legs. The group stared at him in surprise. The man asked, intuition? Really? But instead of answering, Henry asked if there was anything else they needed from him. The captain sighed and said no, they'd wrap up for now. He had nothing more to offer. The dark-haired man said he'd clean up the area and told Henry to prepare for future training. Then he turned to Tinny, who apologized for interrupting, and said the training was already in full swing. Ellen smiled, saying that was great. The captain told the girl to enroll Henry in a group, and whatever he missed, he could catch up on in his free time. Henry bowed and thanked him. Ellen crossed his arms and said there was no need for thanks, this was a reward for passing the tests. He frowned, adding that not everyone got this kind of opportunity. As Henry was leaving, Ellen asked if he drank. Henry replied that he did, but he wasn't really into it. Smiling, Ellen said, you must be starving. Let's eat. The light reflected off the window glass as Ellen placed a mug with a drink on the table. Holding a bottle, Ellen smiled and said he knew Henry wasn't much of a drinker. Sitting on the couch with his mug and bottle, surrounded by others, Ellen started telling a story from his youth. Henry closed his eyes in annoyance, thinking all old guys were the same. He opened them, confused, as Ellen said something about not having a mustache back then. A green circle appeared above Henry's palm. He walked toward Ellen's hand and used a sleep spell. Ellen mumbled something and kept talking about how soldiers used to line up in front of him, scared out of their minds. The captain closed his eyes, saying, back in my day. Henry glared at him, thinking, please stop. Blue flashes lit up near the commander's residence in Fort Caliburn. Large walls surrounded the building for protection. The morning sun illuminated the area as a brown carriage rolled forward. Tinny touched her face and asked Henry if everything was okay, mentioning she'd heard he had trouble sleeping last night. Sitting across from her, Henry replied that he was fine and even felt bad for her since she had to listen to this stuff every day. She smiled, saying she was used to it. The red-haired girl suddenly exclaimed that she almost forgot something. She handed Henry a gray folder, asking him to take it. Holding the papers, Henry asked what it was. She explained that the semester had started and she'd gathered the basic info he might have missed. Henry glanced through the papers, thanked her, and handed them back, saying she could keep them. Surprised, she asked why. Calmly, Henry replied that he remembered everything, he had a good memory. Tinny thought to herself that he really was a genius. The carriage pulled up to a small gray-brown building. They heard someone say they'd arrived at the training base. As they got out, the girl said goodbye and wished them luck. Henry thanked her. Ian watched the carriage drive away, then pointed to the door, telling them to head inside. Sitting at a desk in the officer looked at Henry and commented on the transformation. He continued, saying that since Henry was new, he shouldn't act arrogant or disrespect those with more experience. Henry nodded, saying he understood, while thinking about how he was finally on his way to becoming a real soldier. Approaching the desk, the officer said he had a question and allowed Henry to speak. The blue-haired guy asked if they only studied the basics in the first semester, which he had missed. The officer frowned and confirmed this. He added that after the semester, they'd train at the base on everything they'd covered. Henry clenched his fists and asked what would happen if he failed the test. The officer admitted that had never happened before. Apologizing for his boldness, Henry asked if he could take the test now. The officer got angry, asking how Henry planned to do that without preparation. Do you think you're the best soldier here? He asked. Feeling awkward, Henry explained he'd already done some training with the commander and wanted to skip the extra task. The officer assumed Henry had received personal training with Ellen and reluctantly agreed. Sitting at the desk, the officer explained that such behavior was considered inappropriate at their base. He warned that if Henry failed the test, he'd face severe punishment for his arrogance. Bowing his head, Henry thanked him. The officer smiled ominously, deciding to create a special test for this cocky recruit. The building's windows were boarded up. Sitting at the table, Henry watched as the officer turned over an hourglass, telling him he needed to complete the task before time ran out. Henry set the device down on the table, gave a nod to the guy, and told him he could start the test, cracked a small smile, realizing the test had some solid questions. Henry grabbed a fountain pen while sand trickled through the hourglass, marking that half the time had already flown by. The guy called over the officer, holding up his paper, and announced he was done. The officer looked back, clearly caught off guard that the cadet had wrapped things up so fast. The officer noticed not even half the allotted time had passed. He announced he'd start checking the answers, sat down at the table, and began circling the correct ones. As he worked through it, his body tensed up. Turns out, the guy nailed it. The officer raised his head and congratulated the cadet on passing with flying colors. The protagonist admitted he was a bit worried at first, but the questions turned out to be a breeze. Clenching his fists, he listened as the officer told him to take a break before combat training. He also suggested Henry reach out to the administration if he had any questions. Henry left the office, and the officer kept a close eye on him. Watching him walk away, the officer started to piece together why this guy was getting special treatment. Looking back at the test, the officer realized Henry had cracked a question even the higher-ups struggled with. Meanwhile, the protagonist felt a tinge of sadness. She'd unintentionally become the hot topic around the training base. Stepping into the ring, the commander turned to him and asked for an introduction. The cadets gave a round of applause when Henry said he was excited to meet everyone. One man, frowning deeply, suggested they cut the pleasantries and get to training. He told the group that Henry would be the example for the day. Putting his hands on his hips, the officer said he wanted to test Henry's skills right off the bat. He declared there'd be no new tricks today, just a good old one-on-one fight with his comrades. Henry's eyes lit up as the officer explained the rules. Stay standing, and you win. The battle would end when all opponents were down. Henry quickly figured out this was going to be an all-day slugfest. The officer called for the first opponent. A blue-haired guy stepped forward, squaring up in a stance that made Henry raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, a blonde guy stuck his fist out and grimaced. Henry waved his hand, wondering what the blonde was even trying to do. Realizing the stance wasn't great, Henry stepped in and swung. The other cadet dodged, but his counterattack missed too. Sweat ran down his cheek as Henry's left hand came into play. Henry landed a clean hit to the guy's neck, sending him flying to the ground. Everyone watched the fight, glued to the action. The blonde guy, still shaken, couldn't believe his opponent had knocked him out cold with just one punch. The officer, equally stunned, didn't expect Henry to take down their best fighters so easily. The blue-haired cadet clenched his fists, realizing Henry was no joke. As the officer called the next fighter, someone in the crowd wondered aloud who this guy was, setting records left and right. Henry clenched his fist tighter, thinking about the 9 other opponents still waiting for him. The next round began, and the opponent was Ronan. The dude said Ronan was the best at hand-to-hand combat, and Henry frowned like he just bit into a lemon. The commander chimed in, saying if Henry could take down Ronan, he'd be in the elite squad of fighters at their base. Ronan stared down his opponent, fists ready, wondering if this guy was actually any good. Then the man waved his hand like he was swatting a fly and told the cadets to gear up, signaling the start of the battle. Henry shot his hand out, while the blonde guy looked like he just smelled something rotten. Henry's eyes lit up as he realized that the top fighters were a whole different breed from the average Joe. The blue-haired warrior swung his fist, thinking it was time to show his opponent who's boss. The cadet shifted his leg and suddenly Henry was behind him. Ronan glanced back and kicked. Recovering quickly from the hit, he jumped back, realizing he might have jumped the gun on his assumptions. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. Looking at Henry, he figured out this guy was on a whole other level. Ronan let out a heavy sigh as the blonde stepped forward. The blue-haired guy noticed the circular footwork of his opponent, like he was dancing to a beat only he could hear. The blonde made a sudden leap, closing in. Henry's pupils narrowed like he was trying to spot a raccoon in a trash can. The blue-haired guy braced himself for the hit, his hands already looking like they'd been in a bar fight. Ronan took a kick from the blonde, and they both stumbled back at the same time. Henry started shaking like he was on a roller coaster, and the opponent knocked him down. He threw his head back, totally confused about what just happened. Ronan sat on him, raising a hand like a referee calling a match, signaling it was game over. The blue-haired guy opened his mouth wide, not ready to admit defeat. Frowning like he just lost his last slice of pizza, he decided he wouldn't let that happen. Light flickered on his hand as he cast a spell to lighten his opponent's weight. Henry gritted his teeth, and the blonde grabbed his shoulder, sweat dripping down his cheek. Henry yanked him by the leg and tossed him into the wall, making a sound like a watermelon hitting the ground. The onlookers were stunned, mouths agape. An officer turned his head, eyeing the exhausted soldier. Someone called out to him, and he whipped around. Henry asked him to announce the result, and the officer raised his hand, declaring Henry the winner. The blue-haired boy cracked a slight smile. He had aced the written tests in hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship in just one day. As night fell, he opened the door to the room. Ronan shot him a glare, then quickly turned away. Henry grinned like a cat who just caught a mouse, realizing Ronan was still sulking over his loss. The blonde turned his head, and Henry asked if his name was Ronan, extending his hand for a proper intro. "I'm Henry," he said. The boy looked at him like he just stepped in gum but shook his hand anyway. When Henry learned Ronan was part of the Porm family, he bared his teeth in surprise. The blue-haired kid grabbed his chin, realizing who he was talking to. The blonde admitted he was the adopted son of the Porm family. Henry remembered the guy in the cloak. He knew Kington had taken the title of the greatest swordsman and racked up a bunch of titles. A moment flashed in his mind as a boy approached the man. Ronan wasn't exempt from noble duties, since most students were adopted kids left to fend for themselves. Henry felt a twinge of sadness realizing what happened to his comrade. The blonde leaned a bit, and Henry figured out Ronan moved oddly because he was trained in the Porm style. The blue-haired guy plopped down on the bed. Ronan admitted he had never seen a hand-to-hand combat style like Henry's, especially with that unusual sword technique. Henry smiled slightly, and the blonde raised his head, saying he got the highest score and believed many could see a father figure in him. The guy shrugged and said he was just unlucky. Henry grinned like he just got away with something. He offered to fight again if Ronan had any issues. Ronan smiled back, admitting he was glad Henry had joined them. In the middle of the room lit by a flickering torch, The blonde told him the other cadets had skills that were downright embarrassing. Henry nodded, agreeing and adding that he noticed the same with the mentors. The candle was burning low in the jar when someone asked Ronan if he had attended the academy. He turned his head, saying he couldn't even dream of it. Folding his arms, he called himself the best among the rest, explaining that usually adopted kids weren't taught swordsmanship. Henry studied Ronan closely, realizing he was something special. This guy had picked up amazing skills without much training. The blonde hung his head, acknowledging Henry's talent. When Henry suggested they should be friends, Ronan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, caught off guard by how quick and easy the offer came. The blue-haired guy admitted he just wanted to say it. The blonde burst out laughing, calling him funny. They were chilling in the room, just the two of them, as morning rolled in. After lunch, the officer held a theory class for the students, and later, the protagonists sparred with a comrade to sharpen their fighting moves. It was like clockwork dodge, attack, repeat. Henry landed a punch square on the blonde's face, making him flinch in pain. The commander declared Henry the winner. Ronan looked up, stunned he'd lost again. Someone offered him a hand, jokingly asking if he could even take on demons with his skills. The blonde grabbed the hand and asked if Henry was just too strong. The blue-haired guy smirked, thinking Ronan was just making excuses. They shook hands as the weather kept changing outside. The officer stared down the trainees, asking if today was their last day of class. Bowing his head, he told them that tomorrow their assignments would be based on their grades. The protagonist and the blonde exchanged smiles. The commander grinned wide, telling them they still had a chance to improve if they felt they weren't cut out for this place. Then, with a big smile, he suggested they celebrate since training was done. He announced that meat and drinks were waiting in the dining hall. The guys cheered like kids on Christmas morning, shouting their thanks. The protagonist glanced back when someone called out to Henry. An officer approached with a sour look, saying Esselin was looking for him. A carriage pulled up, and Tinny smiled slightly, asking Henry how training was going. He raised his head, thanking her for her help, and she mentioned that the commander was really impressed with him. Bowing her head, she admitted the commander didn't summon him out of some warm, fuzzy feelings. Henry, confused, asked why he'd been called. Tinny raised her hand and explained that the commander congratulated the top cadet every semester. That's why he wanted to see him. She suddenly remembered something and, folding her hands, told Henry the commander could grant him one wish. Henry's eyes lit up at the mention of a wish. The carriage came to a sudden stop as someone called for it. As they stepped out, Tinny wished him luck. Henry returned the sentiment, but Tinny turned sharply, saying she wasn't planning to sleep tonight and would come immediately if summoned. Henry, feeling awkward, asked what she meant. Tinny gave a sly smile, saying he'd find out soon enough. Watching the carriage leave, Henry entered the commander's office and called out Esselin's name. The commander, holding a wooden mug, noticed him and called him the best in his group. The table was loaded with food, and the commander said he'd prepared it all since he didn't know Henry's preferences. Raising his hand, he asked if Henry wanted anything, saying he always granted the top cadet's wishes. Henry gave a sly smile and thanked him. Then, suddenly, Henry realized what he wanted to ask Esselin. The cadets left the academy. Henry slung his backpack over his shoulder, while Ronan dropped his bag on the ground and asked where Henry had been last night, admitting he'd looked for him. Henry proudly said the commander had invited him for drinks. The blonde smirked, saying the rumors were true, and asked what he meant. The blue-haired guy got a little flustered, and Ronan teased him, saying the commander treated him differently. Henry turned away, saying people were mistaken it wasn't favoritism, just a tradition for the top cadet. The blonde accused him of lying, asking if they seriously just drank together. Then, pulling out a sword, he revealed he'd received it the previous day. Ronan's jaw dropped when Henry said the commander had given him a divine sword. The blonde was shocked that Henry had been entrusted with such a weapon. Henry remembered the moment Esselin had handed it to him, and smiled wide when the commander asked if he liked the gift. Esselin, with drink spilling from his mouth, explained that the divine sword was the ultimate weapon, blessed by the Holy Father, and perfect for fighting demons. Ronan admired the sword while Henry tucked it away. The blonde demanded he stop joking, admitting he was jealous. Then, embarrassed, he told Henry to forget he'd said that because envy was dumb. Ronan hoped he'd get an even better sword someday. Henry tilted his head and asked Ronan what unit he'd been assigned to. The blonde smiled, saying he was in the 1st Infantry. Henry thought that sounded pretty good. Ronan admitted there were lots of opportunities in the 1st Division, and he'd probably climb the ranks fast since he was obedient. The protagonist's eyes sparkled, realizing Ronan was more ambitious than he let on. When Ronan asked about Henry's assignment, Henry grabbed his bag and asked if he'd heard of Caliburn's needle. The blonde then asked again, confused. Henry confirmed it, recalling how the commander had passed out on the couch. Henry, covered in mana, realized he couldn't get drunk. He asked a guard to fetch Tinny, and the man said he'd check right away. Henry studied a diagram, realizing the Imperial Army had different squads. Stroking his chin, he decided he wouldn't stay at the front lines for more than a year. He also figured the first squad would be his last. At that moment, he made up his mind to aim for a position far from the chaos. Henry turned as Tinny approached, bowing his head and apologizing for disturbing her so late. The red-haired heroine glanced at him, saying he was smarter than he looked. She She mentioned how many misunderstood her, and Henry realized she was just helping the top cadets. Tinny grinned, asking if he'd decided where he wanted to go. Standing straight, Henry said he wanted to join an independent unit, one that wasn't under the main army's control and would be the first to respond in emergencies. Tinny bowed her head, asking if he'd already picked a unit. Henry apologized, but Tinny just laughed, admitting she was teasing him. Nearby, someone traced symbols with chalk as Tinny stood by the diagram. The girl said the independent troops, which were specialized units of the army, would be a good fit for him. She tilted her head and asked if he even knew what she was talking about. The blue-haired guy didn't take his eyes off her and explained that those units were sent on special missions. She nodded, saying he was right, then asked if he wanted to join a unit that was always in danger. His pupils narrowed, thinking it wasn't a big deal. Tinny made a face, clearly annoyed, assuming Henry just wanted to climb the ranks as fast as possible. Grabbing her chin, she warned him that it wouldn't be easy at first. She knew those independent units were full of high-ranking soldiers who didn't exactly roll out the welcome mat for rookies. Henry bared his teeth and asked if there was another option. She glanced back, pointed at a diagram, and suggested a specific unit. When he asked where it was, she pointed again, saying it was under their commander's control. She figured no one would dare challenge him since Ellen, the commander, liked him. Henry lit up at the suggestion. Meanwhile, a blonde guy turned his head, saying he got it now. A chariot pulled up. He mentioned spotting his ride, and as the protagonist approached, he called out the blonde guy's name. Smiling, he told him not to die. Ronan laughed and wished him luck. Henry watched him leave, feeling uneasy when someone called out to him. An officer leaned against the carriage, and Henry snapped to attention, introducing himself. The man gestured for him to sit, but Henry felt on edge. His eyes gleamed as he thought of Tinny's earlier mention of an open lieutenant position in the squad, though it was meant for the elite. She believed it would be tough for him since they rarely accepted fresh graduates. A bead of sweat rolled down Henry's cheek as the officer stared him down. Henry hadn't expected his future squad mates to openly look down on him. Behind the squad headquarters, mountains loomed. The squad leader, sitting at a table, asked if his name was Henry. Confirming it, Henry watched as the man scanned papers, learning he was the best cadet at the base. A soldier scoffed, calling it a lie. The officer bared his teeth and asked Henry if his instructors had fed him false info. Feeling awkward, Henry admitted there wasn't much special about him. His eyes sparkled as he guessed the squad leader wouldn't like him either. The leader stood abruptly, saying they hadn't accepted him yet because their opinions differed from the commander's. He asked if Henry understood, frowning deeply, and reminded him this wasn't some playground. He warned Henry he'd have to work hard if he didn't want to get kicked out. The leader led Henry into a messy room, explaining a tradition where newcomers clean the oldest barracks. Smiling, he asked if Henry could finish by evening, then waved and wished him luck. Henry looked around, already regretting his decision. The room was a disaster, and he figured no normal person could clean it in a day. But he wasn't normal. Extending his hand, he used his cleaning skill, making the room sparkle. His hand glowed brightly as he activated his self-exploitation skill. Shielding himself from the flash, he kept working until the room was spotless. Morning light streamed through the windows as soldiers formed up outside. The blonde man noted that the Special Forces soldiers had returned safely and asked if they could go back to their barracks. The leader, smiling ominously, said they needed to follow him instead. He added that a new recruit was preparing the barracks behind the warehouse. The soldiers followed, one of them calling the leader cruel. A brunette suggested they see what Henry had managed to do in just a few hours. Sunlight lit up the barracks as the leader cracked the door open, asking if Henry was inside. He was shocked to see the room sparkling clean. Henry sat at a table, sipping tea. Sweat dripped down the leader's face as he struggled to process what he was seeing. Henry, noticing him, ominously smiled. Setting down his cup, he asked if they'd come to inspect his cleaning. The leader cleared his throat, telling Henry to greet his comrades. He added that the Special Forces soldiers, responsible for critical missions, had arrived. Henry stepped out, noting the cold stares from the soldiers. He guessed they were still mourning their old Lieutenant Carter, who had served with them for 5 years before dying in the evil forest. Frowning, Henry realized how deeply tied they were to their fallen comrade. Putting his hands on his hips, he introduced himself as the new lieutenant. The soldiers glared at him. One, named Hoden, bowed his head when Henry asked his name. Henry demanded to see where Carter had lived. Inside the room, he noticed the tension and figured the squad hadn't moved on from Carter. Henry gathered the squad outside, placing a box on the ground. He admitted he understood their feelings. Straightening up, he asked if their behavior was because they couldn't let go of Carter. Opening a bottle, he mockingly asked why they didn't become bards and sing songs about their fallen comrade. Then, he angrily asked why they hadn't taken off their soldier uniforms. Lighting a match, he set the box on fire. The soldiers panicked. One burst into tears, demanding to know why Henry was burning Carter's belongings. Henry, smiling ominously, suggested they might even stage a mutiny. He challenged them to defeat him if they wanted him to resign. A soldier roared, and Henry asked if he was serious. The man clenched his fists, and Henry activated his magic armor, dodging the man's attack. Henry hit him in the nose, and the soldier stumbled back, clutching his face. Another soldier stepped forward, but Henry struck him in the stomach stomach, leaving him bleeding and trembling. Henry demanded his name, and the soldier, holding his nose, admitted it was Jibbo. Henry called him impudent and scolded the others for their behavior. He asked if Carter would have been proud of them acting this way. The soldiers looked ashamed. The squad leader dismissed them, but one soldier slammed his fist on a table in anger, realizing Henry might actually succeed in taking Carter's place. That night, noises came from the barracks as the squad leader leaned on a table. A fair-haired guy asked if he wanted to see the soldiers. The leader sharply turned, admitting he had something to tell them. The next day, Henry greeted the men sitting at a table, introducing himself as the new lieutenant. A fair-haired man introduced himself as a lieutenant who followed the squad leader's orders. A brunette said he handled food and troop management. Henry stood at attention as Hugo, one of the men, asked to speak freely since he outranked Henry. Henry agreed. Hugo smiled ominously, asking if it was true Henry didn't know how to use aura. Henry admitted it was true. Hugo raised his hand, asking if he thought they were joking. He warned Henry that no one in their rank could afford to slack off. Henry, meeting his gaze, said that aura came with time. The guy told the blonde dude to chill out, but the fair-haired lieutenant wasn't having it. He slammed the table and called him arrogant. Salomon started rubbing his hands together, warming up like he was getting ready for a show. The main guy raised an eyebrow and suggested they test him. With a smirk, he told the lieutenant that he played a big role in the army's work. Then he threw out the question that was on everyone's mind: why didn't the commander pick someone else for the job? Hugo leaned back in his chair, and the main guy figured they were probably just scared of him. Out of nowhere, the guy jumped up, ready to throw hands, and challenged him to a fight. He gave him a death glare and promised to take him down. Marching up to the captain, he asked for permission to settle the score. The captain gave them the green light, saying they needed to test the recruit. They grabbed wooden swords, and that's when the guy realized Hugo had set everything up, bringing all the soldiers to watch. The squad leader wasn't thrilled. He knew Hugo wanted to humiliate the new guy in front of everyone, but then it hit him. This wasn't just about a fight. It was about teaching the rookie a tough life lesson. The main guy casually slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and reminded them that they all agreed this test was necessary. He asked if they were cool with using wooden swords. The blonde lieutenant frowned and asked the rookie in a low, menacing tone if he was ready to calm down. The soldiers were watching like it was primetime television, convinced the new recruit didn't deserve to be in the special forces. They were sure Hugo was about to destroy him. Salomon cracked a small smile, clueless about what the main guy had up his sleeve. Even Salomon couldn't beat Hugo. So what chance did this rookie have? The guy stood tall, demanding that both fighters go all out, even with wooden swords. Henry locked eyes with someone, his focus sharp. He decided to throw everything he had into it. His leg lit up with magic, and flames erupted behind him as he summoned magical armor. Someone waved their hand, signaling the start of the fight. The two dudes stared each other down, walking toward each other like it was a showdown in an old Western movie. They swung their swords at the same time, and sunlight hit the ring just as part of Hugo's sword flew off. The squad leader's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it someone without an aura couldn't pull off a stunt like that. The blonde guy stared at his busted sword, stunned. The main guy tilted his head and admitted it was a solid fight. Then, without missing a beat, he turned and walked away. Salomon was drenched in sweat, and the leader looked up as Henry asked if they were done with the meeting. Salomon handed him a document, asking the lieutenant to check his task list. The guy cracked the door open, clearly ready to crash. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy's eyes lit up, realizing people still judged others by their looks. The main guy skimmed the document and frowned hard. His tasks were insane. Henry found out he had to patrol the 9th area of the evil forest and take down some hyenas. The blue-haired guy hung his head. It was his special mission. He decided he needed to have a word with Commander Esselin. At the palace, someone let him in. Henry bowed and introduced himself as a Special Forces lieutenant. Esselin looked him over, admitting he wasn't expecting him. The blue-haired guy explained his weird assignment, and the commander grinned like he was in on some joke. Henry reminded him that he was the leader of the 1st Division and suggested regular soldiers could handle basic cleanup. Staring Esselin down, he guessed the commander wanted him to climb the ranks from the ground up. Esselin asked why he was complaining. That's when Henry thought back to his fight with Hugo. He admitted that the battle had proven something to him. The commander turned and asked if Henry had beaten Hugo. Henry explained that he'd snapped the wooden sword in one hit. Esselin was shocked, realizing the sword had been enhanced with aura. Tinny's jaw practically hit the floor, and Elin grinned, accusing him of lying. Henry told him to check for himself if he didn't believe it. The commander's grin turned dark, clearly intrigued. He asked Henry what kind of assignment he wanted. When Henry said he wanted to go to the 6th area, Esselin raised an eyebrow, asking why. A map popped into the blue-haired guy's head, and he decided to keep his treasure hunt a secret. He explained that the 6th area was a key special forces zone and that he wanted to test himself. Esselin smirked, saying he'd send him there after he gained experience in the 9th area. Henry thanked him, and Esselin turned to Tinny, asking for Carter's papers. He started flipping through it. Esselin asked if Henry knew Carter, the previous lieutenant. Henry confirmed that Carter had held the role. As he scanned the papers, Esselin revealed that Carter had died on a mission. Stroking his chin, the commander asked if Henry was interested in taking up that task. The main guy raised an eyebrow, realizing it was no walk in the park. He guessed the mission had been urgent before Carter's death. Esselin seemed satisfied, while the blue-haired guy admitted he'd thought about it before. Carter had been chasing a demon named Black, a creature that killed people for fun. Henry pictured the demon in his mind, realizing it had been a long time since he'd heard about demons. Sorting through the papers, he asked why Carter had been after Black. Esselin explained that Carter had discovered the demon while leading an infantry platoon. The demon had attacked his squad during a patrol in the 7th area. Sunlight streamed through the windows as Henry guessed Esselin had been close to Carter. The commander confirmed it, saying Carter was loyal and full of enthusiasm. Tinney glanced at the main guy concerned, as he asked if Carter had joined the special forces to avenge his fallen comrades. Esselin admitted he'd personally given Carter the mission for revenge, needing someone strong and talented for the job. Henry imagined Carter standing behind him and realized the guy had gone too far, driven by revenge. Esselin said Carter had been the best lieutenant in the special forces, but had set a bad example. Bowing his head, Esselin explained that the demon didn't kill out of hunger, it killed for fun. He demanded the special forces eliminate Black, who was causing chaos. Henry felt awkward, but assured him he understood. Let me know if you need further adjustments. Esselin grabbed his shoulder and told him to watch out for that sneaky demon. The blue-haired guy glanced back, and the man warned him that if he died, no one would ever find his remains. Hearing this, Henry wondered why he was even being trusted with this mission. The table was piled high with papers, and the lieutenant was flipping through them. His face scrunched up when he noticed that demons were usually found in just 3 areas. Henry started to realize things were getting real messy. He held a stack of documents about the monster and learned that Black could shapeshift and didn't just stick to the 6th area. Imagining a blob of energy, he discovered that the monster was crazy smart, could speak human language, and packed an insane amount of dark power. The blue-haired guy looked up, realizing this mission was going to be way harder, especially since Carter hadn't learned squat in 5 years. Looking at the papers, he decided it was time to head out. Sunlight spilled into the building, and sounds echoed from the barracks. The man cracked the door open and asked if someone had called for him. Flashing a grin, the protagonist said the mission had changed. They were heading to the 6th area at lunchtime. The soldier was shocked to hear about the 6th area. Standing at attention, the warrior confirmed the lieutenant's suspicion that he knew Black, bowing his head. The blue-haired guy admitted he'd been assigned to the Carter mission and said he'd gladly take on the demon, but then he asked if it was easier said than done. The soldier nodded, agreeing it wouldn't be easy. Looking back at the guy, Henry said they'd have to start from scratch because the fallen lieutenant's info was useless. He announced they'd hold a quick meeting before kicking off the mission and ordered the warrior to spread the word. The soldier bowed his head, lost in thought. The protagonist placed a wooden box on the table and asked the guy to take the old lieutenant's belongings. As the soldier inspected the item, the commander asked if they thought he'd burn them. He left it up to them to decide what to do with Carter's stuff, saying it meant nothing to him. The man even trembled. Henry asked if Jibo was okay, and the soldier confirmed he was. The warrior bowed and thanked the lieutenant, apologizing to him. The protagonist clasped his hands together, saying he wouldn't hesitate to punish them if they pulled something like that again. The soldier saluted, but the blue-haired guy waved him off, reminding him it was too soon for that. The door slammed shut, and Henry decided it was time to prep. The gates creaked open, and someone announced the Special Forces unit, which the commander himself had ordered. They also mentioned Henry would be joined by 9 others. Standing before the squad, fists clenched, Henry told them they were being sent to scout the 6th region. The men lifted their heads as the bridge lowered. A special army unit stood at the fortress exit, and Henry, grinning, declared it was go time. The wooden bridge stretched over the forest as the protagonist strode across it confidently. He realized quite a bit of time had passed. A faint sound caught his attention, and Henry noted the place was just as creepy as before. The blue-haired boy recalled an explosion, and the sight brought back memories. The squad had almost left the fortress when the lieutenant decided to get to the 6th area ASAP. As he got serious, his body was surrounded by mana, and a rune circle appeared on the ground. Henry used magic to link everyone's minds. Monsters filled the forest. Hoden tilted his head, wondering why the day was so strange. The soldiers stood in formation, and one of them pointed out they hadn't encountered a single monster yet. The fair-haired warrior looked back, admitting he had a good feeling about this. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the safe zone in the 6th area. The protagonist turned his head, surprised that someone there had used the unification magic he'd created. The lieutenant observed the soldiers closely as he approached them. Raising his head, he announced they had to capture Black. The group listened intently as he dismissed Carter's notes as useless. Henry admitted they'd be starting over. He reminded them that the 6th-ranked demon could communicate with humans and had a demonic aura hundreds of times stronger than normal. Unfolding a sheet, the protagonist suggested they begin the search, since everyone now understood the mission. The lieutenant held up a drawing of a blood mushroom, explaining that this demonic plant grows in the 5th area and beyond. A soldier raised his hand, asking if they were in the 6th area now. The protagonist confirmed it and said they needed to find the mushroom, which required a demonic aura as strong as Black's. The man speculated that the mushrooms would grow near the demon since Black was 6th ranked. The blue-haired guy smirked, saying the soldier was spot on. The warriors lined up in a column as the lieutenant cautioned them to be careful, explaining they'd have to split into 2 groups. He told them to meet in the safe zone in 6 hours, handing a bundle to the sergeant. The fair-haired guy grew uneasy when he recognized the item. The protagonist instructed him to use the magic scroll in emergencies, adding it would help locate their position. Henry warned the squad to handle the commander's gift carefully, revealing he'd made the scroll himself. The magic item glowed in the soldier's hands as a dome appeared in the forest. The lieutenant ordered the warriors to split into 2 groups. The blue-haired boy glanced back as his partner reminded him they'd meet in 6 hours. Turning his head, he suggested they move out. Several soldiers followed the commander. The protagonist frowned when Hoden called out to him, asking if he could ask a question. Henry asked what was up. Hoden called the commander a newbie and asked how he knew the blood mushroom could be used like that. The lieutenant admitted he'd read about it in a book on the evil forest and had worked hard to remember everything. The protagonist gave a sinister grin, knowing that species from the 5th area couldn't grow naturally in the 6th. That's why he'd personally grown the blood mushroom to guard his treasure and serve as a marker for it. The soldiers climbed a mountain, and the blue-haired guy regretted using people for something so trivial. Still, he didn't feel guilty, believing the treasures would aid in finding Black. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the soldiers were exhausted. Henry sighed, realizing they'd wasted their time. They hadn't found the blood mushroom and were just worn out. The blue-haired guy wandered off. Someone noted that even though he wasn't like Carter, he was trying just as hard. A man rubbed his eye, commenting on the squad's audacity towards such a noble leader. The bald partner wondered why they hadn't found a single mushroom. The fair-haired soldier frowned, thinking no one cared that their lieutenant was a rookie. Watching the commander closely, the warrior decided they'd give their all and serve him with respect from now on. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy wondered where his treasures had gone. The confusion in the squad kept growing. Night fell, and something sparkled in the center of the rune circle. The guy's body was engulfed in powerful energy. The door began to creak open. Hector showed up out of nowhere, and it hit him that they hadn't seen the main guy in forever. Henry flashed a big old grin and asked Hector how he was holding up. The Sword King's eyes lit up with a dangerous glint, and he shot Henry a question, all serious-like, asking if he should be in the army. The main dude was like, "Nah, man, I'm already a lieutenant, and I've been dealing with some seriously cocky folks." He threw his arms wide, all dramatic, when Hector asked who'd been acting all high and mighty. Henry shrugged and said he had to shut some people up with his sword because they doubted his skills. The king folded his arms and gave Henry props for handling business. He figured Henry could probably take down any swordsman now. Then Hector hit him with, "You got yourself an aura yet?" Henry stared him down and was like, "Man, I haven't had time to train. I've been stuck on this annoying mission." The king, curious now, asked what kind of mission it was. Henry sighed and said it was a long story, but he spilled the tea anyway. While he talked, the moon lit up the sky, and the Sword King realized Henry wouldn't be able to train until he dealt with some monster called Black. He folded his arms again, and when Henry confirmed it, Hector was like, "Why aren't you going all out to catch this beast?" Henry just shook his head and said, "Easier said than done." The king raised an eyebrow and asked, "How can you be such a clueless mage?" Then he hit him with some wisdom, saying Henry was taking the long way around without even seeing the shortcut right in front of him. Hector bared his teeth in a grin and asked why Henry was out there looking for a demon when he could just talk to a witness. Henry blinked and asked who he was talking about. The king mentioned Carter, a dude who'd been chasing this monster for 5 years. Henry's eyes went wide as it clicked Carter had some kind of connection to the demon. Henry smirked a little, realizing he could just summon Carter's soul and get the info straight from him. Henry stared at the king, realizing he'd need something tied to Carter's essence to pull this off. In the dark of night, Henry asked Hector to hang tight while he went to grab what he needed. Hector, all chill, said he had nothing but time. Henry spotted an envelope on the rune circle and guessed it had Carter's reports on Black. As Henry kept working, Hector told him to stop and asked, "What happens if you summon the dead?" Henry looked back and admitted he wasn't totally sure, but figured it wouldn't cause any major problems. His body lit up with an aura as he started chanting, eyes squeezed shut. Suddenly, he opened them and summoned Carter. The rune circle lit up like fireworks, and the door creaked open. Henry let out a heavy sigh as the king muttered that this might have been a bad idea. Tilting his head, the king guessed Carter's soul might not even be in the afterlife. Henry turned to him, confused, and asked why that would be. Hector reminded him that he had absolute magic knowledge. Sitting on the ground, Henry asked why the king thought that. Hector pointed out that Henry had managed to open a gate to another world. Henry grabbed his head, admitting he didn't get what the issue was. Hector suggested that maybe Henry had used necromancy to summon Carter's soul. Henry's eyes lit up as the king floated the idea that Carter might still be alive. Henry spun around, grinning, and said he had an idea. Talk to Carter's old squad mates. He figured they'd have some leads since Black wasn't just his problem. Henry headed for the barracks, and Hector asked where he'd even find those old squad mates' belongings after 5 years. Smirking, Henry admitted there was only one place to check the fort. Near the Cradle of Heroes, 2 statues stood guard. Henry entered the building and said this was where they buried soldiers whose bodies were never found. That clued the king, and Henry thought their stuff might still be here. Henry approached a glass table and muttered a name, Herbelt. He hung his head when he spotted what he was looking for. Behind some doors, there were various items, He grabbed one and decided it'd do the trick. Henry placed the item in the rune circle's center, a medallion that started glowing like crazy. Frowning, he began chanting a spell, and bright light spilled through the doors. Two red eyes appeared, and Hector couldn't help but grin, realizing Henry had pulled it off. Hector Belt's body glowed with mana as Henry kept calling out to him. Suddenly, the guy's eyes snapped open. He scratched his head, looking confused, and asked Henry who he was. Henry placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself as a lieutenant in a special task force under Commander Esselin. Hater Belt stared at him, and Henry explained he'd summoned him because of Carter. Belt's jaw dropped as Henry revealed Carter had been bumped up to lieutenant in the task force but had disappeared chasing Black. Belt shut his eyes and let out a loud scream, bowing his head as memories of Carter hit him hard. Trembling, he admitted he regretted it. Carter had fought alone for 5 years. Henry nodded, saying he got it. Then, he asked if Belt remembered what Black looked like. Belt's eyes lit up, and he admitted they'd all gotten it wrong. Henry tilted his head and asked what he meant. Belt touched his chest and explained that Black didn't just transform, it used stolen bodies. Henry raised an eyebrow, catching on that Belt meant the bodies of other creatures. An image popped into Belt's mind, and he said this spirit would jump into another body through the mouth as soon as it got close. Hector crossed his arms, annoyed, as Henry's eyes sparkled, realizing Black moved through bodies via the mouth. Belt frowned, admitting the demon had spilled its plan to him. He remembered the moment it jumped into his comrade, declaring it would become a demon. Those were the last words Belt heard before he died. Henry bared his teeth, figuring the demon had been talking about leveling up. He knew evil spirits could transform into demons once they got enough dark energy. Bowing his head, Henry realized they were in for it. The demon had been prepping for 5 years. Belt frowned again, recalling something else. He described how the demon had taunted him, saying it was an honor to be eaten by a future demon. Then, the spirit entered his body, black energy pouring from his mouth, veins popping in his eyes. He grabbed his head, saying everything inside him had gone haywire when the spirit invaded his mind. He remembered screaming as the demon relished the kill, catching a scent that led it to him and his comrades. Drool dripped from his mouth as he admitted the demons seemed drawn to their scent. Henry frowned, asking what scent he meant. Belt raised his head and said it was some cologne they'd bought from a cellar. He thought the scent might have awakened the demon's desire. Henry pulled out a vial of green liquid, and Belt identified the cologne as Febre. As Belt's spirit began to fade, he made one last request. He didn't want revenge, he just wanted Henry to meet Carter and pass along his gratitude. The soul evaporated, leaving behind a sparkling object in the rune circle. Henry glanced back as the king silently noted that the dead man could have cursed Henry but didn't. The blue-haired boy asked the king how he was doing. Hector admitted he did what he had to. Meanwhile, sunlight lit up the palace as the man folded his arms and asked Henry if he was joking by coming so early in the morning to buy cologne. The lieutenant thought they should take every opportunity they could because they needed to catch Black. The protagonist raised his head, and the commander admitted he couldn't let him leave because he understood his position. The red-haired heroine approached them, apologized for making them wait, and reminded the lieutenant that he was talking about Febre. Tin held a container of liquid in her hand and asked if they needed it. The blue-haired boy raised an eyebrow when the girl admitted she wanted something in return. He asked her what she wanted. The red-haired heroine stepped closer when the protagonist asked her to speak. She asked if she could have VIs. He looked back at her, and she offered to have dinner with him on the weekend. Tinny blushed when he agreed. The squad arrived at the 6th area of the evil forest. Henry showed them a vessel with liquid and asked if there was something similar in Carter's belongings. The protagonist raised his hand, and the soldier admitted he didn't think so. The blue-haired guy turned his head and asked if that was true, grabbing the vessel tightly. Henry wondered why the demons attacked the lieutenant and assumed Halter Belt's memories were wrong. He put the bottle in his pocket, and the protagonist said it was time to leave. Looking at the squad, he said they had the same goal as yesterday. The blue-haired guy raised his head and suggested starting the search. The others moved away from him as he bowed his head, realizing it was time to act. He stomped his foot and used the seclusion skill. The men's bodies were covered in powerful energy. Henry sprayed himself with cologne, believing it would keep his boys out of trouble. The boy's pupils dilated as he used the raging aroma. The sky sparkled. The protagonist turned his head and remembered it was a spell used by women to enhance perfume scents. He never expected to use it himself. The aroma spread across the forest. A bright light shot toward a cave where a demon with horns sat. The demon exhaled heavily, unable to believe what was happening. The monster clenched his hand, remembering he hadn't smelled this scent in years. He believed it couldn't have just appeared. The demon inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling, then abruptly ran out of the cave. The monsters turned to look back. Behind the forest was a mountain. The protagonist took out a bottle of cologne and assumed his memories were indeed wrong. At that moment, he realized he'd have to call for more victims. He bowed his head and decided to do everything in his power. His aura spread everywhere as he used the seclusion skill, and the raging aroma again. The squad moved forward. Birds appeared in the sky. Henry looked back and asked if a minotaur was approaching. The sky sparkled. The blue-haired guy asked what that sound was. The forest trembled. The group shielded themselves from a flash of light. A man trembled as he called out to the lieutenant. The protagonist fell to the ground as the minotaur growled menacingly. The brunette frowned deeply, and the fair-haired soldier turned his head, demanding everyone stay calm despite their lieutenant being killed. He ordered everyone to line up and move to the safe zone, frowning when someone asked if he'd keep acting like a child. He thought they should run because they might die. The blonde soldier bowed his head and demanded they take their positions, suggesting they retreat immediately. A monster approached. The Minotaur's body sparkled ominously. The protagonist wondered what kind of monster it was. The demon opened its mouth, breaking the ground with its knee. A man gripped his weapon tightly, admitting he wanted to die in battle because the monster blocked their retreat. He demanded no one stop him and blamed the demon for all their troubles. His partners stared at him intensely. Hayne looked back at his partner and suggested attacking. Menacingly, he asked how they could face people after losing 2 lieutenants. The warrior shouted that he would only die on the battlefield. They pounced on the Minotaur. A man slashed at the monster while a soldier took cover from its attack. The demon smelled the cologne coming from the protagonist. The brunette, drenched in sweat, wondered what the monster wanted. The blue-haired guy lay face down on the ground. The warrior bared his teeth, assuming the monster wanted to devour their lieutenant. He leaped at the demon, swinging his weapon. He demanded the monster stop, but it struck his elbow, sending the soldier to the ground. The demon's body sparkled. Someone shielded themselves with their hands, noticing summoned lightning. The brunette tightly shut his eyes, thinking his end had come. Suddenly, he opened one eye as the protagonist approached. The warrior called out to the lieutenant. Henry stood beside him, catching lightning with his sword. The soldier was stunned by the lieutenant's appearance. A piece of paper with a seal was stuck to the sword's blade. The guy crumpled it in his hand, extended it to his comrade, and asked him to stand. The man rose, and Henry told him to inform the others that he was okay and they had to survive at all costs. Jibbo smiled tearfully, accepting the order. The brunette stepped away. The lieutenant asked the white minotaur behind him if it was the one who struck him with lightning. The monster screamed in anger. Henry began attacking with his sword. The monster swung its head, but the lieutenant blocked with his weapon, noting it wasn't as strong as he thought. He thrust his blade into the minotaur's chest. The guy stared as, a second later, the monster struck its head. The minotaur's head rolled to the ground. Henry stood over a pool of blood, small spots staining his face. He wiped them with his hand, cursing as he looked at the monster's head. The lieutenant wondered if it was dead. The severed head twitched, sending curses into the air. A moment later, dark energy began emitting from it. The head floated into the air, approaching the guy. The Minotaur declared it an honor to become his new body. Henry stared at the aura in fear, his eyes turning red. He smiled widely, saying that wouldn't happen to him. He vowed to find Black. His sword began to glow, and a moment later, he sliced the monster's remains. A burst of energy shot out, cursing him. The lieutenant stood firm, noting the creature was fascinating neither spirit nor demon. He asked what it was. The creature waved its hand, asking if it was a doppelganger or something. Then, deciding it didn't matter, he said goodbye. The energy clot stared at him in fear, asking how he got his magic. Blue light began dissolving it. Seeing the clot flying away, Henry asked if it was running. The dark aura faded into the sky. The lieutenant smiled, saying, "So be it." Streams of blue-black energy shot into the sky, crackling like fireworks. It was a spell designed for soldiers to track down corpses. The energy zoomed after the crimson-black clot darting through the woods. Watching from a distance, Henry muttered, "Guess I still got my magic chops," and decided to follow. Deeper in the forest, the red-black clot whispered nervously to itself, "Gotta find a new body, fast." Black's piercing red eyes caught sight of a bear chowing down on a sea otter. "Bingo," he exclaimed. The aura started seeping into the bear's body. The bear's eyes began to glow an eerie red as a man approached from the side. The bear flinched, trying to act natural, but Henry wasn't fooled. He studied the bear, realizing it was now a demonic golem bear. Black mentally commanded the bear to flee, but the man spun around, muttering, "The monster's got a new body," then swung his sword. Blood sprayed as the bear collapsed. Henry snapped his fingers, igniting a fire spell that engulfed the beast's body in flames. Black shot out of the bear, screeching in anger. He zoomed toward Henry, demanding, "How'd you find me?" The mage coolly asked, "Where's Carter?" But Black just laughed maliciously. "You think I'm gonna tell you anything?" He sneered. Henry sighed, clearly over it. "Guess I'll have to force it out of you." He cast a freeze spell, encasing Black in a crystal of ice. Trapped, Black stared out in terror and stammered, Who are you?" Henry snapped his fingers again. "I'm the one asking questions here," he said, his voice sharp. The crystal began to crack, glowing pink. Black screamed, "Why are you doing this?" Henry replied, "Because this conversation's been pretty one-sided." A loud scream echoed through the forest. Panicking, Black finally broke down, begging, Okay, I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me." He led Henry to a cave, muttering, "It's here." Henry stepped inside cautiously. Suddenly, Henry froze. A man was slumped against the wall. It was the red-haired knight, Lieutenant Carter. Henry's breath caught. Black energy began to seep into Carter's body, his eyes widening as the energy poured into his mouth. Carter's eyes glowed red as the monster rose from the ground. "You really thought it'd be that easy to stop me?" Black taunted. Henry smirked. "Just as I expected." Carter grabbed his sword, gripping it tightly as Black's laughter echoed. "What's so funny?" Carter growled. Henry's eyes narrowed, noticing the aura. "Wait, can the monster actually use the aura of its host?" Black cackled. "You're gonna pay for everything you've done. This body will be my ultimate prize." Henry's face darkened. "So, you're just a parasite," he muttered. Black lunged at him, aiming to kill, but Henry dodged effortlessly. With a swift move, he struck Carter's back. Black gasped, stunned. How? How did you do that?" he stammered as Carter's body collapsed. Henry stood over him, unimpressed. "You're just an evil spirit," he said coldly. Black glared up at him. "You don't understand." "Oh, I understand," Henry interrupted. "You can talk big and borrow someone else's aura, but that doesn't make you a swordsman. That takes decades of practice." He cast an immobilization spell, locking Carter's body in place. "You're not going anywhere now," Henry said, his tone sharp. "I hope you get the difference between us now." The spirit began to writhe, breaking free from Carter's body. "Please, don't kill me," it begged. Henry crossed his arms. "Then tell me who you are." Black hesitated. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" Henry gave a half shrug. "I'll think about it." Desperate, the spirit confessed. "My name's Clever. I'm a simple demonic spirit, the last of my kind. We're called AOW in the demonic tongue." Henry raised an eyebrow. "AOW? Like impersonators?" Clever nodded. "That's the closest translation. We can mimic others, but I swear I didn't mean harm." Henry extended his hand. "I've heard enough. Time to end this." Clever screamed. "Wait, didn't you say you'd spare me if I told you?" Henry smirked. "I said I'd think about it." Clever panicked. A coin appeared in front of Henry, dropping to the ground. Behind Clever, a mountain of treasure materialized. "It's yours. Take it all. Just let me live." Henry's eyes widened. "Where did you even get all this?" Clever stammered. It's my specialty. I've been collecting treasures for years." Henry stroked his chin, tempted. "A rare ability like that. Spatial magic of the seventh circle. Interesting." He looked at Clever. "Fine. I'll spare you if you become my servant." Clever blinked in shock. "Servant? No way!" Henry shrugged. "Then die." "Wait, okay, I'll do it," Clever cried. Henry reached for the coins, inspecting one. "Impressive. It hides dark energy while purifying it." He transformed the coin into a ring and slid it onto his finger. Extending his hand, he invoked the god of promises. "I, Henry Morris, bind myself to this demonic spirit with the strongest vow." A red light surrounded Clever. "From now on, you obey me without question," Henry declared. "Do I have your heart?" Clever's red glow dimmed as he whispered, "Yes." Purple energy burst from his body, sealing their contract. Lightning crackled as the ring glowed. Henry watched, saying, "Endure this or die." Clever was engulfed in blue light. Henry observed, marveling at the unique nature of demonic spirits. "It's done," he said as Clever's small form hovered before him. "Gather the treasures and stay out of sight until I call for you." Clever obeyed, vanishing. Henry glanced at Carter's unconscious body. Meanwhile, the last of the enemy forces were defeated. A brunette soldier spotted Henry in the distance and froze. "Is that Lieutenant Carter?" The soldiers rejoiced as Henry carried Carter back to the settlement. The sun shone brightly as the knights cheered. Solomon and his comrades stood in awe. "This feels like a dream," they murmured. Henry laid Carter down, brushing off the knight's praise. "Take him to the infirmary," he ordered, feeling a little bitter. "I've done so much more, and this is all they care about?" At Fort Caliburn, someone asked if Henry would return to duty immediately. Solomon offered to fly him to the doctor, but Henry waved him off. "I'm fine," he said. As he turned, a brunette knight commented, "You're not like the others. You're different." Nearby, a woman named Tinny was tending to her carriage. "The commander of Esselin is looking for you," she said. The guy got all serious, thinking, anything but this. While the full moon shone through the window, there were a bunch of mugs next to the barrel. The man chuckled and said he didn't think he'd get drunk so fast, so he didn't even have time to whip up a decent drink. Ellen grabbed his mug and said he had something good. Henry sat across from him with a nervous grin. Clever quietly called out to him, and the lieutenant frowned, mentally asking what was up. The spirit asked if he was really in a tough spot. The mage asked why he thought that while sitting across from the commander. Clever explained that he could sense his unease, so he figured he'd ask. If the boss agreed, he could use his absorption ability and drink the booze instead. The idea hit the guy, and he thought it wasn't half bad. The spirit asked him to drink as usual. The lieutenant pressed his lips together, listening to Clever talk about how he was still cracking open a chest in his stomach so all the alcohol could go there. Henry mentally asked if Clever really thought he'd buy that. Clever said he wanted to prove his loyalty by doing it, especially since the master was stronger than him. The ring started glowing, and Clever added he couldn't hurt him even if he wanted to. The mage glanced at the ring, wondering if their contract made Clever more obedient. He smiled, saying he believed him, then raised his mug. Commander Esselin suggested they drink until morning. The guy took a sip, and the man started pouring alcohol into a bowl, asking if Henry could keep up. Henry replied that of course he could. They clinked their full bowls together. After a while, The commander face-planted onto the table, and the lieutenant muttered, "Finally, it's over." The moon shone above his house, donuts and a mug of tea on the table. The mage mentally noted he wouldn't be able to work on his aura today. He thought about the possessed Carter and figured he still had hope since his opponent was an experienced swordsman. The boy sat in his robe, thinking he hadn't even hit his original goal, and the treasure was still missing. The ring glowed when he called Clever, and a yellow spirit appeared. The lieutenant looked at it and asked it to change into something more presentable. The spirit glowed red, and the outline of an animal appeared. A second later, a white cat with heterochromia sat on the floor. Henry looked at the cat, praised it, and smiled, saying he wanted to learn as much as possible about it. He asked it to come closer, and Clever jumped into his lap. The boy started petting it, saying out loud that it had absorption and transformation abilities, and could also invade someone else's creation. He kept stroking its white fur, calling it a talented imitator, and saying it was very valuable. The cat thanked him, then jumped to the floor, wagging its tail. The wizard remembered the cat had a good sense of smell, and asked what it smelled now. Clever described the scent. Henry touched his chin and asked about cucumbers. The spirit replied it didn't fully understand human speech yet, so cucumber didn't mean anything to it. The lieutenant headed for the door, asking Clever to wait. He grabbed a cucumber, held it up, and said, "This is a cucumber." Clever jumped back in shock, staring at him with wide eyes and repeating that he recognized the smell. The magician put the cucumber on the floor and told him to eat it. The cat happily thanked him and started gnawing on it. Henry thought the fact that Clever lost his mind over a cucumber didn't show weakness, maybe it was just a stimulant. Looking at the satisfied cat, Henry noted that Halter Belt used cologne. He asked why Clever attacked Carter if he didn't use it. The cat explained it was just curiosity since Carter had been hunting him for a long time, and Clever planned to use his body until he evolved. The boy touched his chin, thinking it was smart to tie Clever to him. He showed him a picture of a mushroom and asked if he'd seen one in the 6th area. Clever replied he had seen those royal mushrooms. Henry started rolling up his sleeves and asked if Clever remembered where. The cat confirmed. The mage stood outside under the moon, glowing as he used Unity. The lieutenant looked up and asked if Clever was sure it was here. Clever said he was. The boy rose into the air using flight, soaring toward the moon. Henry flew high, smiling at the view, then turned toward the forest with a grim expression. He flew quickly, using a soft landing to descend. Kneeling on one knee, he looked at the cat and called it over. Clever led him to a tree, saying it was right behind it. Henry swung his sword, hitting the trunk. The tree started to fall, and the spirit jumped onto the stump. The boy asked Clever if he was sure, noting there didn't seem to be anything there. The air became speckled, and Clever asked him to take a closer look. The lieutenant noticed spores of royal mushrooms multiplying quickly without competition. His gaze darkened as he thought about burning them, but then the demons in the forest would kill him. The magician looked at Clever and asked if he could absorb the spores. The spirit said yes, opened his mouth, and started sucking them in. A blue ring appeared, covering all the spores. When it was done, Henry praised Clever. A passage to a cave appeared, and the boy walked inside, lighting the way with a spell. The cat said it was here. The mage stopped when he saw a large armored guard. The lieutenant raised his head, noting the guard hadn't changed. Looking at the massive statue, he thought about how things could have been different that might have been part of its legacy. But now, he had no choice. He touched the armor and cast a spell. Light appeared under the guard and it cracked. A moment later, the guard crumbled. The guy stood silently over the pile of dust, finding a chest. Henry opened it to reveal a purple sphere. When he held it, Clever asked what it was. The mage said it was the heart of Menic anus venom. He grinned, explaining that once absorbed, it made you immune to poison, and your blood would become poison to others. The spirit raised its head and asked if that meant there was no antidote. The lieutenant confirmed. He brought the sphere closer to his mouth, grimacing at the disgusting taste. A dark aura surrounded him. Clever looked at him with fear and asked if he was okay. The guy nodded, pulling out a blue bottle. The cat asked what it was. Henry remembered the king and said it was the poisoned death of Priya, and now it was time to test the heart of venom. He thought about how Silver Jackson had poisoned him with it. Shocked, the spirit watched as the magician drank the poison. Henry froze, lowered his head, patted his chest, and happily noted he was fine. Clever asked if he was sure. The guy licked his lips, saying the poison didn't work. Otherwise, he'd already be in pain and losing his magic. They headed for the exit, with Henry thinking he'd accomplished his first goal. When they reached the settlement, someone noted his return. Salomon patted him on the shoulder, telling him to rest up. He handed Henry a piece of paper, saying he almost forgot. Taking it, the magician asked what it was. Salomon said it was a special letter to read in private. Later, the lieutenant was in his room, unfolding the paper suspiciously. A smirk crossed his face. He moved some things in his closet, noting he hadn't dressed up in a while. The letter was an invitation to dinner with Tinny. The girl stood in front of the mirror, fixing her hair, thinking Henry was perfect young, smart, and incredibly talented. There was a knock at the door. The magician walked into the room and he was caught off guard when a red-haired girl in a beige dress greeted him. As he got closer, he thanked her for the invite, but she cut him off. saying they should skip the formalities. She gave him a smile and suggested they chill since they weren't at work. The lieutenant grinned back, asking if she was really okay with that. The girl frowned, realizing she needed to make a move before someone else did. The table was loaded with food, and the redhead asked if he liked the pasta. Seeing the spread, Henry was shocked and asked if she made it all herself. Tinny nodded, saying sometimes the servants helped, but she mostly cooked on her own. The magician chuckled, saying he didn't think she was that good in the kitchen. Smiling, she told him he'd be even more impressed once he tried it. She pulled out a bottle of wine and asked, "How about a drink?" The lieutenant agreed, and Tinny started pouring, joking that she hoped he wouldn't drink out of obligation like he did with the commander. The guy laughed, saying he enjoyed drinking but not in crazy amounts. They started eating, sipping wine. Henry felt something he hadn't in a long time. There were 2 bottles on the table, and the redhead laughed loudly, saying she hadn't felt this good in ages. The magician agreed. A tipsy Tinny asked if he wanted to open the last bottle. When he said yes, she got up, telling him to stay put she'd get it. Mentally, she celebrated, thinking one more bottle and he'd be hers. She had saved that wine for this exact moment, believing it to be a love potion. But as she opened the door, a guard stood there. He nervously explained he was about to knock and had an urgent message. Furious, Tinny demanded he repeat himself. The guard stammered that Lieutenant Carter had regained consciousness. Henry appeared behind Tinny and asked the guard to clarify. They rushed to see Carter, who was lying in bed, barely able to open his eyes. The doctor explained that Carter's body was weak from being unconscious for so long. Ellen asked how long recovery would take, and the doctor said about a year. Everyone was stunned. Another man explained that Carter had spent over a month in a demon-infested area without food or water, which took a toll on his health and lifespan. Ellen, frustrated, asked if the doctor was sure Carter would recover. The doctor nodded, saying a year should be enough. He also passed along a message from Carter, who had said that Black was no longer a threat and thanked the mage for his help. As people began to leave, Commander Salomon approached Esselin, asking if Carter should be reinstated to his old position now that he was alive. The commander admitted he didn't know and would have to think about it. Nan asked to speak, but before he could, a loud cry interrupted them. Esselin, shocked, cursed himself for staying quiet until now. The mage hesitated, remembering a year ago when the spirit had watched Henry train. Hector had criticized Henry, saying he lacked talent. Henry, exhausted and frustrated, thought about how much he had accomplished in a year, earning respect, promotions, and elite status. But despite his hard work, he still couldn't sense the aura. The mage recalled battles in the evil forest and intense training, yet Henry felt he hadn't truly been challenged because of his strength. Hector believed that once Henry mastered the aura, he'd be unbeatable. Henry decided it was time to leave the army. At dawn, the spirit disappeared, and Henry told Salomon he was sure about his decision. Soldiers gathered, saddened by his departure. Salomon asked if Henry wanted to give a farewell speech. Henry thanked the men for everything they had been through together and expressed hope they'd meet again. As Henry prepared to leave, Ellen handed him a silver medal with 2 extra stars, symbolizing his achievements. Henry was touched, knowing the medal would earn him respect anywhere in the Empire. Iselin also gave him a gold eagle figurine, promising to fulfill any of Henry's wishes as long as he had it. Jane was asked to take care of Henry's horse. Tinny and Ezelin said their goodbyes, with Ezelin warning Henry not to disappoint him if he returned. Henry nodded, thanked them, and walked away with a bittersweet smile. Ellen started to shoo him away, and the boy left the fortress. He pressed his lips together, mentally reminding himself to stash his cash somewhere safe first. Urging his horse forward, he thought about their next stop pesto of endless pleasures, the city of Bali. That's where this season's story wraps up, the city of ultimate pleasures, Vivaldi. As he approached the city gates on horseback, he cracked a small smile, noting that his current rank meant he didn't have to wait in line. But just as he thought he'd breeze through, a man stepped in his way and told him to stop. The guy gestured toward the long line and said, "No exceptions, even for Empire soldiers. Get in line." Henry tossed him a medal. The knight stared at it, then asked if it was an ID tag. Spotting the 3 stars on it, the knight's jaw dropped. In this city, glory equals pleasure, and a high rank means serious clout. The man quickly pointed him to the VIP passage, saluted him, and let him through. As Henry passed, he asked if he could move on now. The knight handed him a sleek black card, saying it'd make his stay more comfortable. Henry glanced at the card. It was a pass for the elite. Entering the bustling city, he heard merchants yelling in the square and saw a fire eater performing. He thought to himself, this place hasn't changed a bit. He rode up to a big building with a sign out front, then dismounted, noting to himself that he needed to upgrade his uniform. Inside the shop, a woman greeted him, surprised to see a soldier. She thought he looked young, probably an officer. Henry gave a faint smile. The woman, dressed to impress, asked if she could help him with anything. Henry smirked. Reading her expression, she clearly thought he was some broke officer. Her jaw nearly hit the floor when he confidently walked up to the counter and said he was looking for clothes by Sylvia, the legendary imperial designer. Sylvia's outfits were not just stylish, but top-notch quality and expensive. The woman froze, unsure what to say. Henry chuckled, noting how this massive boutique didn't seem to carry Sylvia's work. The brunette asked him to wait, then rushed off. After a while, she came back, apologizing for the delay, and handed him a pair of pants and a shirt. "This is a Sylvia suit," she said. Henry took the outfit, saying he'd take it, then asked where to change. Outside, the sun shone bright as Henry stepped out in his new suit. The woman gasped, saying she'd worked there for over 5 years, but he was the first customer who looked that good in Sylvia's designs. Henry turned and ignored her compliment. Nervously, the brunette smiled and asked if he needed anything else. Henry grinned and asked for shoes. She clasped her hands together and promised to bring the best pair. After a bit, Henry was rocking some patent leather shoes. The woman thanked him for his purchase. Henry adjusted his collar, feeling sharp in his new threads. A surprised spirit behind him teased, "You just spent all your money." Henry shrugged and told the spirit to gather all his belongings. Downtown in Vivaldi, Henry stopped by a notice board. The cat on his shoulder asked what it was, and Henry explained it listed tournaments and championships in the city. The spirit asked if they were for money. Henry nodded, saying they needed to earn some extra cash. Scanning the board, Henry found an ad for a chess tournament. He smiled, thinking he never imagined he'd still be competing. Player number 1 was V. Larson. Seeing the name, Henry grinned, noting that Larson had never lost. Meanwhile, in Vivaldi City Hall, a man sat in his office, sipping wine. Someone outside knocked, saying there was urgent news. The man, annoyed, told them to come in. A brunette entered, explaining that a man with a black card wanted to see him. The official raised an eyebrow and asked who it was. When the servant said the man introduced himself as Henry Morris but didn't explain his purpose, the official's face twisted in shock. Slamming the table, he muttered to himself, "Henry's dead, this must be a mistake." Trying to keep his composure, the man said he was busy and told the servant to send the guest away. But when the brunette mentioned the guest threatened to reveal the truth about barges if refused, the official's wine glass shattered on the floor. Furious, he ordered the guest to be brought in. For the past decade, V. Larson had been the undefeated chess champion, his victories making him a symbol of pleasure and power, eventually earning him the mayor's seat. Now, the mayor sat in his office, deep in thought. Hearing a knock, he called the guest in. Henry entered in his clean white shirt. V. Larson studied him. Henry gave a slight smile. The mayor folded his hands and asked, "Are you really Henry?" Henry greeted him and confirmed. Larson smirked, calling himself the Emperor of Vivaldi. Extending his hand, Larson asked to see Henry's badge. When he inspected it, his eyes widened. Returning the badge, he studied Henry's clothes, surprised to see him in Sylvia's designs. Finally, he asked why Henry was there. Henry smirked, saying he knew about V's place. The mayor was visibly shaken, wondering how Henry knew. Henry sat down, noticing a chessboard on the table. He challenged the mayor to a game, saying he'd share what he knew about V's place if he lost. Larson frowned, trying to figure out Henry's angle. Finally, he accepted, saying his undefeated title spoke for itself. Henry grinned, saying he liked taking on strong opponents. Larson asked what Henry really wanted, suspecting he wasn't just there for the game. Henry replied that since his odds of winning were slim, the reward had to be worth it. Larson chuckled, agreeing to grant Henry's wish if he lost. The game began. The clock ticked. Larson grew tense, his face falling as Henry outplayed him. Finally, Henry declared victory. Larson, stunned, swept the pieces off the board in frustration. Henry smirked, calling himself the king's killer and reminding the mayor of his promise. Larson, still in shock, tried to brush it off, saying the game didn't count. Henry laughed, telling him not to back out. Outside, the city lights flickered as the night deepened. The anxious man asked the guest who he was. The guy, with a confident smirk, said he was Sir Henry, the second student of the magician Henry Morris, and it was Morris who taught him chess. The old man froze, dumbfounded. The magician, sitting at the table, asked if he had studied at V's hotel and played his final game with his mentor there. V nodded, confirming, and the boy smiled, saying Lord Morris had personally taught him the game and taken them on as students because they were total newbies. Looking at the man across from him, he added that's how he knew about him. His mentor told him he was his first student. The old man asked if he wanted the champion title. The boy grinned and said he didn't need it. He held up his palms, saying all he wanted was 10,000 gold coins. V froze in shock, replying he didn't have that much. Henry mentally called him a coward, as usual, and put a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that the law said whoever beat the champion was entitled to 10,000 gold coins. The man gritted his teeth as the boy said he'd earned it and asked if the stash was kept at the top of Vivaldi Tower. The old man trembled, wondering if the mentor had told him that too. With his hand on the mayor's shoulder, the magician said it was his rightful reward. He smiled and added that no one would notice the money was gone until he lost. He touched his belt, thinking he wouldn't lose because his pride was on the line. V replied he understood. Henry turned and said it was time to go, asking to be taken to his prize. Night cloaked the building as the guy looked out the window, commenting on the beautiful view. The man replied it was the tower's main attraction. He opened the door and said they'd arrived. Inside was a library, and on one shelf stood a book with a gold cover. V grabbed it, revealing a keyhole behind it. The old man reached into his jacket and pulled out a key. After a moment, the shelf slid aside. The mayor gestured and said the treasure was behind the door. Henry's eyes widened as he saw mountains of silver coins. Looking at the piles, He mentally calculated that each coin must contain about 10 grams of platinum. He turned to the mayor with a grin and said that since he needed 10,000 gold, he'd only be taking about 100 kilograms of the stash. The man asked how he'd carry so much. The magician extended his glowing hand and summoned a portal, ordering it to gather the coins. The coins floated into the portal as the mayor watched in shock, asking how he did it. Henry smiled and asked if the mayor really thought he'd show up unprepared. He handed him a small scroll, saying it was a gift to contact him. The mayor asked why he'd need it. Henry patted his shoulder and said that if someone like him ever showed up again, he could just unroll the scroll, and Henry would come to fix the problem. V thanked him as he watched him leave, remembering how old Henry had once sat behind bars, asking him to take care of his people. The mayor had gritted his teeth, muttered to himself, lowered his head, and said he couldn't promise it, then apologized. The boy glanced at his back, thinking he forgave him. Henry walked to a large window, gazing out and thinking about how, now that he had the money, it was time to get to work. The next day, a giant sign hung on the building as a man welcomed guests to the 10 million arena. At the registration desk, the boy said he wanted to join the fighting competition. The man replied it was an honor to meet such a distinguished person, and handed him the registration forms. As Henry filled them out, he noted he only needed to provide his name, rank, and strength. He handed the papers back, and the man asked him to wait. Henry smirked as he was called. Sitting across from him, the man skeptically pointed out that the papers listed him as a novice swordsman, but his badge indicated he was special forces. He asked how he managed to get 2 stars with such a low rank. Henry, annoyed, flashed a black card and asked if he really dared question someone with that. The man jumped up, denying his doubts, saying he'd never seen anything like it before. He stamped the papers and said the registration was done. The magician glanced at his F-rank badge, thinking it was expected since he'd never competed before. He imagined 2 men arguing with weapons, explaining that in combat competitions, fighters of the same rank battle until one breaks their sword. The winner is the one who damages the opponent's weapon first. Spectators watched from the stands, as these fast-paced but thrilling fights were popular among swordsmen. Henry recalled his fight with Hugo, where he'd proven his worth. From the stands, he noted that higher ranks attracted more spectators, which meant more money. A man with glasses approached him, asking if he was competing and requesting his player card. After inspecting it, the man explained that to advance to the next rank, Henry needed to defeat 3 opponents or 1 C-rank fighter. He added that ranks couldn't be skipped. Henry frowned, not wanting to waste time, and handed over a bag of coins, betting 100 gold that he could beat any C-rank fighter. The man accepted the bet enthusiastically. The sun shone outside as men rushed to the arena, eager to compete. Henry watched from a distance, thinking they were all just chasing money. His gaze darkened as he realized B-rank fighters wouldn't earn anything, even if they won all month. The man with glasses returned with a stack of papers, saying everyone who wanted to challenge Henry was listed there, and asked him to pick. Henry chose a name. The dark-haired warrior cheered, confident he'd win. As they entered the ring, people commented that Henry was unlucky to face the experienced swordsmith Damien. They were outraged that a B-rank fighter was up against an F-rank for money. Henry eyed Damien's armor, noting it looked impressive, and recognized the steel sword from the city of Baldi. The referee raised his hand, explaining the fight would end when one fighter wounded the other. Damien smirked, asking if Henry knew why people loved these fights. Henry's expression darkened as he replied it didn't matter. Damien grinned, saying fights revealed a person's worth and hoped this would be a lesson. Henry tightened his grip on his sword, noting Damien's chatter. Damien charged with his weapon, but Henry swung his blade. A second later, Damien stared in shock at his broken sword. The judge pointed to the shattered blade on the ground and declared the fight over. Spectators erupted in cheers as the judge announced Henry's victory. Damien stood frozen, stunned that an F-rank fighter had beaten him. Henry called the administrator, placed his hand on his belt, and doubled his bet, declaring he'd fight a B-rank next. Gasps filled the stands as Henry smirked, thinking this was the fastest way to climb ranks. The judge raised Henry's hand, declaring him the winner, as a defeated knight knelt behind him. Henry mentally noted he'd quickly risen to S rank. With each victory, he doubled his bets, turning his initial gold into a fortune. Thanks to him, sword fights became wildly popular, and the arena's profits skyrocketed. The guy confidently shouted, "I'm raising the stakes to 3,000 gold. Which one of you S-rank fighters is brave enough to step up?" The crowd went wild, fist pumping in the air. An older man crossed his arms and asked the fighter if he wanted to join his team, offering to sponsor him. Henry glanced at the man, shook his head, and said, "Nah, I'm not here for the cash." With a sly grin, he added, "I'm here for the championship," then turned and walked away. As he did, a dark figure moved through the crowd. The figure approached Henry, and whispers rippled through the audience. A big guy with a buzz cut stepped forward and asked Henry, "You having fun yet?" Crossing his arms, he declared, "It's my turn to fight you." The mage asked for his rank, and the man introduced himself as Sa, an S-rank fighter ranked 18th. Someone in the crowd cheered, "S's blocking blade is finally here." Another person asked why he was called that, and Say explained. When this sword's in my hands, nothing gets through. Henry smirked. Well, guess you'll be dropping to 19th soon. When they stepped into the ring, the referee reminded them, you know the rules, no killing your opponent. He then announced the start of the fight. Saw's sword glowed blue, and he said, now you'll see why they call me the blocking blade. He extended his sword and invited Henry to attack. Henry cast a spell from magic armor, noting to himself that Saw was clearly an experienced swordsman. As Saw swung his blade, a piece of it broke off. Shocked, Saw stared at his shattered weapon, trembling. The crowd erupted in awe of Henry's skill. Henry grinned and said, your stance is way too open. From now on, you're just a gatekeeper. He thought to himself that this was the first time in Lithuania he'd had to use magic in an arena fight. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Now this is the fight we've been waiting for. A man in heavy armor stepped forward, his footsteps shaking the ground. The referee announced him as the Black Knight, an S-rank fighter ranked second. The knight looked Henry up and down and said, you've come too far. Henry raised his sword and replied, I'm not stopping now. Their blades clashed, and after an intense fight, Henry stood victorious, his sword raised high. Looking at the tournament board, he saw there was only one opponent left, the #1 fighter, known as the King. Henry chuckled to himself, thinking the title sounded kind of cute. At the counter, Henry told the administrator to let the King know he had a challenger. The administrator asked if he was serious. Henry dropped a heavy bag of coins on the table and said, I'm betting 5,000 gold on myself. The crowd behind him started whispering about his family and his clothes. A man in a hat watched Henry from the side, his expression dark. He thought to himself that Henry had completely shaken up the arena. When their eyes met, the man tipped his hat and introduced himself as Ten, the owner of the arena. Henry smirked, noting Ten's sharp appearance. Ten approached Henry and asked if he was the same guy who had defeated the Black Knight. Henry confirmed and asked what Ten wanted. Ten waved his hands and said he had a proposal. Looking down, he explained that he wanted to change the fight's rules since Henry was the first to challenge the King. Henry smirked and asked what the changes were. Ten smiled and said that normally, fatal blows were forbidden, but for this fight, he wanted to allow them. Henry frowned, realizing why no one had challenged the King before. He asked Ten what he was really after. Ten grinned and said, the King is a pro. You're just a rookie. A fight like this is once in a lifetime, and I don't want to disappoint the crowd. We'll hold it in the city center. Henry asked, what's in it for me? Ten promised a huge reward, calling it the 10 million gold arena. Henry smiled and asked if it was true that you could bet as much as you wanted on a fight with the King. Ten confirmed, saying that's what made the fight special. Henry asked what would happen if the arena couldn't pay out the winnings. Ten laughed and said, let's not worry about money. Henry waved goodbye, noting that he needed a place to stay. Ten offered him the best room in the house. Henry thought to himself that Ten was about to make him very rich. Around town, people were buzzing about the fight, speculating that Henry had bought his rank, only to learn he had earned it fair and square. Thanks to Ten's financial backing, the fight was set for the city center. As the arena filled with spectators, the stakes grew higher, and Henry knew he'd walk away with even more money. Looking out the window, Henry said, everything's going according to plan. Holding a mug in his hand, he added, time to make my move. Ten approached him and shared the current odds, 100 to 1. Henry smirked, thinking the odds were perfect. Ten adjusted his hat and said people were just looking to cash in, reminding Henry that the King had never lost. Henry grinned and said he wanted to place a bet on himself. Ten laughed and approved. At the counter, Henry bet 10,000 gold. Snapping his fingers, he summoned a massive stack of coins. As people counted the money, Henry calculated that with the current odds, he'd win 1 million gold. He also figured the arena probably couldn't pay that much, but if they couldn't, he had other plans. The administrator handed him a receipt and confirmed the amount. Henry looked at the slip and thought, this is my golden ticket. Walking into the arena, he faced his final opponent. The crowd cheered for the King, but Henry frowned, thinking the King looked too ordinary. The referee raised his hand and announced that fatal blows were allowed. The fight began, and Henry was stunned to see a red glow around the King. Realizing it was magic, Henry clenched his teeth, understanding why the King had never lost. The fight was to the death, and the King's silence was his greatest weapon. Henry stomped his foot and cast Reflection, a rare spell that bounced magical energy back to its source. Two hooded figures in the crowd coughed up blood, and Henry smiled, knowing the King's magic wouldn't interfere anymore. He shouted, time to cross swords, and activated his magic armor. The King taunted him, calling him a yapping puppy. Henry noticed the King's aura didn't match that of a true sword master. It was weaker than even a special forces sergeant, and Henry realized the King's reputation was all talk. With a swift move, Henry struck. The King's sword shattered, and the crowd froze in shock. The King had lost. Ten, watching from the sidelines, clenched his teeth in disbelief. The referee raised Henry's hand and declared him the new champion. The arena erupted in cheers as Henry stood victorious, the golden ticket to his future firmly in hand. Chatting about the duel, beer mugs were scattered across the tables, and the locals were groaning about how much cash they'd lost. Turns out, betting against Henry wasn't the brightest idea. The tavern owner shot a look at his servant, asking him to repeat himself. The poor guy froze, looking like he'd seen a ghost, and explained that Henry had bet 10,000 gold on himself before the match. He even held up a slip of paper showing the odds were 112 to 1. The owner's jaw hit the floor as he realized they owed the new champ a whopping 1,123,780 gold. His face turned grim as he muttered that they had no choice but to take Henry out. He started sweating bullets, thinking about how his career and the arena would be toast if word got out they were bankrupt. Before the owner could finish his dark thoughts, a gruff voice cut through the tension, asking who he planned to kill. Two men hit the floor, and the maids, wearing sly grins, dared him to say it to Henry's face. Henry stood up, commanding everyone to clear the room. The door slammed shut as Henry faced the owner, telling him he really shouldn't have tried that. The owner, now a nervous wreck, stammered to the maids that he didn't understand what was happening. Henry, still smiling, said he came for his money and suggested they handle this quietly. Then, with a grin that screamed trouble, he warned the owner not to mess around, or he'd bring the mayor into it. The owner froze, horrified, as Henry mentioned a mage named Vent. Henry casually added that he'd already had a chat with Vent and was here to collect. The owner admitted they only had 100,000 gold on hand and offered to hand over everything they had. Henry, still grinning, said he already knew they couldn't pay in full. Placing a hand on the owner's shoulder, he proposed a deal. Leading the owner outside, Henry suggested they continue the conversation at his house. As they left, Henry warned the guards that if they stepped out of line again, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with them. Once at the owner's house, Henry sipped tea as he got down to business. He asked the owner to answer honest how much ice steel did he have left. Ice steel, a rare and powerful material mined from the deepest parts of the ocean, was banned from trade because of its ability to boost magic reserves. Henry, still smiling, told the owner to cut the act and admit what he had. The owner, dumbfounded, asked how Henry even knew about the stash. Henry brushed it off, saying it didn't matter now. When pressed, the owner admitted he had about 300 kilograms. Henry smirked, declaring that in addition to 200,000 gold, he wanted all the ice steel. The owner, mentally calculating, realized the steel and gold together were worth only about 40,000 a steel for Henry. Henry stood up, stating they could settle the rest of the debt over time. The owner, desperate, asked if Henry really expected him to cough up 10 million gold. Henry's expression hardened as he handed over a scroll, calling it a small gift. The owner, confused, asked what it was. Henry explained it was a summoning scroll and added that he still wanted to make money, so he'd be ready to fight anyone who dared challenge him. The owner, gritting his teeth, thanked Henry. When Henry asked where he could stay, the owner reluctantly offered his office, muttering that it was all he had left. Henry made himself comfortable, reminding the owner that if he didn't like it, he could always pay up, which, of course, he couldn't. The once wealthy owner was now the poorest man in the city. When Henry called him over, the owner forced a smile, assuring him everything was fine. Henry leaned back on the couch, asking about the arena's purpose. The owner admitted it wasn't just about money. The arena also served to create a reputation for the strongest fighters. He sighed, explaining that they also dealt in all kinds of information to stay afloat. Henry, intrigued, remarked that with such a business, you had to stay sharp and informed. The owner explained that they gathered intel on major cities, settlements, and even the Four Kingdoms and the Vatican's holy city. They also had businesses in the free cities. Henry, impressed, said he didn't realize the owner was so resourceful. The owner, smiling weakly, admitted they were nothing compared to Silver Moon, the most powerful underground guild in the kingdom. Silver Moon had everything: workers, informants, resources. Few dared to cross them. Henry's grin widened as he suggested they aim to become the second Silver Moon. The owner, shocked, asked if he was serious. Henry stood, crossing his arms, and declared it was time to create a guild that could rival Silver Moon. The owner, skeptical, wondered where Henry got his confidence. Henry pointed out that the main problem was workers. The owner hesitated, explaining that Silver Moon had criminal ties and worked with mercenaries and assassins, something they'd never done. Henry placed a hand on his shoulder, saying it was time to change that. From now on, the arena would train its own mercenaries. They had the people for it, and if they wanted to make more money, they had to explore every option. The owner quickly jotted down notes as Henry laid out the plan. They'd train fighters, gather the best talent, and offer top pay double the usual rate for A-rank mercenaries. Housing would also be provided if needed. The owner, looking worn out, worried they were being too generous, especially since there wouldn't be much work for mercenaries at first. Henry reassured him that building a solid foundation was key, even if it meant some early losses. They'd attract the best by offering the best. Now, they just needed a name. When asked, Henry smiled and declared it would be called Million Rumors. Word of the new mercenary guild spread fast. Warriors across the kingdom buzzed with excitement, drawn by promises of high pay and perks. Some even joked about joining the arena themselves. Fights broke out among eager recruits, forcing the administrator to step in and hand out paperwork. Meanwhile, Henry sipped coffee, unfazed by the chaos. When the mayor walked in, Henry greeted him with a smile, asking him to sit. The mayor, curious, asked what was so important. Henry, still grinning, reassured him it was nothing to worry about and casually asked if he'd noticed the influx of visitors to the city. The mayor nodded, scratching his chin, and admitted he'd heard about it. Everyone was eager to be part of the new guild. Henry, grinning ear to ear, said this was a new guild, and he'd be the one running the show. The mayor shot up from his seat, all wide-eyed, asking if he was serious. The magician shrugged, saying it all came together out of nowhere, and it had only been a day since they announced themselves. Yet people were already rolling into town. He picked up a chess piece, smirking, and asked if the mayor remembered their last conversation. After their game, the mayor had said if he lost, he'd grant Henry a wish. The mayor sighed, admitting he remembered. Henry made his first move, cheekily saying he wanted the mayor to raise the taxes. But then he quickly added that it wouldn't matter much since soldiers kept pouring in, and the city would benefit. The mayor waved it off, saying taxes weren't his call, it was up to the kingdom. Henry smirked, looking away, and said that the mayor did have control over certain local taxes. The mayor's jaw dropped. A guy sipping coffee chimed in, saying that raising taxes could boost the city's economy and maybe even pad the mayor's wallet. He raised his mug, asking if he was right. The mayor frowned, wondering how the guy knew so much. Sitting across from him, the guy said it was possible and offered to help. Henry shook his head, saying it wasn't right for the mayor to team up with private businesses like that. Instead, he announced he'd created an official guild for collaboration. He gestured toward a stone building, saying it was the Battle Arena Guild, and that all the arenas in town had already joined up. Introducing the city's visitors, Henry said mercenaries would flood in for interviews, staying in town for a while. Eventually, they'd need money and would turn to the arenas, which would be the perfect time to introduce a registration tax. The mayor wiped his forehead nervously, saying the older fighters wouldn't be thrilled about this. The guy with the coffee mug casually sipped and said, sure, they'd complain at first, but if they rebelled, they could just offer them tax breaks. Leaning in, he added that new fighters would challenge the old ones in the arena, creating some chaos, just like the central government loved to do. He waved his arms, saying if things got out of hand, the mayor could lock the troublemakers up. Besides, Henry had promised the interviewees plenty of shiny jewelry, so it wasn't a big deal. When asked what was in it for him, Henry grinned, saying he wanted half the tax revenue. The mayor mentally kicked himself, realizing the deal was too good to be true. Henry reassured him, saying he'd make sure the payments came in on time. They shook hands and Henry said, we gotta help each other out, right? Within 2 days, the city was buzzing with people. Henry decided it was time for a little test. A crowd gathered in the square as the organizer explained the entrance test had 3 parts. Someone raised their hand, asking if they'd get paid even if they failed. The organizer confirmed, saying those who failed the first test would get a silver coin enough for food and drink for a day. He pointed to a building, saying the first part was simple, just walk through a small room. Watching from a distance, Henry wondered how much this was going to cost him. A blonde guy strutted into the building, confident in his skills. The door slammed shut, and the organizer explained that if he failed, he'd have to leave through the left exit. The blonde smirked, thinking the test was a joke. But as he walked, he felt his body getting heavier. Realizing it was an endurance test, he pushed forward. A bright light flashed, and he woke up on the floor, confused. Turning around, he saw a room full of guys who had also failed. The organizer explained they'd brought everyone who fainted during the test here. The blonde's face darkened as he realized he was among the losers. Henry sat on a stump nearby, yawning. He didn't need people who couldn't handle a little magic. The test was simple. The closer you got to the exit, the stronger the gravity got. A strong warrior would have powered through, and a smart mage would have spotted and disabled the spell. A man approached Henry, asking if this brutal test was worth it since no one had passed. Henry shrugged, saying they'd try again another day. He added that the next test would involve finding a pearl in the mud. He wasn't in a rush to recruit fighters anyway. As the sun set, the city came alive with chatter. In the taverns, people complained about how crowded everything was. Someone suggested joining the arena fights. By morning, an angry shout came from inside the arena. A fighter was arguing with the administrator, furious about having to pay a participation fee. The administrator explained that, with so many fighters in town, they had no choice but to introduce a tax. The fighter grumbled, secretly relieved it wasn't worse, just as Henry had predicted. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man was determined to pass the first test. His friends asked if he had a plan. He said he'd tell them if he succeeded. More screams came from the test area as mercenaries failed again. Some gave up and went straight to the arena, while others left town altogether. Henry observed the fighters, categorizing them: newbies, repeat testers, quitters who went to the arena, and those who left town. He noted that the number of people leaving was growing, and it was time to set his plan in motion. Standing by a large window, Henry told the mayor to start implementing the plan at sunrise. The mayor hesitated, saying the newbies wouldn't like the tax breaks for active fighters. Henry smirked, saying not to worry, had it all figured out. Nearby, knights noticed a new sign outside the building. The organizer explained a new rule. Fighters with higher arena ranks would use a separate exit. Henry rubbed his chin, confident the arena's profits were about to skyrocket. The guy gave a grim smile, thinking Henry was a legit businessman. 10 days had gone by since the test started, and the warriors were totally wiped out, lying on the ground. Nobody had made it past the first stage yet, but as expected, the battle arena's profits had gone up big time. The sunlight poured through the window as the owner sat across from the magician, chatting. The guy looked at him, then down, and asked if he was sure anyone could even pass the test. Henry grinned and confidently said yes. He asked why the question. The owner replied that people were saying the whole test was just a scam to boost the arena's profits. The magician took a sip from his mug and said that wasn't wasn't true at all. He just wanted to squeeze as much profit as possible from everyone who showed up. He asked if the rumor was spreading. The guy nodded. The owner then said it was time to clear things up. Henry stood up and said it was showtime. If people's doubts weren't erased, they'd need to win back their trust. He added that it was time for him to take the stage. A bunch of fighters swarmed the organizer, demanding to know if the test was rigged, and if not, why no one had passed yet. The man nervously smiled, told them to chill, and said proof was coming. He pointed at Henry, explaining that as the leader of the battle arena, Henry would personally show them it could be done. People started whispering, skeptical. They noted Henry might be the arena's best fighter, but he was just a rookie swordsman with no aura. The magician crossed his arms, listening to people question how a beginner swordsman could become a champion. The organizer raised a hand and said, "As you all know, Henry doesn't have an aura, so what do you think, can he pass the test?" The magician smirked while people shouted that someone without an aura couldn't possibly pass. Some even said they couldn't do it with a decent aura. Henry stepped forward and said, "I'm a beginner swordsman without an aura, and I'll pass this test easy, so why can't you?" The warriors glared at him, demanding he repeat himself, asking if he thought he was better than them. Henry nodded, smiling wide, and said they'd see soon enough. An angry man clenched his fists and told him to prove it. Henry threw open the doors, announcing the test was starting. He walked in confidently. The magician stomped his foot, activating magic armor, and clenched his fists, thinking he'd use some magic to counter the gravity spell. Henry strolled down the corridor, passing exhausted men who couldn't even stand. He opened the door to the outside, stretched, and said, "Too easy." He mocked the others' incompetence. Just like that, the rumors about the test being impossible were squashed, and more people wanted to try it. People started stepping up their game. The magician crossed his arms and wondered if they should add more incentives. He couldn't believe no one had passed yet. The mayor chimed in, saying the strongest swordsmen were already in guilds. The magician frowned, saying mercenaries only cared about money. The man agreed, adding that mercenaries also had the chance for steady income. Henry looked down, thinking experienced fighters were probably already in bigger guilds. He wondered if all this effort was pointless. He turned and said they had 10 days left until the test ended. In that time, they should aim to maximize profits and reset everything. The mayor nodded and walked away. Henry said they'd meet again in 10 days since he had to keep an eye on the mercenaries himself. He told the magician to contact him if anything came up. The arena had earned 10 million gold. Henry drew his sword, saying he had business to handle and needed to leave, and asked what business. Henry told him to gather intel on professional fighters from different regions. The owner asked if he really planned to fight them. Henry nodded, saying to find the best because he was heading to Aniclimax. The owner asked why he was going south. Henry pointed his sword and said there was someone he needed to bring back, and to gather all the info while he was gone, which would take 10 days. The magician sheathed his sword, wondering if Swordmaster Wang would even listen to Henry. As he grabbed the door handle to leave, the organizer burst in, looking flustered. Henry turned and asked what was up. The man nervously smiled and said someone had passed the first test. Henry's face lit up with joy as he rushed to the test site. A tall man stood there. Henry guessed it was him. The magician approached, congratulating him. The man introduced himself as Hegler, captain of the Million Guild. The blond man looked away, looking unsure. The magician smiled and asked what was wrong. Hegler hesitated, then asked if it was true that joining the guild would get him a house and education for his kids. Henry confirmed, saying anyone who passed the test deserved a good life. Hegler's lips quivered, and his hands shook as he looked at Henry with sad eyes. Henry frowned, disappointed that a more famous fighter hadn't passed the test. He wondered if there'd been some mistake. Hegler asked what the next step was. Henry replied it was a simple sword fight. He unsheathed his sword and suggested they start immediately. Hegler's sword glowed as he raised it. Henry smiled, noting Hegler's impressive orate was like a sword master's. The magician activated magic and told Hegler to attack. Hegler swung confidently, and their swords clashed. Henry gritted his teeth, smirking as he realized Hegler was way better than Hugo. Hegler, shocked, stepped back as Henry prepared to attack. With a swift move, Henry broke Hegler's sword. Tears welled up in Hegler's eyes as he dropped to his knees, covering his face, saying he'd lost his last hope. Henry smiled and told him he'd passed. Hegler froze, stunned. Henry said he'd accept him into the guild without the third test, which was just a basic interview anyway. Hegler looked bewildered. When asked about his family, Hegler said he had a wife and daughter. Henry extended his hand, saying they'd take care of them and he could relax now. Hegler grabbed his hand, thanking him. As they left the building, Henry asked why someone as talented as Hegler was on the run. The man asked how he figured out the magician's identity. Standing in front of him, the magician said it was obvious despite his talent, he still stuck around to take care of his family. The man suggested they continue the conversation after meeting his family. The guy turned around and started laughing when Hegler pointed out that, since this was now his boss, he'd feel more comfortable if they spoke more openly. Henry told him to take it easy since it was only their first meeting. The organizer cupped his hands around his mouth and loudly announced the first fighter to pass the test. The crowd looked at Hegler, envying him for making it through and securing a good life. The man nearly cried with joy, while the magician behind him thought his respect had just gone up a notch. They arrived at a small wooden house. The fighter accidentally stepped in a puddle as he walked in and told his wife he was back. A long-haired blonde woman ran out to greet them. Hegler hugged her and excitedly told Sona he had passed the test. Henry froze, stunned by her beauty, thinking she was probably the most gorgeous woman in the entire city. A little blonde girl peeked out from behind the door and ran up to hug her dad. The man asked if Nia had been listening to her mom. Then, looking at Henry, he asked who he was. The fighter introduced him as his boss and said he should be treated with respect. He patted his daughter's head, and the magician thought she was a sweet kid. Standing before the family, Henry introduced himself as the head of the Million Mercenary Guild. The two blondes introduced themselves, and the magician smiled, thinking a man's duty is to take care of his family. He told them they'd be moving soon and that, since Hegler was the first to pass the test, they'd get a special room in a mansion. The little girl looked around the place, exclaiming how nice it was, with wealth shining everywhere. A man walking with his family behind Henry asked how they could live in such a fancy noble's mansion. He clenched his teeth as Henry explained that the guild had assigned this house to them. Then 10 approached, and the magician said providing for them was entirely his responsibility. The owner tipped his hat, introduced himself, and wished the family a pleasant stay. Earlier, he looked disappointed, asking Henry if he really wanted to settle the whole family in his house. The boy crossed his arms and said it was the least he could do to repay a debt. The owner replied that he understood. The magician clapped his hands, turning to the maids, and asked why they hadn't prepared a bath and clean clothes for the new owners. Henry and 10 sat across from Hegler. Henry raised his cup to his lips and said they wanted to hear his story. Hegler explained he was a simple fighter. After the Baron noticed his skills, he hired him but then tried to seduce his wife, which made Hegler lose it. He nearly killed the Baron and fled with his family. Looking sad, the fighter said few people were willing to take in a fugitive, so the Mercenary Guild was his last shot. The magician nodded, saying he understood since beating up a noble was a serious crime. The man lowered his head in shame, admitting he knew that but couldn't hold himself back. Henry frowned and asked if he was scared of the consequences. Hegler grabbed his head, saying he wasn't afraid for himself but for his girls. Henry raised his mug, saying family is a man's greatest weakness. He asked why Hegler had gone that far. The mercenary admitted he'd never felt such rage before and couldn't control it. He was surprised when his boss praised him. Henry smiled darkly, saying that if he were in the same position, he'd have killed the Baron. The man had managed to hold back his anger and only broke a few bones. 10, confused, spread his arms, and Henry said, "What's done is done." The magician pulled out a medal, reminding Hegler he had promised safety for him and his family and that his word could be trusted. Showing the medal, he added that he was also a nobleman. The owner interrupted, saying Henry was just a count, not a baron. Henry shot him a look and asked him to stay out of it while he handled things. The owner looked nervous as Henry told him to take care of Hegler while he was gone. Henry stood up, handing Hegler a bag of coins, saying there were 10 days left until the test ended so he could relax. He told Hegler his life had been hard and asked him to use the money to make his family happy. Hegler took the bag with trembling hands, saying he didn't know how to thank him. Henry mounted his horse, opened a map, and thought about avoiding 2 dangerous areas on the way to Anman. He decided to search for treasure instead. The magician, also looking at the map, pointed to a lake and mentioned he had hidden something there. Henry smiled, thinking Nia would love the earrings that let you talk to animals. Confidently, he said parents should always take care of their kids, and he'd do whatever it took to make Nia happy. Near Whispering Lake, Henry dismounted, while the magician held the map. They climbed a slope, and Henry's horse leapt off a cliff, landing softly thanks to a spell. Henry stroked the horse, saying good horses make traveling easier. The magician gazed at the blue lake, remarking how beautiful and full of mana it was. Henry spotted a sparkle on the ground and decided to replenish his energy. Sitting down, a yellow light surrounded him, and he felt at home for a moment. Time passed, and as night fell, Henry opened his eyes, feeling recharged with mana. The magician used a reverse gravity spell, lifting all the water into the air, revealing a huge suit of armor buried beneath. The magician noted how well the lake had preserved the treasure. The armor crumbled, revealing a chest. Henry took the chest, canceled the spell, and let the water fall back. Opening the chest, Henry found blue earrings and put them on. He heard a voice asking why he was on their land. Listening closely, he heard whispers about protecting something dragon egg. The magician frowned, recognizing the name Allagan, a rare water dragon spirit. Henry smiled, saying he came for treasure but found gold. He noted spirits aren't great at protecting their young, so he figured he could take the egg. Listening again, he heard creatures panicking about fire and protecting the egg hidden under an ash tree. Henry drew a fiery sword from the chest, scaring the creatures. They revealed the egg's location, and Henry prepared to claim it. The dude grinned to himself, thinking, all that's left is to find the tree. Henry waved his hand, feeling lucky he'd paid attention in botany class. With a smirk, he figured finding an ash tree would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a bright light flashed above him, and the magician moved forward, taking a few more steps. The guy spotted something was the right tree. Standing under the warm sun, he smiled, but all the plants and animals around seemed to be giving him the cold shoulder, clearly wanting him to scram. He tilted his head slightly, hearing the annoyed grumbles of the flora and fauna. He mentally thanked them for the hint, moment, then stretched his hand forward, sending a glowing blue aura ahead. His feet were planted by the edge of a dark lake. Using his magic, Henry created a path through the water as it parted around him. With a big grin, he held a small, glowing egg in his hands. Then, with a quick flick, he took out an earring from his ear, feeling the nagging cries of nature starting to get on his nerves. Wanting to restore some peace to the lake, he snapped his fingers, turned away, and started walking off. Henry inspected the elegant egg. In his handset was a small purple crystal, and he thought it was absolutely gorgeous. He brought it closer to his face to study it carefully. This was only the second time in his life he'd held a spirit egg, and he felt like the luckiest guy alive. Squinting down at it, Henry realized there were no limits to what he could do. He also knew that a high-level spirit was a super rare find. Rolling up his sleeves, he noted this spirit was water-based, meaning he'd need to keep its energy up with water magic. Henry raised his index finger, which glowed with a blue aura. With a sharp, glowing tip at the end of his finger, he decided to cut his arm. He scratched at his skin, staring straight ahead, realizing that his own body was the source of endless mana. Covering the cuts with his hand, he absorbed the blue aura to heal. With a small smile, he tilted his head, thinking this should be enough. It was time to head to Aniclimax. Turning, he called for his horse, Jade. The large brown horse galloped over immediately. Henry climbed into the saddle and prepared to use his flight skill. With a leap, the horse lifted off the ground, surrounded by a blue aura, and soared into the sky, leaving a glowing trail behind. Normally, the journey to Anman took 4 days, but Henry managed to cut the time in half, completely skipping rest stops. He and Jade arrived at the coastal port city of Anilan, a small town with ships docked along the shore. Riding in, Henry passed the guards and flashed his badge. The 2 identical guards greeted him, standing at attention and showing respect for his tall, confident figure. The merchants and townsfolk had gathered in one spot, welcoming Henry as he and his horse crossed the bridge, overlooking the endless sea. Looking out at the vast ocean, Henry felt the salty breeze on his face. Memories flooded back he used to visit this city to escape and enjoy the sea air. Imagining his younger self, he pictured an old man standing beside him. As the local heir, he calmed his mind. Suddenly, Clever, his companion, let out a cry. Turning to his master, the cat admitted he'd never seen the ocean before. Henry, surprised, allowed Clever to take a look. The shimmering silhouette of the white cat appeared beside him, its multicolored eyes wide with wonder as it gazed at the azure waters. Clever marveled at the ocean, comparing it to the demon realm where the water was black as tar. Now Henry understood why the cat was so awestruck. When Clever asked if Henry had expected to find Ban here, the protagonist thought about it. Surrounded by his loyal companions, Henry stared at the ocean and replied that Ban had to hide because he was such a hardcore patriotso, much so that he'd even beheaded his own king. Back in the day, Aniclimax had been a small but respected kingdom before unification. Henry remembered himself in a white cape, leading his army. When Henry was ordered to march against Aniclimax, he tried to negotiate with its king for a peaceful surrender. They sat at a table, armies surrounding them. The king, proud and defiant, refused to bow or tarnish the royal family's dignity. Old Henry warned him again, asking if he really wanted his kingdom to fall. Suddenly, a blade flashed, slicing through the king's neck. Blood sprayed, and his crown tumbled to the ground. Ban, a fierce swordmaster and second in command, turned on a soldier who protested the act, cutting him down with a brutal strike. Ban snarled, calling the others scoundrels, and challenged anyone dissatisfied to draw their swords and face him. The terrified guards stayed silent. After that day, Ban became the leader of Aniclimax. Henry in the past had thought he'd have to negotiate with Ban. When they met, Ban had one condition. If the Empire ever enslaved his people, he would rise up and fight to the death to stop it. Old Henry, stroking his white beard, realized Ban was a bit unhinged but respected his loyalty. Now, standing by the ocean, Henry reflected on how many had called Ban a coward, but to him, Ban was a patriot with a huge heart. With Clever and Jade by his side, Henry leaned on the railing, staring at the waves. Closing his eyes, he remembered the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. After being betrayed by those he once trusted, he knew he had to divide power among the nobles to secure their support. Old Man Henry stood in front of a big window, but honestly, this might have been another screw-up by the magician. After getting a piece of the power, the nobles got greedy. The dark silhouettes of the nobles grinned wickedly, exchanging sly glances. Henry, the old-timer, bowed to the villagers, placing a hand on his chest. He explained he couldn't protect them anymore, and urged them to pack up and find a new place to live because, after his death, trouble would come knocking. Dan looked at Henry with a heavy heart. Among those forced to flee was one of Henry's closest allies, Ban, also known as Henry's Blade. That's why they had to go into hiding. The protagonist stood on a bridge with his horse. Henry explained he was there to recruit one of his old comrades, but first, he had to meet Hars. A cheerful young cook greeted him warmly as he entered the shop. The protagonist apologized for interrupting and said he had a question. Henry stepped closer to the cook, who was all ears. The protagonist extended a hand, resting the other on his belt, and asked with a grin if the cook knew the mayor of Hars. The cook nodded and said he did. The mayor stood behind his podium, rocking a fancy cape. Hars was the second mayor of Anman, and Henry and Ban had pegged him as the best fit for the job. Ban had dealt with the first mayor, who was knee-deep in corruption, and then they'd search for the perfect replacement Hars. Behind the former mayor's shadow stood Ban. Hars was a capable, kind-hearted guy, but he was also scared stiff of Ban, which helped him bring peace and justice back to Ankh Coleman. The blue-haired protagonist turned to the cook and asked if he knew where Hars was now, after stepping down. The cook perked up, saying he'd seen the ex-mayor wandering the market just yesterday, checking out the merchants. The protagonist lowered his head, lost in thought. He was surprised Hars had managed to hold onto his position when everyone else had been taken out. The cook raised a finger, smiling, and said Mayor Hars was a stand-up guy who ran the city well and never pocketed a dime from the budget. The protagonist scratched his chin, puzzled. It seemed odd that Hars had stayed clean, even after Ban disappeared. He figured if the timid mayor hadn't fallen into corruption, someone must have been keeping an eye on him. The protagonist stared ahead, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. Could it be Ban? Henry glanced at the good-natured cook, confused, thinking Hars must have known Ban was still watching him. The protagonist bolted out of the room, leaving the cook surprised. The cook called after him, asking if he was leaving already. The cook was baffled by the guy's respectful attitude, especially since his own position was way below the guests. Meanwhile, the lighthouse on the island's shore was surrounded by the azure ocean. The protagonist sat on the bridge, swinging his legs. Henry bowed his head and spoke to Clever. The protagonist scanned the sandy shore of the island and asked the spirit if he still had the spores of the royal mushroom from the Forest of Evil. Clever unleashed a gust of air filled with tiny mushrooms that floated in a blue stream. The cat assured him he'd kept them safe. The protagonist stood on the bridge, gazing at the vast island, knowing he had to prepare for his meeting with Hars and stir up some real chaos. They shifted to a fish farm where a panicked guy in a helmet was freaking out. He didn't know what was going on. Dead shrimp littered the water near the pier, polluting it. Clutched his head, distressed, knowing his shrimp were almost ready for harvest but now ruined. The upset seller watched as two boys started cleaning up the pier. He realized it wasn't just his farmevery fishing farm had been hit. Piles of dead shrimp lined the coast. The spores of the king mushroom had spread so fast that the fishermen were powerless to stop them. At the Ankh Elman Town Hall, a building where fishermen came to air their grievances, the same fish farmer joined others in a riot. A chubby assistant peeked nervously out the window. Suddenly, the mayor of Anman Hars walked in, adjusting his jacket. He asked his assistant Whale what was going on outside. Whale, flustered, explained it was the fishermen, and something had gone wrong on the farms. The old mayor looked out the window, thinking maybe the fishermen had been robbed. Outside, the crowd was furious, with some crying near the shrimp. Whale realized the farms were overrun with sticky moss. Alarmed, the mayor asked how contagious it was and how many were affected. Whale guessed most of the farmers were hit. Hars couldn't believe it Anman depended on agriculture. He grabbed his head, then ordered Whale to call the priests and doctors. The blue sky was dotted with thick clouds as Hars exclaimed that no one knew about this. Whale, standing by the mayor's desk, said the doctors had never seen anything like it and thought it looked more like mushroom spores than moss. Hars shot up, slamming his hands on the table, baffled at how mushrooms could have ended up on the fishing farms. Angry and frustrated, he demanded to know what the priests had said. Whale, sweating bullets, imagined the priests praying and explained that's all they could do. Hars grimaced, furious. He thought bitterly about how much they paid the priests, only to get prayers in return. He suggested they bless the farmers or investigate where the holy water might have been contaminated. Whale sighed, panicking, and told Hars the priests wouldn't solve their problem. Hars clenched his fists, seething. He realized the priests were useless. Leaning on the table, he told Whale they needed to find the source of the problem fast. Suddenly, a guard burst in, announcing a nobleman had requested an audience with the mayor. The guard hesitated, scratching his head, and Hars, alarmed, urged him to continue. The guard revealed the nobleman wanted to help with the fishing farm crisis. Hars bowed to the protagonist, who was the nobleman in question. Hars said it was an honor to meet such an important figure. The protagonist bowed back, showing respect, and said it was an honor to stand before such a mayor. Whale watched as his boss and the guest talked. Hars asked for the protagonist's name, and when he gave it, Hars's eyes widened in shock. Henry smiled, noting that his name often surprised people since he shared it with the executed great sage. He pulled out his token, saying it was just a coincidence. The old mayor hung his head, apologizing for his reaction. The protagonist reassured him it was fine and joked that he could only blame his dad for the name. Whale stood by the door, observing the exchange. Hars said there was no need to apologize and complimented the protagonist's name. The mayor then brought up the fishing farm issue, recalling how the coastal waters had been polluted. The kid shot back, "Yeah, it's true," and admitted he'd accidentally stumbled upon some familiar stuff. he went on. There's spores from this gnarly demonic mushroom called the King of Mushrooms. Sitting across from him, the protagonist clutched his chest dramatically and asked for more details about these spooky shrooms. The kid leaned back and said, "All right, but let me break it down for you first." Turns out he was some hotshot lieutenant from Fort Caliburn, tasked with wiping out demons in the Forest of Evil. The mayor gave him this tiny smirk like, "Ah, now it makes sense why you've got those 3 stars on your badge." Meanwhile, the protagonist was lost in his own head, picturing those glowing blue mushroom spores lighting up the forest like some trippy rave. The kid explained that these spores had already jacked up the fishing farms and that he'd bumped into them before in the Forest of Evil. He said these parasites were greedy little monsters, sucking up all the nutrients and spreading faster than gossip in a small town. Horace, the mayor, just sat there, looking like a deer in headlights, trying to figure out his next move. The protagonist, seeing the mayor's confusion, said, "Don't sweat it. I've dealt with these bad boys before, and I know a couple of ways to take them out." Henry, one of the other guys there, leaned in all secretive-like and whispered, "Maybe we should talk about this somewhere more private." The city hall room was all decked out with coffee and cakes, and the sky outside was a perfect blue. Horace cleared his throat and frowned a little, saying, "Relax, there's no one else here." The protagonist, holding a steaming cup of coffee, was itching to get down to business. The mayor locked eyes with him and asked, "All right, what's the deal here?" Henry stared right back, thinking this mayor might actually have some brains under that worried look. Sitting across the table, Henry explained that the King of Mushrooms was stubborn as hell, and that he had no clue how the spores ended up in Alkane. These mushrooms grew underground and soaked up blue aura light like solar panels. He warned that if they didn't act fast, the spores would become impossible to get rid of. He added that on his missions, he did everything he could to destroy as many spores as possible. Horace slumped in his chair, looking like someone had just told him his dog ran away. He realized this was worse than he thought, and maybe Henry was angling for a long-term paycheck. Henry took a sip of his coffee and laid it out. "Look, I'm your guy. I know mushrooms better than anyone. Hiring me would be your best bet." The mayor, sweating bullets, tried to keep calm as the pressure mounted. He didn't have the budget for this kind of long-term expense, and the whole thing was stressing him out. Horace finally asked if he could make a decision after chatting with the affected farmers. Henry nodded, and as Horace turned to leave, he glanced back and asked, "You sure you can handle these spores?" Henry grinned and said, "Piece of cake." Then, with a sly look, he added, "But we still haven't talked about my fee." Horace froze, then hurried back to Henry, pretending he'd totally forgotten about that part. He nervously asked, "All right, how much are we talking?" Henry crossed his arms and smirked. 500 gold coins, he said, like it was no big deal. The mayor's jaw practically hit the floor. 500 gold coins? That's insane, he protested. Henry shot back with a little irritation. "You think that's too much? Dude, I'm risking my life here. These are demonic mushrooms from the Forest of Evil. Honestly, 500 gold coins is a steal." The mayor looked like he'd just been told his credit card got declined, but Henry didn't let up. He spread his arms wide like, "Come on, man, this is my life we're talking about." The mayor, feeling cornered, sighed and said he'd make a decision after talking to the farmers. The sky was clear, and the water sparkled like a postcard. The farmers were cautious at first, but when they saw the mayor roll up with Henry, they started to cheer. "Finally, some help!" one of them shouted. One farmer immediately begged Henry to check out his farm, saying spores had already taken over a third of his plot. Another farmer chimed in, desperate for attention. Henry raised his hands, smiling, and told them to chill. "I'll start with the nearest one. No need to fight, folks." With a bag slung over his shoulder, Henry walked to the water's edge, knowing full well this was going to be a cakewalk. Inside the bag, just some salt and sand. But to everyone else, it looked like some kind of magical powder. Horace watched closely as Henry sprinkled the mix into the water. The mayor blinked in surprise, and Henry explained, "This is a decomposition powder. It'll kill the spores on contact, but you'll need to keep using it until the infection's totally gone." He added, "So yeah, we'll probably have to work together again." Horace squinted at the bag, a little suspicious. "Is it hard to make this stuff?" he asked. Henry grinned slyly. "Oh, super hard. I double-checked the recipe and everything," he lied. The farmers and Horace watched with bated breath as Henry gave the signal to his assistant, Clever. Suddenly, a bright blue light spread across the water, and a spinning vortex appeared. The farmers erupted in cheers as the spores started to vanish, leaving the water crystal clear. Henry pointed to the now pristine water and asked Horace, "So, what do you think?" The mayor, grinning from ear to ear, admitted the powder really worked. The farmers crowded around, laughing and celebrating as shrimp darted through the clear water. One farmer in a hat bowed deeply, thanking Henry for saving their farms. Henry brushed it off, saying, "No need to thank me. This was all thanks to your mayor's quick thinking." Horace, still smiling nervously, stepped closer to thank Henry personally. But Henry, with a sarcastic grin, said, "Don't mention it. For the right price, I'm always happy to help." As the farmers kept celebrating, Horace suggested they head back to City Hall to finalize the payment. Henry just smirked, knowing he'd played his cards perfectly. The protagonist was chilling on the couch when the mayor burst through the door. Horace shot Henry a confused look, his eyes practically popping out of his head. One thought zipped through his brain, and then he grinned like he just won the lottery. With an excited smile and open hands, he asked Henry if he wanted to sell the powder recipe. Henry winced a bit, looking away awkwardly, and said he couldn't do it because making the powder was already putting his life on the line. The mayor plopped down across from Henry, extending a hand like he was sealing a deal, and told him not to stress. He assured Henry it'd be more profitable in the long run, but said it was totally fine if he wanted to refuse. Then, with a sly grin, the mayor asked if Henry had found a place to crash yet. Henry gave him a sharp look and explained he'd just arrived and hadn't had the chance. He realized the mayor was still the same, always trying to dodge awkward conversations. The mayor chuckled, throwing his arms out like he got the point, and offered to book Henry a hotel room if he was cool with it. Henry nodded slightly, smiling, and said that sounded great, thanking the old man for his generosity. Next thing, they were at the hotel, a building with a black roof. In the room, the mayor's assistant, Whale, stood in front of Henry and apologized on the mayor's behalf for not showing up because of some urgent business. Henry waved it off, saying it was no big deal. Whale, standing at the door, thanked Henry for understanding and said goodbye. Henry glanced at the bag in his hand. It had a handful of shiny silver coins. Not bad, he thought. He flopped onto the bed, still fully dressed, feeling good that everything was going according to plan. All that was left was to wait for people to take the bait. The blue moon lit up the night sky as the hotel was swallowed by darkness. Henry was already snoozing under the blanket when, all of a sudden, the door creaked open. 3 masked guys crept into the room. One of them sprinkled some powder onto a handkerchief and pressed it over Henry's face, trying to knock him out. The guy kept a close eye on Henry, but in a flash, Henry grabbed his hand. The masked man froze as Henry clutched the handkerchief and squeezed the guy's trembling hand. The other 2 were stunned, watching their leader get overpowered. They pulled out sharp sticks, clearly rattled because the poison was supposed to be strong enough to knock out an elephant. Henry tightened his grip on the leader's hand, fuming. "I really don't have time for this amateur nonsense," he growled. The guy in the black mask looked like he'd seen a ghost. Their leader, panicking, told his buddies not to kill Henry because they needed him alive. Henry shot them a sarcastic smile and asked, "Y'all really think you can handle me?" The door suddenly slammed shut, and the other 2 were knocked out cold while Henry kept crushing their leader's hand. The masked guys were sprawled out on the floor, unconscious. Henry smirked, thinking how easy it was to take them down. He glared at the leader, clearly unimpressed, and muttered that he was hoping for tougher opponents. After a final squeeze, Henry let go of the leader's hand. He ripped off the guy's mask and demanded to know who sent them. The leader, clutching his injured hand, stammered that it was their own idea after seeing the powder in action. Henry glared down at him, then pressed his foot onto the guy's knee. "I'm giving you one last chance," Henry warned. "If you lie again, you're never walking out of here." The guy broke down, sobbing, and swore he was telling the truth. Henry studied him, figuring he wasn't lying. The guy, still crying, said his name was Linda and insisted it was just the 3 of them behind the attack. Linda explained they'd seen Henry use the powder near a fishing farm and decided to steal the recipe. Henry bared his teeth slightly, asking if he was sure about that. Linda collapsed, bawling even harder, and screamed that he was definitely telling the truth. Henry pressed his foot harder on Linda's knee and muttered that it was probably Mayor Hars who sent them. Linda shook his head frantically, insisting he didn't know what Henry was talking about. Henry grabbed him by the shirt and yanked him closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I'm sure you'll figure it out after a little more persuasion," Henry said. Snapping his fingers, Henry summoned a curtain of silence, blocking out all sound. A swirling portal appeared behind them. Linda flinched as Henry leaned in, explaining that no one would hear them now. Henry continued his interrogation while Linda begged him to stop, claiming he was innocent. But Henry wasn't buying it. He forced a pill into Linda's mouth, explaining it was poison that would turn his blood black and kill him in 4 days without the antidote. Henry sat back on the bed, watching Linda panic. He told him they'd be visiting the mayor in the morning and warned him to behave. The other 2 unconscious bandits were poisoned too, and Henry made it clear they should play nice. The next day, Henry dragged the tied-up bandits into the hotel lobby. The hotel owner, Halen Ibris, looked horrified. Henry sat across from him, legs crossed, holding a white handkerchief. He explained how the bandits had tried to steal his extermination powder the night before. Halen, visibly shaken, said he'd turn the matter over to the authorities. Henry narrowed his eyes, unimpressed, and stood up. "That's all you've got to say?" he snapped. He pointed at the bandits and scolded Halen for the hotel's lousy security. "What kind of prestigious hotel lets thieves waltz into a guest's room?" Henry barked. Halen hung his head in shame, mumbling about the hotel's reputation with nobles. But Henry wasn't having it. He stormed off, determined to expose the hotel's failure to the public. The panicked Halen threw his hands up, stammering and trying to explain himself. He insisted it was all a big misunderstanding, claiming the hotel took every precaution to guarantee top-notch security. He couldn't fathom how something like this could have gone down. The hotel owner stared at the guest, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the protagonist crossed his arms, shooting the old man a sharp, angry glare. He was trying to figure out what the old man meant by the guest. Slyly, the protagonist watched as the owner threw his hands up defensively. Halen, flustered, stammered that he had no idea how this could have happened. The protagonist turned his attention to the tied-up bandits, asking how they managed to get to him. A beaten and bruised confused Linda muttered that they snuck in through a small gap in the back of the hotel. Hallen, horrified, turned pale as Henry stood nearby, arms crossed, watching Hallen squirm. Hallen stuttered that even the old man had heard everything, and that the hotel owner should be apologizing. Without hesitation, Hallen dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness, saying he'd made a huge mistake and would do whatever it took to make up for it. Henry sneered, leaning back with disgust, assuming the old man thought he cared about money. The protagonist pressed again, asking what kind of decent compensation he was offering. Hallen fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a glowing stone, claiming that was all he had to give. At City Hall, a frantic aide burst into the mayor's office. The mayor, startled, jumped up from his chair. The aide explained that people had shown up at the reception area, and there was now a serious problem. The mayor froze, fear in his eyes, trying to process the situation. The aide explained that Henry had caught 3 men and brought the hotel owner along with them. The mayor and his aide stepped out of the office, both visibly alarmed, their mouths hanging open. The protagonist turned to face them, while the guilty parties looked down in shame. The mayor scratched his head nervously, inching closer to the scene to figure out what was going on. Henry asked if the mayor wasn't embarrassed or if he couldn't recognize the people he'd sent after him. The mayor's eyes landed on the handkerchief in the protagonist's hand, his expression dazed. Henry explained that the mayor had even provided chloroform to ensure there'd be no resistance. The stunned mayor stammered, pretending he didn't know what Henry was talking about. The bandits, tied up and defeated, apologized to the mayor, admitting they'd failed their mission. The mayor, feigning ignorance, insisted he didn't know these people. The protagonist crossed his arms, watching as the mayor grew more confused and dejected. The aide tried to calm the clearly rattled mayor, who began ranting that this was all a setup, and he wasn't going to fall into their trap so easily. The protagonist shot a sly glance at the hotel owner, who called out to the mayor. The 3 bandits stared at the floor in shame, while Hallen explained that it seemed like these guys had been acting under the mayor's orders. Hallen stepped closer to the mayor and handed him a note, explaining that this was how the bandits had managed to sneak into the hotel the night before. They'd checked their notes and gone through all the guards. The mayor took the notes with trembling hands, scanning them with a mix of fear and confusion, unable to make sense of the scribbles. Henry stood nearby, arms crossed, questioning why the mayor thought the owner of the best hotel in Ankhelman would lie. The protagonist's expression darkened as he shouted at the mayor to answer him immediately. They were soon transported to Ankhelman City Hall, where the protagonist stood in front of the mayor, arms crossed. Henry kept a close eye on the mayor, who looked utterly defeated. The mayor knew Hallen wouldn't lie, as it would ruin his reputation. Still, he couldn't believe this was happening. The mayor clutched his head in despair, standing in front of the protagonist, who stared him down. Finally, the mayor dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely. Henry didn't have any personal grudge against the mayor, but he decided to let go of their past relationship to focus on finding B, now that the mayor's guilt was out in the open. The mayor, still kneeling, begged for forgiveness, his head hung low. The protagonist glared at him, demanding he admit his guilt. The mayor, sweating and trembling, finally muttered that there was no point in denying it anymore. He asked for one favor before facing punishment. The protagonist, arms crossed, waited to hear him out. The mayor, still on the floor, pleaded for just one day to handle some personal business. The protagonist smirked sarcastically, suggesting the mayor wanted to use that time to ask B for help. The mayor's eyes widened in shock, realizing the protagonist knew about B. The protagonist turned away, confident in his assumption. He knew B was smart, stubborn, and strong, and likely still in Ankhelman. Henry's gaze sharpened as he demanded to know where B was. The mayor lowered his head, avoiding eye contact, and begged for mercy. The protagonist stepped closer, warning the mayor not to make him repeat himself. The mayor reluctantly reached into his cape and pulled out a piece of paper. The protagonist watched as the mayor stared at the paper in disbelief. Suddenly, the mayor activated a summoning card which glowed brightly. A dim light filled the room, and Henry's name echoed in the air. Meanwhile, B was lying on a bed, whispering the protagonist's name in his sleep. He jolted awake, clutching his head, his teeth clenched. He'd had another nightmare this time about the old man bowing his head and the executioner's cold, bloodthirsty gaze. B turned to see his sword resting nearby. The knight was trying to pull his sword out of the case, but it was like his brain short-circuited for a second. He suddenly remembered that the protagonist was just as mortal as the rest of them. Dan, feeling all soft-hearted and mixed up in his emotions, yanked the sharp blade up in front of him. The knight lifted his head, wanting to ask Henry something, but then a flash of the old man staring into a bright light popped into his head. He wondered why he had been so chill and forgiving to those scumbags back then. Meanwhile, fluffy pink clouds floated over the port city. After witnessing Henry's death, B bolted out of the capital, his mind spinning out of control, and hid out in his hometown. He knew the swords that had been aimed at Henry would soon be pointed at him. The knight's thoughts drifted to the time when a mob of merchants had packed the port. Ankh-Coleman was the biggest trading hub in the empire, raking in the second largest tax revenue, which made the nobles drool over it. But Henry had turned Angelman into a free city, independent of the nobles while he was alive. B stood at the fortress as the mayor awkwardly stood to the side. To B, it felt like a farewell gift from the mage, and he swore to protect the city to his last breath. Dan suddenly glanced down and noticed a blue glow on his chest. He realized Hars had summoned him. In his hands, he held a burning card, one that only he and Hars knew how to use. It was the first time he'd touched it since Henry taught him how to make it. The card crumbled into ash, which could only mean something urgent was up. B threw on his cloak and headed to Hars's location, which turned out to be City Hall. Van moved through the halls, dodging guards, and slipped into an office. There, he saw the protagonist sitting at a table. The knight approached, and Henry, staring blankly ahead, turned to look at him. B studied the guy warily. The protagonist sat there clenching his fists, while Ban's red aura flared up. Henry asked how he'd managed to get there. The protagonist locked eyes with B, who grimaced slightly, sizing up the blue-haired dude. B stood opposite the protagonist, who gave him a small smile and introduced himself with his full name. B's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist studied the swordmaster, asking for his name. The knight, still stunned, tried to figure out who this guy really was. Henry kept a close eye on him, his energy clashing with Ban's murderous aura like a standoff in an old western. The protagonist, looking tense, asked if the swordmaster had heard the latest news yet. He brought up the time he'd rid the fishing farms of royal spores and explained it to the knight. Ban frowned, his mind flashing back to a conversation with Hars. Hars had mentioned a man claiming to be the apprentice of the executed great mage had shown up in the city and solved the spore issue. Hars had looked downright spooked. B turned to the protagonist with a menacing glare, demanding to know where Hars was. The protagonist calmly replied that the mayor was resting in the bedroom and suggested B reflect on his own mistakes. The knight wasn't having it and snapped at the suggestion. As Henry started to rise from his seat, B watched him, confused. The protagonist turned away, and B glared, realizing the royal spores weren't the real issue here. The knight stared as the protagonist casually poured tea, clearly knowing more than he let on. The knight thought, this guy's a piece of work, knowing about the summoning scroll and all. Henry handed him a cup of tea, smiling like he was in on some private joke. The protagonist mentioned that Ban liked cold green tea, which caught the knight off guard. Henry joked that he'd just guessed, but the knight couldn't shake the feeling this guy had gotten the info from the mayor. Henry sipped his tea, sitting across from the knight with an eager expression. He asked B if he was happy with life in the city. The knight crossed his arms, looking menacing, and wondered how he was supposed to answer that. The protagonist reminisced about an old man and B's silhouette from the past. Henry added that Ban surely knew he'd been the apprentice of a great mage. The knight scowled, asking why the guy was mocking him. Henry waved it off, saying everyone knew about it and asked for understanding. Their conversation was visible through the window. B asked how the protagonist had found him. Henry tilted his head and said his mentor had told him. The knight looked puzzled, and the protagonist smirked, adding that his mentor was an 8th circle mage. Dan's red aura flared as he glared at the protagonist, asking if he was joking. Henry spread his arms, saying he wasn't lying. Ban wasn't buying it and threatened to rip out his tongue if he kept talking nonsense. The protagonist waved his arms, looking confused, insisting he always told the truth. Suddenly, the knight slammed the table, sending dishes flying. B stood, his aura blazing, accusing Henry of lying since the mage never had students. Ban shouted that he was the only one who had stayed loyal and couldn't believe the claim. The protagonist sat calmly, lowering his head with a sly smile, noting Ban's fiery reaction. Henry looked at the knight, sword in hand, and remarked that Ban hadn't changed a bit. The knight, still fuming, told Henry he wasn't in a position to throw around such claims. The protagonist coolly replied that this was the main reason he was here. B loomed over him, fists clenched, not understanding what he meant. The blue-haired guy promised to spill everything after getting an answer to his question. Henry bared his teeth slightly and stared at the knight, asking if he still stood loyal to his mentor. B frowned, lost in thought, wondering if this guy really could be the mage's apprentice. It seemed suspicious how badly he wanted to meet. The knight imagined a cloaked spy and asked if the protagonist understood how serious this was. Henry bowed his head and assured him he did. The knight warned that if the nobles found Ban, he wouldn't beg them for mercy, refusing to betray his loyalty to Henry. The knight instantly snatched up his sword, swinging that blue blade towards the guy, the tip almost touching Henry's neck. B held the sword firmly in front of the dude, stating he'd never forget the mercy of the magician, stressing that this dude was a great guy who saved his life and loads of others. The knight was just standing there, baffled by the calmness of the guy. Henry had this wicked grin on his face, facing off against that sharp blade. Ban, getting all riled up, had his sword pointed at Henry, glowing this intense red aura. The protagonist started laughing out loud, making some sarcastic jokes about the applause. Ban deserved pretty much because he couldn't help it. Arms wide open and all, the protagonist looked like a human scarecrow while Ban was over there shaking his sword, thinking he'd mistaken Henry for some palace spy. The knight shot a furious red aura from himself, sword held high, staring down the guy. Protagonist was like, "Chill out, buddy. I'll prove I'm Henry Morris's apprentice." B kept that blade stretched out while Henry was raising his hand, fist clenched and glowing blue like he was about to order some cosmic pizza. "Look closely," the dude said, opening his palm to reveal a bright blue flame that sparked to life. Ban's mouth dropped open in shock as blue flames blazed from Henry's hand, spreading chaos all around. The knight, sweating bullets, was wide-eyed, suddenly realizing that this was the magical symbol of the blue dragon spirit. The blade was aimed right at the protagonist, while those flames looked like a dragon dancing around. Henry explained that his mentor's magic symbol was a dragon, and couldn't help but smirk because he had the exact same emblem. Out of nowhere, a massive red dragon soared through the mountain space. "You know these magical creatures?" "Yeah, they couldn't be defeated by it." B stood before the old magician, who let Mana take the form of a dragon that night. The knight was gritting his teeth in shock, thrown off when Henry mentioned there was even more. He pulled out some papers from his pocket, unfolding a map in front of a dumbfounded Ban. "Check it out," he said, explaining that he had a map showing where all of the maid's hidden treasures were stashed away. With that trademark smirk and the map in his hands, he noted he had even picked up all this specialized magic only that Mage could dish out. Ban's jaw dropped even wider in disbelief. The protagonist bowed to the knight, claiming he was representing Henry Morris. With the light streaming in from the windows illuminating the room, Harry thanked the knight for sticking with the Mage, meant every word. It was dead of night above the mayor's building, and Henry looked out the window. He turned to Ban and said, "I'm planning to take some revenge." The knight stood behind him, puzzling over why revenge was on the agenda. The kid lightly touched his face, gritting his teeth, wanting to get back at someone for the unjust death of his master and all the things he couldn't do. He turned back to Ban, saying he came here just for that purpose. Ban hung his head. He thought about revenge too before. He figured to get revenge, you couldn't go in all hot-headed since you might never get another shot. He imagined a king chilling on the throne with a bunch of nobles, especially when the target of revenge was those powerful nobles and a whacked-out king. Easier said than done, for sure. The protagonist stood at an angle to the knight, sensing Ban was a bit spooked. He was looking away, realizing Ban understood. Deep down, it was impossible to handle this solo, no matter how hard he tried. Ban's thoughts were swirling with images of a knight standing in a square in a city that he loved so much. The swordmaster was staring off into space until Henry called out, noting that he was hip to Ban's thoughts. Ban, arms crossed, listened up as Henry said it was about avenging the mage from the past. He could picture that coastal city of Angelman wanting to get back at them as well, right? The protagonist asked proudly with hands on his hips, standing across from Ban and waiting for a reaction. Ban kept his head down, and Henry waved his hand, saying he was just trying to gauge how far the knight was willing to go. Henry frowned, staring ahead, noting that if Ban ditched the nobility for instant peace, one day they would swoop in to take over the city. The knight, still seething, imagined black lions and a ship sailing into the port. It was a no-brainer that the free city of Anman was a gold mine, which is why the nobles were always itching to control it. Ban pictured the dark silhouettes of those laughing nobles, just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Henry noted the fishing pier with dead shrimp lying around, and he looked puzzled, asking if Ban was pulling his chain because he didn't have a plan. Ban's teeth were still on display, feeling the heat as Henry explained that Anman was in a bind, unable to react promptly to all the chaos going on. The knight's teeth were bared, realizing Henry was right. Coleman was a weak city that couldn't handle emergencies. Ban hesitated, and Henry jumped in saying he was just waiting for the green light to help them. The swordmaster suddenly shouted at the offer, and Henry was like, "Absolutely, until the city is tough enough that the nobles won't dare to mess with it." B was trying to wrap his head around it, looking for an answer while Henry held firm, assuring him they could turn Coleman into something solid. It was nighttime, and their dialogue could be seen through the window. Ban wondered how they'd make that happen. The protagonist spread his arms, declaring he already had Baldi under control a city with blue roofs near the mountains. And guess what? I've got the city of Vivaldi, the ultimate entertainment hub, wrapped around my finger. The blue-haired kid threw his arms out wide while Ban just stood there with arms crossed, curious about how the knight would accompany him to Vivaldi and could provide as much proof as needed. Ban slightly bared his teeth, closing his eyes, saying there was no need for that. He was more intrigued about how Henry had snagged control of Vivaldi. The protagonist recalled playing chess against an irate old man, and casually stated he had taken down Mayor Bant in chess, totally unofficial though. Ban looked at Henry, surprised, asking if this was the same undefeated champion. Yep, that's right, the one and only. Henry turned to the window to explain how it was all about keeping his loss under wraps, so now the mayor was on his side. This led him to picture hoisting the sword in a tournament, becoming the official sword champion. Remember the giant arena? It looked like a fortress, and he took the reins of that place, a $10 million arena. The protagonist turned his gaze away, trying to signal to Ban that he had made his point about why supporting Coleman from the shadows was a piece of cake. Ban, looking puzzled, began to think this through. He figured if it was true, he'd have no reason to deny support since it meant he'd have solid backup. But to gain that support, he would have to jump into the revenge plan Henry had laid out earlier. Understanding Ban had been through a lot while weighing his past in confusion, Henry kept his cool. The knight shouted out, looking straight ahead. Henry said he'd mastered magic and sword training as an apprentice. The protagonist extended his hand forward, the other resting on his belt, challenging Ban to a duel if he still doubted his skills. Ban crossed his arms, sizing him up, and Henry told him he was laying down the gauntlet. He looked at the knight with a confident stare. Ban frowned, eyeing him as if he was cooking something up. Henry raised his hands, telling Ban that while his magic was at the third circle and he was a beginner in swordsmanship, he'd still stand up for a go. Ban squinted at him, thinking that his magic level was pretty solid for his age, but the sword skills? Not so much. Ban told Henry he had heard he trained in Caliburn Fortress, asking how he was only a beginner. The protagonist looked back at the knight with a serious face, saying they'd settle that after they had a go. Ban held his hands on his chest, staring at Henry closely and warned he better not disappoint him, considering everything that was on the line. Henry smiled contentedly, looking ahead, explaining that while Ban was a swordmaster, he mostly used the imperial sword style, giving Henry a fair shot at winning, since he had picked up Hector's battle style. Ban turned his back to Henry and suggested they move to another spot. The stairs led down to this room where a light flickered in the underground training hall of the city hall. It was a huge training area that Ban secretly built for his training, and the boys faced off, swords in hand, ready to see who was the real deal. Henry looked at Ban with a serious expression and reminded him that he had previously said he would show him his skills, but he still had a lot to learn. Ban pursed his lips, watching the protagonist. Henry told him that it was impossible to defeat him. Ban smirked maliciously and knit his eyebrows, asking Henry if he was already giving up. The protagonist smiled, imagining Ban with a sword, and assured him he wasn't giving up. Instead, he wanted Ban to set a minimum standard that would meet his expectations. The protagonist thought of himself as a high-level swordsman, but he realized that Ban was a swordsman too, and would need a head start even if it meant humiliating himself to get it. The knight threw the wooden sword over his shoulder and said that if Henry could land 3 serious blows on him, he would earn his approval. The protagonist bowed slightly to the knight, thanking him, and held the sword out in front of him. Ban pursed his lips, looking seriously at the mage, realizing that Henry might be using the imperial style. He imagined the image of the previous emperor holding a sword. Most swordsmen in the empire used the style created by the last emperor, and Ban had learned it too, because the swordsmanship of the previous emperor, Golden Jackson, was much more effective than that of other Ankholman swordsmen. Henry maintained his stance while Ban said he could attack first. Henry thanked him, positioned his feet firmly on the ground, emitting a blue aura, and rushed toward the knight, who was radiating a red aura. Ban watched as the protagonist approached him with the sword. The protagonist jumped up, disappearing in front of the knight, and Ban's eyes widened in surprise. He thought he had never seen such a move before. The protagonist confidently charged to attack the knight. As the protagonist rushed past Ban, he struck him. Ban bared his teeth, turning around as Henry smiled contentedly at him, saying there was one. Ban raised his hand, glancing at his waist, realizing it didn't hurt, noting that he knew the sword would hit his waist, which was why he unleashed his power. Ban held the sword in front of him, looking at the protagonist. The knight remarked that he had underestimated him too much. Ban looked at the protagonist with displeasure, baring his teeth as he vowed it wouldn't happen again. The knight started to radiate a red aura along with a golden glow. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror as he felt the atmosphere shift, realizing things were serious now. Ban stood before the protagonist, a huge eagle hovering above him. Henry thought he didn't expect Ban to be like this, noting his legs were not obeying him and he couldn't move. The protagonist stared at the knight in shock, gripping his sword, thinking Ban had become stronger. Henry lowered his head and smiled maliciously, thinking about his magical armor and Hector's swordsmanship. He wanted to see if it would work against Ban. Ban grinned fiercely, emitting powerful energy, and asked Henry how dare he smile. The knight jumped into the air and swung his sword at the protagonist. He raised the sword above his head, delivering a powerful blow. The protagonist blocked it, but dropped to one knee, weakly defending against Ban's sword while looking at the knight in horror, gritting his teeth. Ban asked what he had blocked. He smiled slightly, saying he had skills he could be proud of. Ban planted his foot on the ground, causing a red light to appear, and he opened his mouth wide as he swung his sword at Henry. The knight told the protagonist to try to block it. The protagonist managed to block the enraged knight's strike again, as Henry's eyes widened in horror at the sword. Ban struck again and again, and Henry kept blocking. blocking them. Bewildered, Henry thought it was impossible to follow his attacks. The protagonist glowed blue as he used the homing skill, a blue target appearing in front of the night homing magic that captures the enemy's attacks before they strike. The protagonist held his sword up to block the blow. Henry looked at the knight in shock, realizing blocking was the best he could do even with his aiming. Ban really was amazing. The knight gave off an ominous aura, glaring at Henry with a red gaze. The mage thought this was the real Ban. Henry widened his eyes as he crashed into the wall, and the knight continued to attack him. The force of Ban's blows caused the wall to collapse. Ban stood with his sword in hand, dust clouds rising around him. The protagonist stared at Ban in shock, the sword barely beside his face. Henry turned his head in horror at the sword next to him. Ban, looking angrily at Henry, asked what was wrong, and if Henry wasn't the one who said he would show his skills. Henry smiled slightly, and Ban remarked that Henry was just running away. The protagonist held his sword in front of him, gazing seriously at the knight. Henry said there was no way that was true. Ban raised his wooden sword toward him, and a blue magic circle glowed at the protagonist's feet. Henry used the acceleration skill, standing still with a serious expression and emitting a blue light. Ban struck at the protagonist as he dodged, squatting down with his wooden sword in front of him. Ban stared at Henry in shock, his mouth slightly open, thinking Henry was fast. Henry struck Ban's shoulder. Ban pulled his leg back, emitting a red aura, and opened his mouth wide again, swinging his sword at Henry. Henry's eyes widened as the sword approached his face. He decided to use a skill, and just as Ban swung, Henry vanished right in front of him. Ban bared his teeth, perplexed, thinking that Henry used magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. The protagonist reappeared behind Ban, holding a weapon in both hands. Ban gritted his teeth as the sword approached his face from behind. The protagonist stood behind Ban, weapon out in front of him, declaring it was over. Ban looked at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, mouth slightly open, and asked if he just used magic. Henry awkwardly replied, with sweat running down his face, that he didn't want to deceive Ban and asked for his forgiveness. A small light illuminated the room, revealing the dark silhouettes of people nearby. Ban told the protagonist not to apologize, as magic was part of his power. Ban exhaled lightly, smiling contentedly, stating he thought that was fair. Ban regarded the smiling Henry, imagining him as he once was. Ban thought the swordsman mage really resembled the great Duke Henry. Ban didn't understand where Henry found such a monster. Small lights illuminated the hall, and Ban crossed his arms, slightly smiling as he noted that he was a man who kept his word and had seen Henry's potential. Henry slightly inclined his head, smiling, and thanked Ban. The protagonist found it strange to receive approval from one of his subordinates from his past life, but if it was Ban, it was a different story. Ban placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and smiled, saying they would see each other often from now on. Then he looked away, pursing his lips, and told Henry to call him Hey Nim, not Serban. The protagonist smiled happily, looking at the knight's back, and agreed to call him that. Ban then suggested they go to Hars, who was repentant at the time. They entered Hars's office through the snow-white door. Hars gritted his teeth, letting a tear fall from one eye as he looked at the smiling knight in bewilderment. Ban asked the mayor how his introspection was going, and Hars asked what Ban meant, looking confused. Ban said he heard a story about how Hars's brother acted. Hars asked which brother, looking behind Ban in confusion. His eyes widened in horror as he realized Henry was standing in front of him. Henry waved at the startled mayor, and Ban explained that he and Henry had recently decided to become brothers, stating that from now on, Hars should treat the protagonist with the same respect as he treated him. Hars looked at both of them, downcast, clearly confused about what Ban meant. The protagonist smiled maliciously, lowering his eyebrows, and told Hars not to worry so much. Hars's eyes widened in panic, as Henry assured him he planned to respect his decisions. Hars was completely at a loss, mouth wide open, as the starry night sky was visible above the mansion. Ban sat on the sofa opposite the dejected mayor, looking thoughtfully at the floor as he held his chin. Ban asked Henry about managing Ankh Coleman by creating a professional management team. The protagonist smiled back at the knight with a raised hand, agreeing this was correct. He pointed out that the nobles always sought to capture free cities, and since the efficiency of Ankh seemed to be declining, it was obvious they would try to take control. Hars looked at the protagonist, confused, furrowing his brows, and said that forming a professional management team wouldn't always guarantee good results. Henry raised his index finger, looked at Hars, and agreed he was right. That was why he was considering creating an agreement between Baldy and Anlan. Hars looked puzzled and asked Henry about the agreement. Henry explained it could be a form of exchange, suggesting that if they deliberately made the two cities dependent on each other, the nobles wouldn't be able to claim governing rights. The mayor was surprised, causing his eyes to widen. He asked the protagonist what he meant about creating some kind of debt. The protagonist smiled, imagining gold coins falling. He acknowledged that it would look like a debt, but that wasn't the goal. The protagonist pictured a peer in the city and stated that in order to gain the right to govern the city, this person would have to take on the debt, making it seem like a serious obstacle. Hors closed his eyes, covering his face with his hand. He remarked that no matter how he looked at it, it was a loss for the city, asking if Mayor Lars would agree. Hars looked up at the protagonists. Henry said it had already been decided that he would actively support it. Summarizing what had happened, Henry added that his relationship with Mayor Lars was similar to his relationship with Ban. Hars looked dumbfounded, imagining the protagonist with red eyes and a man with a beard. The protagonist urged Hars to just sign the agreement. The protagonist looked at the mayor with a serious face, imagining the city. He said that when Coleman needed help, the Valdi would have every right to provide it. Ban crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the protagonist thoughtfully. The knight smiled slightly at Henry, saying it all made sense. Of course, Henry looked at the thoughtful Ban with a slight smile. The protagonist believed things were going well since he controlled the two cities with the highest tax revenues. He lowered his gaze, imagining coins and chests. Henry thought he wouldn't have to worry about running out of funds. B looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. The knight asked Henry that if the PCT was created, wouldn't a professional management team become unnecessary? The protagonist stood at the table while the boys sat on the couches. Henry told Ban it was only for him. B asked in surprise if it was for him. The protagonist introduced B at the head, with black silhouettes of fighters behind him. He said that from now on he would be associated with the million-strong mercenary group he had created. The knight asked the protagonist if there was a specific reason for the existence of this mercenary group. Henry raised his hand and smiled contentedly, saying it was convenient because it was easy to gain fame and power. Hars lowered his head, looking at the floor. Henry remarked that if he worked in a mercenary group, he would inevitably participate less in the management of the city, so he proposed creating a professional management team. Hars looked at the protagonist in rage, mouth wide open, saying it now seemed like Henry wanted to create a management team because he was unreliable. The knight looked at the mayor with displeasure, frowning. B told Hars to shut up and do as the protagonist said. The protagonist raised his palms in front of him, confused, looking at the boys. He asked them to calm down, noting he didn't mean that, but that it would help him so he wouldn't be burdened with all the work alone. The protagonist introduced the mayor at the table and countered Henry. He asked Hars if he didn't handle public affairs and city management at the same time, adding that he could leave the city management to the management team and then focus on public affairs. Hars bared his teeth, looking at the protagonist with annoyance. He asked Henry if that meant he wanted him to become a puppet. Henry looked at the mayor with a serious expression, putting his fist to his chin. The protagonist said that to be precise, he was right, asking Hars why he was against it. The protagonist smiled wickedly, looking intently at the mayor, and asked Hars if he could find out the reason. Hars lowered his head in confusion, looking at the floor. The protagonist looked at the mayor seriously, thinking Hars wouldn't be able to answer. Hars sighed heavily, lowering his gaze to the floor. Henry thought that he had been a slave bearing the title of mayor for too long. The protagonist smiled slightly and spread his arms out to the sides, telling Hars he would grant him the chance to spend the rest of his life in peace after diligently working on Uncle Coleman for a decade. Hars looked at the protagonist in shock, frowning, and asked if Henry was really giving him a chance. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, imagining a ship at the pier, saying he would make Ankle the greatest city the world had ever seen. He looked at the mayor with a serious look, saying he should keep the title of mayor and live as he pleased, adding that he would raise his salary and allow him to take as many vacations as he wanted. The mayor widened his eyes, imagining the beach in the city, thinking of a luxurious life in a prosperous city, and that he would be the mayor of the greatest city. Hars smiled happily, his eyes sparkling. Dan looked at the happy mayor in bewilderment. The mayor thought it felt like freedom. Dan thought how pathetic he was. The protagonist approached the mayor while B watched them, thinking that this guy was really a disciple of the Grand Duke. Hars grabbed the protagonist's hand with both hands and thanked him. Hars closed his eyes, smiling awkwardly, thanking Henry with all his heart. Henry smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes, saying there was no need to thank him and that he deserved it. Henry watched the boys with a smile, imagining himself from the past, thinking Hars was cute and that B and Hars remained true to themselves, so there was no doubt about their reliability. Henry looked behind him with a smile at where Ban was standing. He said they should discuss the details of the agreement after creating a professional management team, then agreed with the protagonists. There was a vase with yellow flowers on the table. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin, thinking about staying further. Hars studied the papers while Henry looked at him. Henry asked Hars if the people he brought were still in the reception area. The mayor looked at the protagonist with a relaxed expression, asking Henry what he meant by the hotel manager and the mercenaries, adding they should be there. The protagonist opened the door, standing with his back to the boys. He said it was time for them to go, since they couldn't keep them waiting all night. Hars and Ban looked straight ahead in confusion. Hor asked what the hell was going on. The brown-haired man lowered his head, looking exhausted. The two guys lowered their heads, also looking exhausted, staring straight ahead in confusion with wide eyes. The man turned to the protagonist. Henry looked at the shaking man who bared his teeth. The brown-haired man asked Henry when he would give them what he had promised. Then Henry interrupted him, asking what he meant by the antidote. Henry smiled sarcastically at the brown-haired man, saying he had suffered long enough and could go. He handed the brown bag into the brown-haired man's hands. The man thanked the protagonist, and the manager abruptly ran out of the room, followed by Hars. The guy looked at the protagonist in panic, spreading his arms out to the sides, asking if he would give them the antidote. Henry said that was the last one. Henry spread his arms, smiling at the scared guy, saying he had given everything to the manager and didn't have any more. The guy asked Henry what he meant, grabbing his head with his hands, screaming in panic. The protagonist watched the brown-haired guy with a sly smile, saying one of those pills was enough, asking what he was doing and adding he should follow him, saying he must have a couple more left. The guy bared his teeth, clenching them. The three guys abruptly rushed after the manager, shouting at him to stop. B looked at the protagonist with a serious expression, asking why they were acting like this. Henry replied that it was because he poisoned them. Ban looked at the protagonist in shock, frowning, asking if it was true. The protagonist smiled sheepishly, looking away, saying of course not. Henry put his hand on his hip, looking at the knight. Ban said he was very cruel. Henry replied that they dared to invade his bedroom, and he thought it was deserved. Ban called those guys poor. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Henry thought attracting Ban would take at least 10 days, but only 2 were enough. After finishing all the business and resting a bit, the magician left for Vivity with Ban. The guys were riding horses. The magician asked the knight if he knew anything about the other close supporters of Grand Duke Henry. B said he didn't know. The knight sighed heavily, frowning, saying he ordered them to lie low so they got confused. The guys continued on their way on horses along the path. Henry said he understood everything. The knight noted that thanks to Grand Duke Henry, they survived. Ban lowered his head sadly, remembering Henry from the past, saying if he hadn't ordered them to flee, they would have met a miserable end in the palace. The knight looked straight ahead in annoyance, brows furrowed. The mage turned his gaze to the knight, looking serious, and asked B what about those he protected. B closed his eyes, remembering the guard next to the battered people, telling the mage they were all banished. The mage widened his eyes, confused. Dan imagined a black silhouette of a man against a red fog, saying they failed to escape the accusation of treason. The protagonist stared straight ahead in shock, baring his teeth, not understanding what the knight was talking about. He remembered kneeling in front of Silver Jackson in the past. Silver Jackson looked at Henry with a displeased expression, his brows furrowed. He said that if Henry surrendered, he would ensure the lives and safety of his people. Henry frowned up at Silver Jackson and responded that if that were the case, it was infuriating. He thought Silver Jackson was quite the scoundrel. B looked straight ahead seriously, while the mage appeared downcast. B mentioned he had heard that they were banished to the edge of the continent. The mage's eyes widened as he looked at the floor. B informed them that they were sent to a place far to the north called Salura. Henry gazed at the night sky with a dumbfounded expression, slightly opening his mouth as he asked the knight what he meant by the Sala snowfield. The trees and fields were covered in snow and ice. The Sala snowfield was the only place on the continent where it snowed all year round. The freezing, harsh climate made it impossible for humans to survive. The protagonist looked down sadly, baring his teeth. He thought they were sent there to die, branding them as barbarians. Henry contemplated saving his people, no matter what. B watched the angry protagonist closely. The boys continued their journey through the green forest, and the band seemed to notice Henry's change of mood, remaining silent for the rest of the way to Vivaldi. The weather was clear above the city, known as the best imperial entertainment city. As they approached, the protagonist rode past the guards after showing them a black card. The knight smiled widely, looking straight ahead. He told Henry that this was a wonderful house. In front of them was a huge, beautiful mansion with a blue roof. The boys walked past maids while B looked around the house with curiosity, exclaiming that it was truly magnificent. Henry replied that it wasn't his, he was just using it temporarily. Ten took off his hat and slightly bowed his head, asking Henry why he had returned so quickly. Henry smiled as he approached, saying everything had gone better than planned. Ten curious about the person beside him, and the protagonist pointed to B with a smile. He introduced B as Sir Ban, the future vice leader of the mercenary guild. Ten put on his hat and looked at B B's outstretched hand. The knight smiled back and said it was a pleasure to meet him, giving his name. The two shook hands, and the man said the feeling was mutual. He already looked forward to working with him. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock as he looked straight ahead. He thought he had heard that name before. B smiled at the confused blonde man, while Ten asked the knight if he was the king's swordsman. Ten looked at the protagonist, dumbfounded, eyes widened. The protagonist confirmed he was right. Ten asked if it was true. The blonde man seemed stunned, causing a crack to appear on his face. Van reassured Ten not to be afraid as, for some reason, he served Sir Henry. The blonde man bowed sharply to the knight. Ten apologized to B, saying he never thought he wouldn't recognize such a respected person. Van said he wasn't as respected as Ten thought and requested to be addressed less formally. He awkwardly smiled at Ten, asking him to just call him Ban. Ten looked down, confused, baring his teeth. He questioned how he could dare to call a great knight by such an informal name. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the blonde, and asked Ten not to make a fuss. Looking at Ten seriously, he asked if he had done what he requested. Ten put on his hat, imagining the guy. He said that except for Hegler, no one else had passed the first stage of the test, and the dry tale about hidden masters turned out to be false. The protagonist exhaled heavily, resting his hand on his chin, asking Ten if he was serious. The blonde man looked at the floor, confused, holding his hat as he said they couldn't create a mercenary guild if no one passed the entrance test. Dan looked at Ten with a serious expression, asking the blonde about the test. The knight rested his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, calling out to him as he smiled at the mage, asking if he could pass it. The protagonist looked at the knight in surprise, eyes wide. Henry told B that he would be bored. B looked at the mage with a slight smile, saying he just wanted to make sure he was simple. Ken bowed his head to the protagonist, and Henry asked Ten to show the knight the arena for the first test and prepare a restroom. The protagonist smiled at the knight, mentioning he would visit the mayor for now, as many people walked by the fountain. The protagonist walked down the street through the crowd. Henry slightly opened his mouth, looking straight ahead, while Hegler held his wife and daughter by the shoulders, looking at Henry in surprise. The boys stood opposite each other as people walked past. Hegler mentioned he didn't expect Henry so soon. Hegler's wife asked Nia if she was going to say hello. Henry told Hegler that everything went well, allowing him to return early. Nia sheepishly bowed her head to the protagonist and greeted the mage. The strawberry on a stick Nia held flew down. Nia looked at the strawberry in panic, her mouth wide open, and tears appeared in the girl's eyes as it rolled to the protagonist's foot. The mage thought she must have been saving it and extended his arms to the upset girl. The protagonist picked up the tearful girl, looking at her with a smile. Henry asked Nia if she was a good girl. Nia replied she was, but was upset about her strawberries. The protagonist softly smiled at her, asking if she wanted a gift that would be even better than strawberries. Nia looked at him surprised, her brows furrowed, and asked the mage about the gift. The mage held out his hand with a silver chain, saying it was a necklace. Nia looked at the necklace happily, smiling widely, then ran to her father, spreading her arms to her sides in excitement. "Look at this beautiful necklace," she exclaimed, hugging Hegler while he slightly bowed his head. Hegler thanked the commander, adding it wasn't necessary. He looked at the protagonist happily, and Henry assured Hegler he would take care of her, as she was his subordinate's daughter. The protagonist looked at Hegler, relaxed, telling him to chill. The mage knelt on one knee, looking at Nia with a smile, telling her that if she wore the necklace before bed, she would be able to hear the fairies. Nia asked Henry about the fairies. She blushed slightly, smiling widely as Henry leaned close to her ear. He whispered that it was true, but they were very shy, so she would need to perk up her ears. Nia smiled widely and closed her eyes, telling Henry she would do so. The protagonist patted the happy girl's head while she examined the necklace. Henry advised Hegler that if she looked inside the mansion, she shouldn't be surprised to see a man there. The mage smiled at Hegler, saying that was their vice leader, and he should meet him. The protagonist walked back, waving goodbye to Hegler and his family. Nia waved happily as her parents smiled, watching Henry go. White clouds floated above the building in Vivaldi's city hall. The office door opened, and the protagonist's legs appeared. B looked at him in surprise as he entered, sitting at the table. He asked the mage why he had returned so quickly, adding he thought it would take about 10 days. Henry smiled slightly at B, saying he was the third person to ask that, explaining things had gone easier than expected, which is why he was back early. The maid sat on the couch, looking at B, and asked how tax collection was going. B sat opposite the protagonist on the couch, mentioning there were some fluctuations but still a steady profit, stating they had a little over 110,000 gold in stock. Henry looked at B with a satisfied smile, saying it wasn't bad, and that recruitment would end in a few days, but noting there was still some work left. Dan looked at the protagonist with a questioning expression, asking what Henry was there for and that he wanted to discuss something. Henry folded his arms, leaning back on the couch, saying he had come to talk about a contract. B, asked Henry what contract he meant. The protagonist imagined two shaking hands with cities in the background, saying it was just a small agreement between the cities. Henry added he was proposing a contract that would strengthen their bond and allow for free trade. Vance scratched the back of his head with his hand, looking at the protagonists. He asked why this was so necessary since the Vivaldi was already thriving. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired man seriously, stating that the contract might not bring any immediate benefits, but he had nothing to lose. Dan shook his head while Henry looked at him. The man said they were taking a risk, pointing out that the phrase joint responsibility meant nothing to him. The protagonist looked at him with annoyance, stating that it could wait until a time that required responsibility, and as long as he was alive, that occasion wasn't expected. Henry questioned B, asking if he didn't trust him. The man looked away, confused, with his mouth slightly open, insisting that it wasn't the case. Henry abruptly stood up from the couch, causing B to look at him in shock as the protagonist glared at him, frowning. The protagonist said he would come back to discuss the contract terms and that he should be ready for that. Henry slammed the door while B hung his head and covered his face. B thought he had no choice, not understanding how he ended up in this situation. The protagonist glanced back at the door with a wicked smile, thinking he needed to visit the testing arena. He looked at the gate crowded with people, believing they were still trying. Confident men stood with their weapons. Henry thought there were fewer of them, but there must be those who really wanted to join the guild. A man raised his hand and shouted that he was the first one to pass the test. The protagonist looked back in surprise, thinking there was someone who passed. Ban stood in front of those wanting to join, raising his fist. The protagonist wondered what was going on. B smiled widely at the crowd of guys. The knight turned his gaze to the side, looking at Ten, who was waving at him. The protagonist sighed heavily, looking at the knight. Henry thought maybe he wanted to motivate the others. Clear weather hung over the mansion. Hegler and his family were sitting at the table visiting the protagonist. There was a hot steak and scrambled eggs on the plate. The protagonist picked up his fork and took a bite. He turned his attention to Ten. The magician brought the glass to his lips, staring intently at the blonde, thinking it was time for Ten to be among his people, after which he called out to him. Ten raised his eyes to the protagonist. Henry asked the blonde if he would drink with him. The blonde, with a serious look, asked Henry if they would be alone. A huge chandelier and flowers filled the hall. The protagonist poured red wine into a glass and asked Ten if he hated him. He smiled at the blonde while holding the bottle. Ten replied that he shouldn't. With a downcast face, Ten remembered how he knelt before the protagonist, admitting he transitioned from the owner of the arena to being a debtor. The protagonist looked at the blonde seriously and said he was considering expanding the business. Ten looked at him cautiously, raising the glass to his lips. He asked why the protagonist would trust him with managing it, since they were nothing more than a debtor and a creditor. The protagonist smiled slightly, raising his glass. Ten asked why Henry trusted him. Henry said he wanted to propose taking their relationship further. Ten looked at the protagonist in confusion, his mouth slightly open. He asked why Henry was pushing things so hard. The protagonist swirled his wine glass, imagining an army on a map, and said his dream was to subjugate the continent. The arena and the Million Guild were just the first steps. Ten looked dumbfounded, thinking Henry wanted to subjugate the continent. The mage, with a sly smile, asked Ten why they shouldn't become official partners, debtor and creditor. Ten was in shock, eyes wide. Henry told Ten that if he agreed, he'd make him a golden king. Ten gritted his teeth, imagining falling gold coins, thinking he could become a golden king. Henry opened his mouth slightly, bringing the wine glass to his lips. Ten and Henry clinked glasses, saying they had a deal, adding that he had nothing left to lose. White clouds floated above the building, marking how Henry and Ten became official partners, and visited the Golden Sign Guild to find suitable management for Angelman. However, no one met their requirements. The protagonist stood outside the building with the blonde man. The mage looked around with displeasure while Ten was worried. The mage said they couldn't offer anything there. The blonde man asked where they could find an accountant and a manager. Ten seemed to have an idea, his mouth dropping open as he said there was an option. The protagonist looked at him curiously, asking where this option was. The guys walked along an empty road between the houses. Ten told the mage they only needed accountants and a manager, noting that any economy goes through back alleys. He added there was a hidden road, also called the Credit Road. Ten turned back with a satisfied smile at the protagonist. Henry told him that accountants didn't need a license. Ten reassured Henry, mentioning that some had actually held those positions before. The guys continued on, passing people in the street. The protagonist said they couldn't hire just anyone. The blonde noted that Angel's Embrace was the largest guild in the area, and it belonged to a man named Ha. A sign with hieroglyphs adorned the building. The muscular man closed his eyes and bowed, asking Ten what brought him there. Ten stroked his beard, glaring at the man, stating he needed to meet his boss boss and asked if Ha was upstairs. 10 looked at the man displeased, clenching his fist. The man said Ha ordered not to let anyone in. 10 asked if the man knew who he was. The man smiled widely, spreading his arms, saying he knew, and asked if he wasn't Mr. 10, who went from the richest man in town to a poor old man. The brown-haired man remarked that the 10 million arena had apparently run its course. The man asked the blonde if he wanted to borrow some money for cigars. The blonde grinned in displeasure, glaring at him. The man smiled maliciously when the protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him. The protagonist twisted the man's arm behind his back, causing him to gasp. Henry asked how dare he. A crowd of guys rushed toward the protagonist. The man told his comrades not to stand there like stumps and threw them out. The protagonist looked at the unconscious guys on the floor. Ha suddenly started coming down the stairs, confused by the noise. He saw the protagonist standing in front of him among his men, panic visible on the bald man's face. He didn't understand what was happening. Henry turned his head to Ha with a slight smile. The bald man thought he was the arena champion. The guys approached the frightened Ha, gazing at him with sly smiles. 10 asked if they could talk. Ha, being smart, led Henry and 10 to an underground prison where malicious debtors were kept. The battered and exhausted men sat behind bars. One called out to Ha, who looked at the pleading people with irritation as they stretched their hands toward him. They begged him to let them out. The protagonist looked around the room closely, thinking they were all debtors. 10 explained that if they didn't repay their debts, they would remain there forever or be sold into slavery. Ha pointed at the men, telling 4 of them to come out. They trembled in fear as they approached. Ha smiled awkwardly while Henry pointed at one of them, asking why he was there. The bald man revealed he was once a genius accountant all the guild managements dreamed of. Believing in himself, he tried to start his own business, which landed him there. The young man walked up to the protagonist, mouth slightly open. Henry asked for his name and if he wanted to work for him. The guy fell to his knees, lowered his head, and put his palms together, stating his name was Harris, begging him to take him in. The protagonist looked at Ha, who smiled awkwardly. The mage asked how much they owed Ha. Ha said he could just take it and consider it a favor. The protagonist smiled slightly, asking Ha to calculate the money for cleaning. Ha looked at him bewildered, wide-eyed, asking what he meant by cleaning. The magician pointed at his shirt with displeasure, while Ha smiled in confusion, saying they would compensate for everything and he could ask for anything. The protagonist, smiling slightly, replied he didn't need money but something else. He pointed at the men behind bars, telling Ha to give him all the debtors. Ha, wide-eyed, exclaimed that it was out of the question since it wasn't profitable to let them go. The protagonist grinned with displeasure, asking how the bald man would compensate for the fact that his men almost killed them. Ha lowered his head, nervously staring at the floor. The bars opened, and the exhausted men shuffled out, looking down. The protagonist looked straight ahead, serious, as Henry insisted on his own, and managed to secure the release of the people from the underground prison. He decided to give them a second chance. The men went outside, smiling happily in the light. As he did with the accountants, Harris bowed to the protagonist, who smiled at him. Harris thanked Henry sincerely. White clouds floated above the building, and Henry said they needed to go somewhere before they started working. A sign with hieroglyphs marked the building, where the protagonist was welcomed at the entrance. The protagonist looked at the girl who was smiling at him. Henry greeted the manager, asking how she was doing. She asked Henry if he had already visited them. The protagonist looked at the manager with a confident smile and said he planned to buy as much of Sylvia's clothing as possible. The manager adjusted her glasses, looking behind the protagonist. She said she would be grateful and asked for whom. Harris slightly closed his eyes and opened his mouth, clenching his hands and shaking with fear. The exhausted men stood behind the protagonist. The manager looked at the guys with horror, her mouth wide open. She put her hands in front of her, examining them, saying they were very dirty and needed to wash first. Ken and Henry looked at the guys with joyful smiles. The boots on their feet sparkled with cleanliness, and they were dressed in beautiful suits. Harris and the others stood in front of the protagonist with their hands folded. The manager helped them get dressed and happily looked at the protagonist. Henry thanked her for the excellent service, and she said she was always glad to have a customer like him. The boys bowed to the protagonist, thanking him. The mage crossed his arms over his chest, smiling at Harris. He asked what work they had this time. Harris replied it was anything. The protagonist smiled widely at Harris and said they would first handle the agreement between Coleman and Baldy. Harris clenched his fist, looking confidently at the protagonist, saying everything would be done perfectly, even if they had to stay up all night. The blue sky was visible above Valdi City Hall, where a black folder with hieroglyphs lay on the table. Henry stood by B's desk, smiling widely. He asked B to read the contract, and after it was concluded, they would receive a business proposal. B said he understood and carefully studied the contract, raising his eyebrows. He said he trusted him since he wouldn't harm them. Henry reassured him not to worry. The mage looked at B with curiosity, smiling slightly, and asked how the accountants he had sent over were doing. B smiled widely, picked up the seal, and told Henry that, thanks to him, they had easily completed the calculation of taxes collected during the guild's recruitment. The special tax alone had brought them 124, 125. There was a knock on the large, beautiful door. Henry said it was Harris. Harris entered the office and bowed, while the mage pointed at him. The protagonist introduced him as his personal accountant. Harris held papers in front of him, his mouth slightly open. Henry told the boy to give the mayor a report. The boys were visible through the window. Harris said that based on the special tax reports introduced last month, in addition to the general tax, 0 gold out of the 120 came from the 10 million arena. B looked at the guys, slightly confused, and asked where they got this data from. The protagonist wore a malicious smile as he stared at the mayor. Henry told the mayor not to tell them he was going to pay the empire tax on all 120, 0 gold. The mayor clenched his fists, looking at the guys in indignation, and asked Henry what he meant. The mage said that if they didn't indicate the company's name in the special tax reports at City Hall, no one would know how the money was obtained. The protagonist brought the papers to a candle, which the mayor looked at, dumbfounded. He asked Henry what he meant that they should keep part of the tax for themselves. The protagonist explained that they owned the largest arena in the city, and if they burned the special tax reports, the money they received would stay with them. The papers began to burst into flames. The protagonist looked at the mayor with a sly smile, saying their secret fund had 0 gold pieces and 0 of which belonged to him. The mayor stared at the protagonist in shock, asking if he would really give him 0 gold pieces. The protagonist smiled at B and reminded the mayor that he had promised to give him a share, asking if that wasn't enough. Bant jumped up from his chair, looking happily at the mage, saying it was enough and he would accept them with gratitude. Henry grinned maliciously, thinking that it was better for B not to do anything stupid now. A carriage with horses was parked near the gate. The protagonist handed an envelope to the knight. Van looked at the smiling protagonist. Henry said he hoped everything would go well. B replied he would be back soon. The protagonist waved as the carriage drove away. Henry helped Harris form a professional team to later manage in Kelman Ban, and the workers left with the contract. Henry waved goodbye to Ban with a smile, thinking he could finally move on to the next step. 10, holding his hat, looked at Henry with a smile and asked what they were going to do next. Henry asked 10 what he was talking about and if he was in a hurry. 10 smiled slightly, looking at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He told the mage that if he was going to take over the continent, every second counted. The protagonist looked at the blonde man with a sly grin, thinking that perhaps the idea of becoming a golden king really motivated him. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest while the blonde man looked at him. He said he would be leaving for Salgra for a while. 10 stared at Henry in shock, wide-eyed, and asked him if he was really going north. The protagonist bared his teeth, imagining people in chains, and said he needed to find people there. 10 looked at the protagonist, panicking, raising his hands in front of him. He said Salgra was a place of exile. Henry said he knew this, and that the only way there was through the Surin Gorge. 10 imagined a gate with heavy snowfall, saying that the entrance was guarded against ordinary people. Henry asked 10 if he thought it wouldn't be possible to bribe them, adding that the more hopeless the place, the greedier the soldiers. 10 looked at Henry with narrowed eyes, grinning wickedly. He asked if it wouldn't be more effective to get in legally, without bribing anyone. The protagonist looked at the blonde man curiously, resting his hand on his chin, and said it was quite possible. Asking 10 about it, the blonde looked at the thoughtful protagonist and asked why he didn't contact the mercenary guild just in case. Under the pretext of an important mission, they might allow him entry to SRA. Henry thought that was a good idea, noting that he was planning to visit the mercenary guild anyway to enroll in their group. There was a sign with hieroglyphs on the building. The mercenary guild was a government agency. Henry stood with smirks, knowing that the Empire managed numerous guilds created every year for endless commissions to work efficiently. The guys were standing near a huge building. The person who created this system was Henry. The protagonist thought that now he had to save his people from Salura. Valdi and Anman were now under Henry's control. To legally reach the northern prison town of Salgra, he sought out the mercenary guild in the library. A boy waited for another to read a text on paper when an outstretched hand handed over a letter. A man begged the gentleman for some time. A voice called out to him from behind. It was 10, who had met with the branch managers. Henry was surprised and pleased to see useful connections. Smiling, the man wanted to add something else. Covering his mouth with his hand, he told Henry about a new way to get into SRA. Gesturing, 10 mentioned an escort, though there were some difficulties with the plan. Frowning, Henry wanted to know everything. The man told him about the customer of the escort, a private contractor working on behalf of the Empire. Crossing his arms, the boy did not understand why the Empire used private services when they could handle it themselves. Continuing to gesture, 10 told him about rumors he knew, namely that they hoped to reduce transportation fees since Baldy was located near SRA. The gentleman looked at 10, wondering if the Empire really used private contractors to cut transportation fees. Bowing slightly, the man remembered the head of the branch who could help. Patting Henry on the shoulder, the man was glad for the guest's visit tomorrow. Extending his finger, 10 recalled that he had managed to make an agreement that morning and was now a B-rank mercenary. The gentleman was glad to hear the news and reported finding the boy's papers. He handed Henry a piece of paper and a mercenary card with a confirmation instead of a badge, saying he wasn't ready yet. Reading the document carefully, Henry noted it was about the paint and varnish industry responsible for transporting goods. Closing his eyes, the man warned that he needed to prepare. Behind the house, the guy stood by a fire circle where armor lay, looking at the equipment. He thought that this amount would be enough. Scratching his chin, he considered the need to use the perfect modification technique on Hagar's horse. Immediately, a man approached him, embarrassed by the gentleman's generosity in providing a sword, armor, weapons, and insulated equipment. The man looked at the gift. Henry noted that there was no job where equipment was as crucial as in the work of a mercenary. Smiling, he remembered that when he hired a man, he ensured the best supplies. Hegler had tears in his eyes the next morning. The men were on horseback, and a crowd of people gathered in the street. They approached a servant holding a notebook. The bailiff asked if they were from the mercenary guild Million. Despite there being only 2 of them, Henry was confident in their strength. The worker said they would have to not only accompany but also carry heavy loads. Looking at the paper, the man reported reduced salaries. From behind, someone asked why only 2 mercenaries from the Million Guild had arrived. Behind them, there were more Gizone of them, was Belay, the leader of the mercenary guildhound. Mocking his men, he wondered how big the guild would be conducting such a massive recruitment. Hegler was angry at their jokes. Nodding his finger, Henry asked the head of the guild if he had participated in their tests. Throwing up his hands, Belay seemed familiar to him. Smiling, the guy remembered him as one of those who failed and made a fuss. This truly angered Belay. The worker decided to intervene and threatened to fine them if they damaged the cargo. Turning around, Henry promised that this wouldn't happen and said it was time to move on. The men mounted their horses, accompanied by the cargo, under clear sunny weather. Henry recalled the guys from the other guild because he was a sparring champion with swords. Bay was unhappy with the discussions, believing sparring wasn't a real fight. For him, it was just swinging a sword. Hegler didn't understand how his master allowed such talk about him, to which the guy replied that another opportunity would come to deal with them. Clouds gathered as the tray of food was thrown to the ground. Hegler's patience was exhausted. He struck one of the guys from the other guild, immediately followed by another blow from behind. Shaking himself off, Henry was unhappy with the overturned tray of food. Bay approached him, pointing his finger and demanding his subordinate, to which he received a sarcastic response from the guy. Angry, he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Henry, with surprise on his face, asked him to calm down. Looking at his opponent, he only thought of mockery concerning his bloodthirstiness. Bay couldn't catch his breath. Turning to his subordinate, Henry ordered him to stand down. Hegler obeyed his master, waving 2 fingers. The head of the Hound Guild took a breath as the guy walked past the choking man. Passing by, Hegler apologized, scratching his head. The subordinate looked at the overturned food. The man took out a bag, asking if he knew about the subspace pocket. Luxurious food was laid out inside. A few days later, the cargo was moving with an escort to the Slend Gorge. Henry mentioned that this gorge was called the first gate of SRA. The groom, hiding from the blizzard, approached with increased caution because bandits lived there. The escort moved between the rocks. Suddenly, the wheel of the cart ran over something, and a strong explosion was heard behind the men. Turning around, they realized that there were bandits nearby. Many men approached, their faces covered with masks and armed. Thinking quickly, Henry noticed the oddity that the bandits were dressed in military uniforms. One of the enemies shouted that to save their lives, they must drop their weapons and surrender. A guild member pointed at the bandits and smirked at them. Looking around, Henry thought how foolish it was to rob on a road only meant for transporting imperial goods. A thought flashed through his mind that the bandits were expecting them. Belay, throwing his sword over his head, told his guys it was time to warm up. Passing by, he added that 2 from the Guild Million would only interfere in the fight and entrusted them with protecting the cargo. Henry crossed his arms and simply left. As the bandits took their swords in hand, cold vapor emanating from their weapons. Henry couldn't believe his eyes. Could the bandits control the glow? He shouted back that he needed to report the situation to the commander. Seeing his smile, Henry sensed something was wrong. The Hound mercenaries charged into battle. The blades of their swords clashed. One swing from a bandit's weapon knocked the guild member down. He didn't even make a sound from the pain. A drop of sweat ran down Henry's face as he watched the brutal battle between the guild and the bandits. Baile gave the command to his group to change positions. The corpses of his mercenaries lay on the ground. The guild leader was both scared and angry. They were surrounded. Sweat dripped down his face as the bandits took Baile down and surrounded him. One of the enemies swung. Baile closed his eyes in fear, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. There was a blow near his neck, and the bloody weapon dropped to the ground. Opening his eyes, he couldn't understand what had happened. Looking back, he saw Henry throw a sword from afar to save him. There wasn't a drop of emotion on his face. The guy began to shake off his hands, and Henry said their time had come. One of the bandits pointed at them and said they needed to be dealt with first. A crowd of enemies rushed toward them. Henry watched and smiled. Stamping his foot, he activated the grease ability. Watching the running bandits, he knew the road would become slippery thanks to magic. Henry grabbed his chin and ordered his subordinate to deal with the enemies. While running, Hegler thought about how incredible his leader was. He was able to strike the enemy in the back. Then, he swung his weapon at another bandit. After a while, all the enemies lay on the ground. Hegler stuck his sword into the ground and leaned on it without getting up from his knees. Delay couldn't imagine how the two of them could defeat an entire team. Henry, holding the man by the shoulder, decided to take him along since they needed working hands. Putting his palm to his forehead, Hegler began to carry out the order. A man approached them on horseback. It was another bandit, with only his eyes visible under the mask. Looking at him, Henry figured he must be the boss of the bandits. He raised his hand for his subordinate to let him handle this and confidently grabbed the sword himself. Henry was sure he could take care of this bandit. The enemy swung his sword, and looking at the tip, Henry guessed he was a swordsman. Smiling, he felt even more confident. The bandit raised the sword over his head. The young man frowned, thinking about what he ought to use against the swordsman. Magic circles appeared under his feet. The young man decided he should conjure up thicker armor. The bandit lowered his sword. The blade engulfed in aura. Blue energy swirled around the sword blade. The young man stood up. Shining particles fell to the ground. He tried to activate haste. His hair began to rise as he made a sharp dash forward using acceleration. Holding the sword, he charged at the enemy. The robber looked at him in surprise as the young man swung. They clashed swords, and Henry clenched his jaw, thinking he had cast a few haste spells, but the bandit still blocked the blow with his shining sword. While their blades sparked against each other, the young man thought about what to do. The opponents spread their swords to the sides. Henry wounded the bandit's horse, and it fell dead. The bandit grabbed his shoulder, exclaiming it was his favorite horse. Finding a smile, Henry replied that now they were even since his neck was tired. The bandit scowled angrily, calling him ignorant, and tightened his grip on the sword. The bandit took the shining sword with both hands, and the young man thought that perhaps he really loved this horse. He didn't strengthen himself and got into a defensive stance, thinking that increasing the distance could be dangerous for him. He dashed toward the enemy again, believing that he couldn't break through the bandit with one blow, so he had to concentrate all his strength on the tip of the sword. Clenching his jaw, he moved toward the bandit. Looking ahead, he used a sharpness spell. The young man delivered a slash, and the bandit looked at what happened in surprise, thinking the young man pierced through the glow. The tip of the blade touched his breastplate, and suddenly, the guy was thrown back by a powerful explosion. Henry stopped kneeling, covering his face with his hands from the blast. He frowned, looking ahead, and saw the bandit's hand lying on the ground. The young man thought that the enemy had sacrificed his hand and fled like a lizard that had lost its tail, and afterward, he would call himself a swordsman with it. After realizing he had hit not the neck but the shoulder, he tore the clothes on the severed hand, revealing a tattoo of snakes. The boy imagined the constellation as a double snake symbol, and thought this was the distinctive mark of the Snake Knights, led by the Salure of 10 Swords, the 10th blade among the swords of the Imperial Palace. The young man frowned, thinking that as he suspected, the bandit was not an ordinary guy, but who knew that the Imperial army was behind them, and Aubert must be involved. The boy envisioned many members of the Imperial family, thinking that if they counted, the forces of the Imperial army included 6 great houses, the dukes, 2 marquises, and 3 count families participating in the governance of the state. The boy recalled his past, thinking that in every region, there are great wizards like him, as well as priests and other masters. They hold titles like great princes and participate in state affairs. Aubert heads the Scarlet family, one of the houses. The young man mentioned that only the duke and 1 marquis had the power to compete with the imperial family. He took a piece of cloth in his hand, thinking about how his opponents played unfairly, and frowned, deciding he would destroy everything. The young man headed for the carriage, and the monk noticed him. He suspected the merchant was in on it too. The man spread his arms, thanking the young man for their safe arrival. Surprised, he watched the approaching boy, who grabbed him by the collar and demanded to know who he really was. The man raised his eyebrows in fear, asking what he meant, and wondered if he had been caught and how the boy knew. The boy punched him in the face, looking at the fallen merchant with anger. He felt that innocent people had died because of the Marquis's pawns, and was still furious that those deaths could have been avoided. The lock on the corset was cut instantly, revealing all sorts of junk inside. The boy crossed his arms, thinking as he suspected, there were no essentials, meaning they had planned to kill them from the start. He decided that the emperor must have ordered minimal food supplies. He glared at the merchant, believing the Marquis's men interfered with the shipment, with plans to exterminate the exiles. One of the knights leaned toward the boy, asking what was happening. The boy replied that this task was actually a bandit and merchant plan. He slammed his fist on the carriage, eager to get back to Vivity. Lowering his head, he mentioned they had another carriage and would continue. The knight nodded, agreeing. The youth gritted his teeth, heavy-hearted, stating that the exiles needed help. They set up camp near the carriage, and as the youth was harnessing his horse, he overheard someone accusing the merchant. He crossed his arms, watching as one present shook the merchant, cursing him. The knight beside the youth raised his hand, asking if they should intervene. The boy shook his head, telling him to leave them alone. The beaten merchant trembled and cried, as a man pointed at him, asking what to do. The youth took the reins and told him to lock the merchant up. The party continued on, with the youth thinking they were heading to Salura. The checkpoint near Salura stood under falling snow. The guard noticed the approaching men, placing his hand on his chest, thanking the young man for his efforts, and asked about the merchant. The young man frowned, saying he was behind them. He then asked where the boss was. The soldier sighed, closed his eyes, and said the boss was recovering from a hangover. The young man looked away tensely, thinking it was not the time for that. The knight pointed ahead, asking if they had encountered any bandits. The young man closed his eyes, loudly declaring they had dealt with them. Then, he threw the severed hand, causing the soldier to recoil in fear. The young man looked sternly at him, asking him to bring the boss. The bearded man muttered about the paint industry and followed the guard, saying if people from the paint factory had come, then the merchant was there too. He approached the boy, holding his head and glaring at him, his face bright red. The boy raised an eyebrow in surprise, mentally describing him, then recognized him as the gatekeeper of Bunt. He awkwardly smiled, curious about how the man ended up there. He imagined the man with a blade and shield, knowing him as the gatekeeper's shield because of his outstanding duty guarding the fortress and his excellent swordsmanship. Henry himself had awarded him a medal. The boy touched his forehead and thought that because of him, the man was demoted and ended up like this. He mentally wondered if the man was drinking away his pain. The boy took the man's hands, closing his eyes. The man's hand began to glow brightly, and Bunt asked what he was doing. The boy thought this simple spell would remove the alcohol from his system. The man was surprised, raising his eyebrows as he suddenly felt sober. The boy touched his chest, expressing his happiness to meet him, and introduced himself as the head of the Million Mercenary Guild, chosen to accompany the paint and varnish production carriage. Upon hearing the boy's name, the man exclaimed in surprise, touching his beard, annoyed he had heard it before. They shook hands, and the man introduced himself as the local head. Shaking his head, he asked why Henry was greeting him instead of the monk. The boy knocked on the carriage, explaining they had encountered bandits, who turned out to be the Snake Knights in disguise. The man looked at him in surprise, asking if the boy meant the Salura Knights were involved in theft. The boy frowned slightly, asking if the paint factory was suffering from private robberies. The man recalled the empty bottles, saying that at least 1 in 3 squads faced this during transportation. The boy calmly told him that now it fell to their lock. Bunt lowered his head, saying he thought the merchant and the Snake Knight planned the robbery. He noted the evidence could be the fact that only a small portion of supplies was in the carriage. The boy pondered this, wanting to report it himself, but since Bunt was in charge, their plans would have to adjust. He smiled, saying he brought these guys to them. Touching the cart, the boy indicated he was just an ordinary mercenary, and if he reported what happened to the palace, they would not believe him. But Bunt was a different matter. The man nervously lowered his head, calling it useless. He displayed the banner of the Snake Knights, stating that if they were involved, there was no point in reporting it. The boy said he could not divulge details but frowned, saying the leader of the Snake Knights was related to the Marquis, so if there was someone behind this, it was likely him. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how the boy knew. He scratched the back of his head, saying the boy seemed well aware, and if their reports got into the hands of the 3 houses, it would be bad news. Bunt grabbed the boy's hand, closing his eyes, warning him that things would be worse if he got involved with the Marquis, so he should ignore it, especially since he was still young. The young man confidently looked ahead, questioning if Count Eisen could handle it even if they felt powerless. The man looked up in shock at the mention of the Count's name. The young man imagined the kingdom's servants, thinking thinking that after he and others working for the kingdom got executed for treason, the noble houses would lay claim to the vacant titles. He envisioned further conflict and noted that 3 houses were vying for the right to be called Marquis, which could only be granted to 2 of them, and the one who lost became Count Eisen. The boy tapped his chin, asking if the Count could solve their problem. The man held his head, stating their opponent was a Marquis, and asked what the Count could do if he had already lost once. The young man patted him on the shoulder, saying they shouldn't worry about that. What mattered was finding a safe, reliable way to report everything to the palace. He smiled softly, declaring that no matter what happened, they would do everything in their power. The man scratched his cheek, calling the young man incredible, admitting he hadn't thought of such a plan. The young man replied that it was because the man was honest that he hadn't conceived such a dirty plan. He cracked the doors of the cart slightly, and the man timidly asked if the young man knew him. The boy responded that there were rumors he was one of the knights following Henry, who shook the dust from his hands, saying he would take the merchants and requested permission to enter SRA. The man scratched the back of his head in agreement as the cart moved through rocks and hills. The young man from the city sat on a horse when suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead. The young man said there was a settlement of exiles. On the steel pole were carved hieroglyphs with the same meaning. The knight ordered the soldier to use the hammer to announce their arrival. The soldier swung the wooden hammer, striking the sides of the steel pole. The young man pursed his lips, wondering what had happened to his people all these years. Suddenly, a wooden hatch opened in the ground. The soldier slightly opened it, and a man in tattered clothes began to rise from below. 6 exiles lined up in front of the boy. One looked at him with distress, while another lowered his head pitifully. The young man frowned, thinking he couldn't believe that out of 50 people, only 15 survived. The knight placed his hand on his belt, asking why everyone was standing at attention like soldiers. The boy clenched his jaw, contemplating how all of this was because of the merchant, and wondered how he had abused his power to scare them so much. The boy looked back at the soldier, saying he would talk to Mr. Bunt later, and that he should leave this matter to them and get back to work. The soldier agreed. The boy then glanced back at the box and a couple of barrels, thinking this was all they had. He watched the men unloading the cart and mentioned that they no longer needed the hired hands of the merchants. Looking at the knight's face, he ordered them to strip off their clothes, tie their hands, and cover their eyes. Then, they should throw snow on them while he finished his business. A rope was tied around the wrists of one of the workers. The man pushed snow at him. The boy stood before the exiles and introduced himself, causing their mouths to drop open in surprise. He spread his arms, saying that the man they had just thought of was his mentor. The knight looked back at the boy in shock. The exiles reacted the same way. Ilinasha raised his hands, stating he had come to fulfill his teacher's will, specifically to meet them. He lowered his head, apologized, and said he should have come earlier. The exiles burst into tears. The boy added that he didn't have enough authority, so he couldn't do anything. An old man stepped closer, asking if he really was the Grand Duke's disciple. The boy took his hand and lowered his head, apologizing for making them wait. The old man expressed that he couldn't find words to describe how happy they were to see him. The boy looked up at him, suddenly knelt down, touched the ground, closed his eyes, and began to chant. A bright magic circle appeared beneath him, and an aura began to spread across the ground. The snow on a tree branch started to melt as the men looked around in surprise. The old man remarked that it was no longer snowing. The young man gazed at the magic circle, thinking he had created an invisible barrier above it. Mana started gathering in his hand. The young man stated it was time to move on to the main part. Frowning, he opened his eyes to find a giant building had suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man had summoned a towering mansion, one of the highest level survival spells he had created. The boy looked at it, saying the result was generally satisfactory. The old man smiled, surprised at how big the house was. The boy asked if there was a river or lake nearby. The old man replied that there was a legendary frozen lake in the north where the ice spirit was rumored to live, and then asked why he needed it. The boy explained that now that they had a house, they needed to address their thirst problem, and he inquired about the lake's location. The frozen lake lay in a clearing between the mountains. The boy approached it and stood on the ice, saying that since there were fish there, the water must be good. He raised his leg, an aura swirling around it, and kicked the ice with force. He looked at the water's surface, thinking that, as he had been told, the ice was thin but didn't crack due to the ice spirit's magic. He added that he thought it wouldn't be so easy to break through. He created a fireball in his hand, holding it above his head as the fire spell grew more massive. Using a flight spell, he took off from the ground. Frowning, he used haste and decided to add some speed to the stones. Sharply lowering his hand, he launched the fiery projectile downward. The fiery stone crashed into the ice, creating a small crevice beneath him. The young man thought that the ice had at least split and decided to check the water. He lowered himself to the edge of the ice hole and plunged his hand into the water. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by an incomprehensible sensation. He pulled out his trembling hand, wondering what was wrong with it. Remembering the egg on his left forearm, he rolled up his sleeve and saw that the egg was already glowing brightly from underneath. The young man thought that if it reacted like this to the local water, could it be connected to the spirit of the lake? Fluffy snowflakes fell from the sky as a bandit walked by, bleeding and leaving bloody footprints behind him. The bandit frowned angrily and thought he should warn Sir Salar. Looking at the base of the Imperial army, he thought they were almost there, then added that the boy would pay for humiliating him. The boy stood at the edge of the ice hole, frowning and wondering aloud if he should dive in. A hera started to swirl around him. The boy thought he had used a waterproofing and breathing spell, creating a bubble of energy around him. He confidently looked ahead, and the water only splashed slightly after his jump. Various fish swam beneath the ice crust. The boy frowned, sinking lower and lower, thinking that this lake was deeper than he had imagined. Suddenly, he noticed a glow at the bottom as his foot brushed the sand. A strong pain pierced through him, and the egg in his hand started glowing brightly. Water began to swirl into the boy's hand. He gritted his teeth, considering the egg absorbing the water. Grabbing his forearm with his other hand, he thought that at this rate, he would run out of mana, so he needed to pull it out from his forearm. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The next second, a bright flash lit up everything around him. The boy opened his eyes, wondering what it was, and noticed the egg lying at the bottom. Frowning slightly, he thought it really was a water spirit because, by absorbing moisture, it grew. The egg began absorbing water again, energy swirling around it. A crack appeared on the shell from which a bright light emanated, and a cute Alagon hatched from the egg. It looked at the boy in surprise while the boy watched it sniff the bottom, thinking it was acting like a dog. Suddenly, the dragon noticed something and quickly started digging at the lake bed. The boy smiled slightly, wondering what it was trying to find. The dragon pulled out a blue bead. The boy looked at it, thinking it was the essence of Mother Nature, created by the untouched world. He frowned, adding that more accurately, it was the essence of ice, meaning the lake was under its cover. The dragon gritted its teeth, breaking the bead into pieces. His body glowed brightly and his aura swirled chaotically. The boy covered his face with his hand, thinking that it had consumed the essence, contributing to his growth. The dragon smiled contentedly. The boy thoughtfully stroked his chin and picked up the dragon, saying he would name him Alagon. The young man extended his hand, and bright energy burst out. Then he thought he needed to know what the dragon could do. He smiled slightly, realizing that it was not without Venom's heart, which he had to drink, because the power of his poison exceeded that of the poisonous spirit. The dragon, weary, struck a pose, and an aura of different colors began to swirl around him. The young man thought he felt the energies of the four elements within him: water, ice, poison, and incredible healing power. The creature gently rubbed against his leg. The young man smiled at him, saying they would give it a try. The dragon stuck out its tongue and squeaked slightly. The boy floated to the surface with his pet, noting the warm water as he looked at the water surface from which steam rose. He remarked that it turned out the lake was a hot spring. The frozen fish quickly crossed his mind. He pursed his lips, realizing he had wanted to get water there for the journey but would have to find another lake. Sunlight streamed through the windows as the men cleaned inside. One of them commented that despite the vastness, it was not at all humid. The second exile noted it felt so warm inside, as if they were basking in the sun's rays. The knight set the box on the floor, wiped his forehead, and said he was done with his things. He smiled softly at the joyful exiles, thinking that if it weren't for the young man, he would be the same as them. Grinning evilly, he declared that he would swear allegiance to him. Suddenly, the young man placed his hand on his shoulder, making the knight tremble in fear. The young man smiled, reminding him he remembered his words. The knight smiled awkwardly, asking when the young man would return. The boy crossed his arms, the dragon sitting on his shoulder. The knight claimed he didn't hear anyone open the door. The boy asked why he needed a door. The dragon put its paw on the boy's head and squeaked a little. The man recoiled in fear, asking the boy what it was. The boy stroked the dragon's cheek, asking the knight what surprised him so much. The dragon closed its eyes, and the boy introduced him by name, calling the dragon a first-class water spirit, then explained it was weak because it was still a pup. Night fell over the Imperial camp as the bandit greeted the commander, holding his shoulder as he stood before the man in the chair. The man slammed the book shut, exclaiming that Haram had messed up. The bandit lowered his head, asking for forgiveness, then claimed he would take full responsibility for the mission's failure. The master frowned angrily, telling the boy not to speak empty words but to explain everything. The bandit looked up at him and began to speak. Salmor touched his chin, saying the bandit didn't sense his aura, but the boy fought without much effort. Haram confirmed this. The man looked down down, pondering how someone without an aura could do such a thing. He tapped his finger on the chair, adding that little was known about this guy, and since the merchant failed, Salur looked down sternly, concluding that they would simply get rid of him. A tall white building stood like sunlight as the old man held a piece of paper in his hand. The young man told everyone to leave. After the door closed, the old man and the other man gasped in shock. Outside the house was water steaming up. The young man pointed at it, explaining that while studying the lake, he learned the land was mostly volcanic. He teased the dragon, saying that thanks to it, he was able to restore the lake. The little creature raised its muzzle, smiling in satisfaction. The boy added that now they could drink water from there. The old man lowered his hand into the warm water, saying they no longer needed to worry about thirst and cold. The young man looked at him and said he would create a company to take care of them. The men bowed to him, thanking the boy. The old man said they would now live like humans. The boy smiled, thinking he only had to hand these people over to the count. The boy and Bunt were standing in the soup room. Bunt asked why the boy didn't go himself as the count since he was already there. The boy pointed to himself, asking if he should go or if Bunt should do it instead. Bunt looked at him, thinking it'd be easier for the boy to handle this. The young man stroked his chin, grinning slightly, thinking it would be nice to see the count before taking his head. He told the man he would help. Bunt put his hand on his chest, thanking him, and said he would pay the guild. Suddenly, he looked at the boy in surprise when the boy refused to give him both dresses. The boy held up 2 fingers, asking the man to do him a few favors. Bunt cautiously asked what he meant, adding that he would do whatever the boy said. The boy thanked him with a smile, putting his hands behind his back and saying one of the requests he would leave for when he needed the man's strength, as he wanted Bunt to help him with something. The man laughed in agreement. The boy held up 2 fingers again, saying that his second request was for the man to keep everything he saw in the exile village a secret. Bunt raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man lowered his head sadly, saying he knew the people living there and provided them with food, clothing, and shelter. The man opened his clothes, saying he understood and wouldn't say a word about what he saw. He handed the boy a folded paper, saying it was a document for transferring prisoners, but the boy could see it as a letter of recommendation. The young man took the document, closing his eyes to thank the man, extending his hand to the knight, telling him to lock all the swindlers and thieves in the carriage because they were leaving soon. The detachment passed by the trees. The young man imagined the count as a hereditary military man, thinking that skills had been passed down for generations in his family. But despite his great strength, he was stupid because he was always compared to the previous counts who held the title of Marquis. Hegler looked at the smiling youth, confused, thinking that although the count's contribution during the war was enormous, he still hadn't risen. The youth accidentally said out loud that he hoped Aizen was still as stupid as before. The Shonen Palace stood under the warm rays of the sun. The guard told the youth to show his pass. The guard inspected the sign he was given closely. He raised his hand to his mouth and shouted that everything was clear. The doors opened, and he gestured for them to pass. The youth looked at him indignantly, thinking about how people say dogs look like their owners, then added that soldiers didn't even salute. A beautiful white fountain stood right in front of the main entrance to the count's house. The youth and the knight approached another guard. The guy noticed that Hegler was very nervous and smiled at him. The man twitched in fear. The youth reassured him not to be nervous. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a guard who asked if he was a mercenary or an officer. The soldier smiled disdainfully, insulting the young man. The boy frowned in anger, telling the guard to watch his language. He looked at him with a haughty smile, saying that just because he was guarding the entrance to the count's mansion didn't make him a count. The guard pulled out a spear, pointing it at the boy, then insulted him again. Henry drew his sword, delivering a quick blow that broke the guard's spear in 2. It sliced through the chainmail on the soldier's body, and the lower part of his armor fell to the ground. The soldier fell to his knees and wet himself on the ground. The boy smirked angrily, saying it was a pity to have such a guy on guard. Henry looked over his shoulder. Reinforcements stood behind him, and the soldiers glared at him. They charged at him upon hearing the order. The young man smirked, saying he wouldn't kill them, just lightly cut their armor. His blade sliced through the air several times as the guards fell around him. The man looked at him, debating whether he was the S-class mercenary. Hegler grinned, saying their guild was only B rank, and if they had any requests, they could visit. Something flew by his face at high speed. A spear wrapped in aura pierced the ground next to the young man. A man appeared on the platform with a vein bulging on his forehead. He introduced himself as Bacon, the head of the guard, and then asked the young man who he was. The boy smiled slightly, asking if he was in charge. The man stepped forward, and they exchanged glances. The man sternly asked what would happen if that was the case. The young man raised his hand, stating he needed to see the count. Bacon smiled broadly but then frowned, approaching the young man and said that people people like him couldn't just meet the Count on a whim. The young man smiled and reached for the letter, opening the document and asking if the man planned to ignore a letter of recommendation with the seal of the Imperial Army. Bacon looked at the document in surprise, suddenly recoiling in fear, turning around, and agreeing with the young man. The boy smiled, saying as he thought, they easily found common ground. The men on horseback walked along the path, surrounded by a magnificent garden. A beautiful fountain was surrounded by flowers and statues of women. The young man frowned, thinking the Count was as stubborn as he had been. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the beautiful buildings as the men approached the entrance to the house. Bacon opened the door slightly, telling them to wait outside. Hegler leaned toward the boy, saying that the surrounding area was extensive and the mansion was too small for such an authoritative family. The boy stroked his chin with a smile, crossing his arms, saying that this was likely a reception room. The knight raised his eyebrows wearily, saying the man seemed different from the other counts. He quickly looked around and lifted her sleeve to show a blue bracelet, then said that if the man was looking for a dragon, it was there. Hegler looked at his wrist in surprise, asking what it meant. Suddenly, the young man noticed a carriage arriving and turned to face it. The Count stepped onto the ground, scratching his head, displeased that some military scum had the nerve to declare they had a letter with the seal of the Imperial Army. Hegler bowed his head. The young man thought the Count had finally arrived. Eisen glared at them furiously, asking if they knew whose soldiers they dared to touch. The young man, with a calm expression, thought he was not that scary. He awkwardly smiled, scratched his temple, and said if he'd known the Count valued these people, he would have settled everything with words. Then he frowned, stating the soldiers were very insolent, so he could only rely on his fists. The Count's servant jumped forward, calling the young man a scoundrel, and asking what kind of security he expected. The boy looked back at the disgruntled Count, not finishing his thought. Eisen laughed loudly and patted him on the shoulder. The boy smiled, thinking the Count must be someone who valued fortitude the most, so his disrespect was perceived as bravery. The Count turned his back, saying he liked the boy, then suggested they continue the conversation inside. The men sat at the table, tea steaming slightly. The boy thought the Count was spending taxes on expensive tea like before, and that he didn't really understand the course. He wondered if he should try to treat the Count. The boy raised his cup, saying the rumors were true because the Count had excellent taste, and he hadn't thought he would get to try such expensive tea. The Count laughed, saying the boy knew a thing or two and felt it as soon as he saw him because they were birds of a feather. The young man drank his tea with a smile, thinking the Count was still as stupid as ever. Henry set down his cup, saying he actually came for something else. He looked at the Count with a smile, saying he came to give him a good sword. The man smiled widely and asked if it was true. The young man confirmed it with a smile, placing his hand on the document, saying the letter of recommendation was the sword. The Count picked up the document, saying that if it were true, then the Viper Knight squad lost in battle against him alone. The young man grinned, confirming his words. The Count continued to read the document carefully, saying the young man must really be capable of this since he held himself confidently even in front of him. The boy said that the Count was exaggerating. Eisen cautiously looked away, saying that Bunt could report the incident directly to the Imperial Palace. He then asked why they came to him. The young man looked him in the eye calmly, thinking that if he couldn't wrap everything up skillfully, the opposite effect could happen. He put his hands on his knees and said that everyone in the country knew that his relationship with the Marquis, who owned the Viper Squad, wasn't very good. He also knew that the head of the checkpoint had a bad relationship with the current heads of the three authoritative families. The man became wary when he heard these words. The young man, with a slight smile, suggested turning to the Count for this very reason, because yesterday's enemies could become allies. The man crossed his arms over his chest. The boy added that during his service at Fort Caliburn, he realized there were no permanent enemies in life. The man smiled broadly, saying that the boy was making quite the right points for someone so young, and the more he listened, the more interesting it got. The young man grinned, thinking he had pleased the Count. The man sat back in his chair, touched his chin, crossed his legs, and asked for the boy's name. The boy closed his eyes, remembering his past, and said his name. The man jumped up in shock, exclaiming loudly. The boy looked at him with a smile, asking if he was okay since his complexion wasn't very good. The man turned pale, saying that everything was fine. An ominous aura began to emanate from the boy. He thought that was enough. Smiling mischievously, he believed he had declared war on his enemies from a previous life. The man smiled slightly, said the boy's name, and remarked that it was an eerie coincidence. The boy awkwardly smiled back, saying he didn't mean to scare the Count, and that because of his name, he often found himself in awkward situations. The man looked at him suspiciously, asking why he decided to make such an offer. The young man smiled slightly, pondering why the man had suddenly become so abrupt. He lowered his head, saying that although he was from the Baron's family and served at the fort, he was still a modest guy and far from a successful career. The man gritted his teeth, asking if he had approached Bunt with an offer to get his attention. The guy looked at him, confirming the guess. The man lowered his hand, thinking the young man was quite scary and very much like an evil spirit. He then said he would accept the gift, and the Marquis would be greatly disgraced in front of His Majesty. The man touched his beard, feeling uneasy about the boy's name and actions, deciding he would have to pay the guy and send him away before he talked too much. The Count waved his hand, ordering the soldiers to give the guy a generous reward and see him off. The young man sipped his tea, thinking he had never imagined feelings would play a much bigger role in decision-making than cold calculation. This meant the man was so wary of the name Henry Morris. The young man summed up that he hadn't expected it, but it was time to end it. The sun warmed their surroundings as Van walked along the path. The voiceover noted that upon arriving in Ankh-Coleman, the man took over the leadership of the team as the young man had ordered. Hars immediately signed the agreement, and the management team successfully checked the Ankh-Coleman budget. The mayor, having received recognition, proudly accepted the support that Henry had mentioned. The man suddenly stopped as the voice added that when Van had resolved all the issues, he immediately returned to Vivaldi. The man approached Ten and asked if the young man had left on an errand to Salgra. Ten affirmed this. The man crossed his arms, saying that in that case, he would head there too. Ten stopped him, saying she would prepare everything necessary. A man was riding his horse through a dense forest. He took a sip of water from a flask, wiping his lips, and remarked that the medicine made in the temple would quickly drive away fatigue. The white walls of the building stood under the rays of the sun. Hegler and Henry stood in front of Bacon. The young man said he didn't need to be seen off. The man looked at him incomprehensibly. The young man added that he had something for him. He took out a gold coin with a smile and placed it under his cloak, patting the man on the chest, saying it was a tip. Vatican frowned angrily, thinking the young man had taken just one gold coin from his own treasury as a reward and was giving it to him as a tip. The man recalled how the young man had left the treasury, tossing a coin and kicking it with his foot, looking after the men as they left. The young man thought that overeating was bad for health. Night fell over the palace. The soldier lit the wall flame on his face and walked along the corridors, lighting the lamps. The voiceover explained that the head of the 6 great families had the right to summon representatives at any time, and in emergencies, they were obliged to respond. However, the emperor and the dukes had the right not to comply, because only one powerful order for creation could summon the emperor himself, which was when someone was plotting treason or dishonoring the ruler. The count sat next to the other heads. On the other side of the table sat the other family heads. The emperor frowned in displeasure at the accusations in the report. Eisen rose from his seat, stating he would inform the emperor of the reason for the summons regarding the report. He gestured to bring someone in. The hall door opened slightly, and the guards led in the bound men. The merchant and his accomplice trembled with fear. The count slammed his hand on the table, looked at the emperor, and asked if he could, with permission, order the most important evidence, namely, the bodies of the Viper Knights, to be brought in. The emperor raised an eyebrow in confusion and declined it. Soldiers carried a stretcher into the room, laying the covered bodies at the feet of the quaking captives. Aubert tensely clenched his teeth. The Marquis and the Count exchanged glances. Eisen addressed the emperor, saying the reason he had gathered everyone was that the emperor clenched his jaw in rage at the man's words, suggesting that one of the 6 heads of the great families had not only disobeyed the order. The Count felt pity for him, finishing his sentence by saying that the offender had also wasted troop strength by arbitrarily controlling the Imperial Knights. Aubert trembled in his seat. The Emperor clenched his hand on the armrest, bared his teeth, and demanded to know who dared to do this. Rising from his seat, he shouted loudly, asking all those present who had disobeyed and allowed the Empire's knights to die. Silence fell over the room. The Emperor frowned angrily. The voiceover explained that although he was incompetent and foolish, he had managed to unite an entire continent because when power lies in the hands of an unreasonable person, you never know who the sword will strike at. Drops of blood flowed from the blade. The narrator added that this is why blind swords are so fearsome. The Count pointed at the Marquis, saying he was the one to blame for this. Albert looked away. The Emperor asked if the Count referred to the Marquis of the Crimson family. The Marquis stood in front of Henry from the past, surrounded by various objects. The voiceover explained that his family was known for producing resourceful soldiers and politicians for generations, and the Marquis was a capable man because, in Henry's past life, they were the main political representatives of the state. The Emperor looked at him angrily, asking if this was true. The Marquis lowered his head, reflecting on why Salur and Monk had dragged things out for so long, but now he understood everything. The Count looked at the soldiers, ordering them to remove the clothes from the bodies. The knights tore off the cuff from the shoulder of the deceased, priest, revealing the brand of the Snake Knights. The Count smiled maliciously and mentally asked the Marquis if he liked such undeniable evidence. The Emperor glared at the dead body in rage. The man thought this was an excellent result because the Emperor was angry, and there was very little time left before he disposed of the Marquis. The Count looked at His Majesty with a calm expression, saying that the Marquis should have at least collected the remaining food that His Majesty had given to the exiles. Eisen recalled the remains in the empty bottles, concluding about the man appropriating the Emperor's gifts for himself for over a year. Pointing at the Marquis again, he said that Aubert had specially hired commoners to transport the supplies and then secretly conspired with the leader of the Viper Knights. The Emperor watched the proceedings attentively. The man finished his sentence by saying that the Marquis had disguised the Palace Knights as a band of robbers to steal all the transported supplies and had thus deceived His Majesty. He slapped his palms on the table. The Count added that in addition to violating the Emperor's order, he had killed innocent people at His Majesty's command. The Marquis bit his lip tensely. The Count mentioned that he was carried away in embezzlement. The soldier glanced back at the enraged Emperor. The man grabbed the knight's sword. The Emperor swung the blade, calling the Marquis a scoundrel, and pierced the Marquis's chest with the tip of the sword. The man bit his lip, holding back a scream as he held onto the blade of the sword with his hands. The Emperor glared at him, demanding to know how he dared to show such defiance. In his rage, he shouted if he had truly crossed paths with him. The Count watched with a satisfied smile. The Marquis frowned, unable to endure it any longer. The Emperor calmed down a bit after hearing the Marquis's words, claiming that the families of the exiles were traitors. Aubert bit his lip again. The Emperor asked what he had said, and in response, he threw his sword to the floor. The man explained that the Emperor had been merciful, warmly receiving the traitors, but the Marquis added he could not forgive them in return. The Emperor raised his eyebrows in confusion, asking what that meant. The Marquis frowned, saying he clearly remembered the day the traitor Henry had bargained with the Emperor, putting his life and the lives of the exiles at stake. The Emperor recalled the moment when the old man was kneeling before him. Henry took a sip from his glass, and His Majesty looked ahead in surprise. The Marquis frowned, stating that he had organized this event in honor of His Majesty. The man lowered his head and asked to be executed for violating the imperial order. The Count looked at him in surprise, biting his lip and thinking that the man was playing his part well. The Count thought that Aubert, who was about to be called a criminal for violating the imperial order and wasting national forces, had suddenly transformed into a man devoted to the country and the Emperor, thinking only of the welfare of the ruler. His Majesty helped him up, holding the man by the shoulders. The Emperor called for the priest and hugged the Marquis, saying he was very foolish because he had wounded him without knowing the whole truth. The Marquis listened silently, suddenly smiling maliciously as he looked away. The starry sky hung over the forest. A young man sat by the fire, gazing ahead with displeasure, thinking he could not stand the overwhelming feeling of hatred. Looking away, he thought that he would like to, despite the Count. The young man called for a clever cat that appeared in front of the fire. He looked at the animal and asked it to go to the treasury they had recently visited and sweep everything away. The cat nodded, agreeing with the order. The animal opened its eyes, smiling as it looked ahead. The smoke from its movement rose to the sky. The young man lay on the ground, staring at the stars. He grinned, thinking how angry the man would be upon discovering that his wealth had been stolen. The cat's voice was heard nearby, saying it had returned. The young man threw it a treat, praising it for its work. As the boy looked at the stars again, the cat enthusiastically gnawed on its gift. The young man watched the moon, resting his hands behind his head. He said that only a few thousand gold pieces would be enough, and then suggested leaving for Vival without regret. At the checkpoint of the gorge, snowflakes fell softly as he approached the gate. A guard noticed him, holding a spear in both hands. The soldier informed him that ordinary people were not allowed inside. The man looked around and showed the soldier a gold plate. The soldier recoiled in surprise, realizing the gold plate might indicate he was a marquis or even from the imperial palace. The guard bowed, apologizing and saying he did not know the man held such a high position, then mentioned that he would call for the leader. Bunt walked out with his head down, asking whose arrival made the soldier so flustered. He noticed the man adjusting his saddle and smiled at him. Bunt grinned happily, and they shook hands. Bunt said it had been a long time since they last met. The man commented that he must have had a tough time. Looking into Bunt's eyes, he mentioned one of the mercenaries from the merchant group had business in the city. Bunt raised an eyebrow, asking if he was referring to Henry. The man touched his chest, saying he was the second in command of the mercenaries. Bunt smiled widely, and asked if the man wanted to say what the boy was replacing. He then added it was not surprising. After all, Henry had seemed challenging for a reason. He pointed to the gate, saying that if the man had come to find out about him, he had something to tell, inviting them inside. The snowstorm continued to cover the rooftops. Bunt asked if the man liked to drink, to which he replied affirmatively, with a smile. The valley was illuminated by bright rays of the sun. The voiceover explained that when the war ended and the continent was united, the need for an army did not vanish. So, the Empire began training talents actively. The building with a blue roof stood majestically under the blue sky. The narrator added that various academies, including a fencing academy, were established in the Empire, where many developed their abilities not just to survive but to fulfill their dreams. Young men stood in rows. The narrator explained that this way, the golden age of supreme power began in the Empire, and thanks to the annual presence of talented individuals in the academy, the level of state power increased. The guy's hand was embraced by surrounding energy. The narrator added that strength did not lie in mastering weapons but in aura, which controls the energy hidden in the human body. Kier looked sternly ahead. The narrator explained that at 20, the guy already served in the Imperial Palace and was also the third commander of the Snake Knight squad. Salur approached him, stating that the boy needed to go to SRA for a while. The boy raised an eyebrow, asking if he was talking about going north. The commander frowned, confirming it and stating the mission was top secret, so he had to go there without letting information leak. The knight bowed back, pointing at him, saying he would give him command of the third squad, as there should not be a single soul left in Salgra. He frowned angrily, ordering everyone to be burned and killed, starting with the soldiers at the checkpoint. The boy frowned, insisting he would not let his commander down. Night fell on the checkpoint. The boy, riding a horse, looked at the gate from a ledge, raising a shining sword. The soldiers of his squad also understood their shining weapons. The boy swung his sword, ordering everyone to be killed. The cavalry rushed forward as fluffy snow continued to fall. Bunt took a sip from a wooden cup, slamming it on the table with his cheeks turning slightly red. Taking the bottle into his hands, the man offered explosive volcanic whiskey. B took the glass in his hands, agreeing. Suddenly, the man noticed something and stood up from his seat, putting his hand on the table. He said he thought he would have to greet guests. Bunt asked what that meant. The man picked up his sword, telling him to wait a bit. He turned to his friend with a smile, saying he would be back soon. The man went outside, looking sternly ahead, sensing there was someone behind the rocks because he could feel their energy. About 20 people. He exhaled heavily, then took a deep breath. Stepping forward and gripping his sword, he said the cold air cleared his mind. The cavalry sped toward him, soldiers with shining weapons heading his way. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, realizing they must be the Snake Knights, judging by what Bunt had said. He frowned angrily, grinning as he thought he could finally take revenge on an old enemy. He slightly exposed the blade of his sword, which glowed with a bright blue light as he drew it from its sheath. The blue glow changed to a red aura. The man looked at his opponents angrily, making a sweeping blow at the army. The soldiers closest to him were injured and fell from their horses. He executed another similar blow, creating a scarlet wave, and trees and knights fell to the ground. Kanar looked at the scene in shock, wondering what it was, whether it was fencing. The man stood in front of the surviving opponents. The young man bit his lip, calling it incredible strength. He raised his hand, swinging it to the side, deciding to change strategy and attack with techniques. The remaining soldiers surrounded the man. The young man opted for a siege. Bunt smirked, thinking it was a wise choice because when you feel a difference in strength, you must resort to other fighting methods. The man quickly returned the sword to its sheath, placing it all the way back. He thought techniques were just techniques. He exposed part of the blade, which emitted a bright glow. Bunt calmly closed his eyes, only to suddenly frown and open them, executing a sweeping blow that smashed the enemy's weapon into pieces, after which he calmly resheathed the blade. People and horses fell to the ground. The man stood among the corpses. Kanar looked at the scene in surprise, trembling in fear, realizing the man had used the forbidden jutsu technique, of which he had only heard. He gritted his teeth, thinking that as far as he knew, to use this technique, you needed to stand right in front of the enemy. He held the reins with a trembling hand, adding that it wasn't an aura or life force, since the man had taken out half his remaining subordinates with one blow. B took a step forward, once again surrounded by the boy's knights. The man looked into Kanar's eyes, frowning again as he gazed at him. The boy lowered his eyes, pursed his lips, and thought about how he had been called a genius swordsman his whole life, so he should fight. The two men stood opposite each other. B smiled and expressed that he was impressed. The boy hadn't run away. The boy bit his lip and told the man to shut up. Van took hold of his smile and mentioned that since he was one of the Vipers, he must have been taught by the Salur chieftain. He drew his sword, saying that after all, a snake with an evil smile couldn't become a dragon. The boy frowned nervously, telling the man not to make fun of him. Kanar and Ben charged into battle, their swords clashing and cutting through the air as drops of blood spilled out. Kanar fell to the ground, dead behind the man. Van's sword glowed with a bright red aura. The sun rose above the checkpoint as Bunt and Ban stood next to the covered bodies. One of them had the brand of the Snake Knights on his wrist. Bunt mentioned that Henry said he had missed one, and it seemed seemed they were sent to restore order. The man touched his beard and remarked that since the situation turned out like this, the Marquis's supporters were probably worried. B asked if the Marquis himself was involved. He looked at his comrade calmly and said it would be ideal if nothing was reported to him. Blunt crossed his arms, saying that in that case, the Marquis wouldn't act recklessly. He frowned, deciding it would be better to send these guys to Eisen. Blunt raised his hands, questioning whether it would be a good excuse to attack the Marquis again if he reported that his life was threatened by a man with a snake tattoo. B moved his hand to the side, calling it a good idea and saying that Bunt could act. The man looked at his comrade uneasily, saying he could take it upon himself, but it would take quite a while since he would have to wait for help from the capital. There was no other way. B, deep in thought, grabbed his chin and then turned his gaze to the covered corpse. There was a brand on the shoulder of the young man. The man asked if he should take them to Henry. Bunt asked if they were relying on him again. Dan smiled, saying they would save time if Henry did it himself since he had already met with the Count. Bunt agreed, saying he would prepare a carriage. The men stood near the carriage while one man saddled his horse, thinking they were returning. The palace was surrounded by greenery, and feeling guilty for what he had done, the emperor entrusted Aubert's treatment to the best palace priest. It was thanks to this man that the wound extending to his arm completely healed. The blonde slammed his fist on the table, thinking about how he could have suffered from such an impudent man as Eisen. The gray-haired gentleman bowed his head and apologized. The guy frowned deeply, pouring him a glass of wine, and asked Salura to drink from the glass. The reflection of the man appeared in the bowl, and he agreed to fulfill this request. The blonde turned his head and asked if he expected to hear a toast from him. The gentleman thanked him. Aubert brought the glass to his mouth and asked if the man didn't like drinking from a dog bowl. A drop of sweat trickled down Sauer's cheek as he squeezed his eyes shut. The man drank wine from the bowl, and the gray-haired man bared his teeth. Aubert asked if there was any news about the third squad. Looking at him, the gentleman said that the fifth squad had been destroyed, and the third, sent to settle the unrest, suffered the same fate. The blonde frowned deeply when he realized that someone had cut off Haram's hand and routed the entire squad. Leaning his hands on the table, he assumed this was also the work of Eisen. The guy raised his head, realizing that the man had been preparing for this for over a year. Salura put his hand on his heart when Aubert asked him to leave the matter of supplying Salgra to him, and the man said he understood. Someone sharply grabbed his shoulder with great tension. The blonde said he wanted to attack Count Eisen and demanded that the gentleman immediately gather all his forces. The valley was filled with houses with colorful roofs, and a girl ran up to the man. He picked her up in his arms. Tan asked the protagonist where Serban had disappeared to since they had returned only together. Hearing this, the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. The bearded man extended his hand and said that Ban had gone to SRA to meet him. He asked if they had crossed paths. Henry grabbed his chin, saying the man should wait here since Bunt had most likely already told him everything. The protagonist folded his arms and turned to Tan, asking him to say what he wanted. The blue-haired guy lifted his head and said they would now be engaged in delivering supplies to SRA. The man in the hat asked him why he made such a sudden decision. The man bowed his head when Henry reminded him that the previous merchant guild had been stealing too many supplies. The gentleman wondered what would happen to those people. The protagonist raised his head and told him he had encountered bandits while transporting supplies. Tan stared at him. The blue-haired guy told him that the bandits had killed not only the head of the merchant guild but also the mercenaries accompanying them. Hearing this, the man asked him if they could change everything as they wished, since this matter had been entrusted to them by the Empire. Henry put his hand on his belt, saying that wouldn't happen. He admitted he wanted to create a merchant group first and then obtain the rights. The protagonist bowed his head, stating they wouldn't need carts or workers because he had already thought of one such group. The man in the hat frowned deeply, and the blue-haired guy told him that Haram would handle supply delivery to Salgra alone. The gentleman looked at them in confusion, asking if they were talking about him. Henry approached him, promising to get him a spatial pocket in which he could put everything he needed and take it with him. Haram raised his head, and the blue-haired guy admitted he couldn't entrust this matter to anyone except him. The gentleman sparkled with happiness, clenching his hands into fists as he asked them to rely on him. The protagonist raised his hand, saying he would go to the Mercenary Guild. He asked Tan to register the Million Merchant Group belonging to the 10 Million Gold Association with the Trade Association. Henry entered the building where the Mercenary Guild was located. The man threw his legs up on the partition and asked the guest who he was. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek as the blue-haired guy bared his teeth and menacingly asked if he knew. The gentleman trembled with fear, not understanding what the young man was saying or who he was. The protagonist's eyes flashed ominously, as he said he was talking about a group of merchants transporting supplies to Sal. The man's face turned blue as he realized who the stranger was. Henry bared his teeth, abruptly pulling out his blade. The blue-haired guy stuck the weapon into the tabletop. The sweaty man waved his hands and begged to be spared. The protagonist grimaced with displeasure, frowning deeply as he told him that mercenaries responsible for guarding the carts never lived to see the end of their journey. He knew the head of the merchants remained safe and dutifully carried out the orders every year. Henry grabbed the handle tightly, warning the gentleman that he was asking for the last time. Looking menacingly at his interlocutor, he clarified whether he knew about this. The man became very worried, bowing his head and apologizing. The gentleman admitted he thought everything was fine. The blue-haired guy frowned deeply, believing the gentleman would simply say he was following orders if his superiors forced him to. The man closed his eyes tightly. The protagonist assumed he was just doing business and marking time, not investigating or reporting anything. Henry folded his arms, stating that now the people from the Million Guild would handle transportation because the colorful group of merchants broke up. The man raised his hand, saying such issues are handled by the trade association responsible for imperial orders. The blue-haired guy grabbed his weapon again, asking the gentleman if he could arrange everything. The gentleman bowed sharply in front of him, promising to take care of it since he was close with the head of the trade association. At that moment, the guy was once again convinced that the fist was stronger than the law. Sunlight shone through the window as the protagonist smiled slightly, realizing that all he had to do was take out the spatial pocket. Someone took a step forward. The blonde approached the building in front of him, which stood a huge storage. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek as he realized he was a little nervous. Even though he came to the Magic Tower as Mr. Saller advised him, he heard that wizards are considered strange people. The gentleman opened the door, holding onto it and assuming there was no other way to heal a severed hand. There was a table in the room, and he realized he didn't feel a single sign of human presence. Something caught the guy's attention. There was a pen next to the notebook. After reading the hieroglyphs, Haram realized he needed to write the name of the person he was looking for. The blonde smiled ominously, realizing he needed to meet simple conditions. The guy started drawing hieroglyphs and looked up as he wrote that he wanted to find Draken. The room sparkled with bright light, and the gentleman watched the magical object as a bright flash raced down the street, speeding across the night sky. Haram knew that beneath Callist lay an artifact that protects privacy. The blonde was enveloped in mana, and a runic circle appeared behind him. He smiled ominously and moved toward the energy mass, approaching it. Haram noticed it was a magic portal. On the other side stood a man making a face, who asked who he was. The gentleman extended his hand and said he was pleased to meet him, introducing himself as the commander of the 5th Squad of Snake Knights. The brunette looked at his palm with displeasure and shook the man's hand. Haram told him he came after learning that he could heal his hand. Dren turned around abruptly, saying he needed to conduct an examination and asked the guy to follow him. They walked down a corridor lit by huge windows. The man abruptly stopped when the blonde asked where they were going. He turned his head, saying they only had a little way to go. Beads of sweat ran down Haram's face as Dren stopped. They approached the portal, and the guy became very worried, realizing they had to go through a black portal. The brunette raised his hand, suggesting they go to another dimension, saying it was a place where the guy could heal his hand. Confused, the gentleman asked where he was taking him, and Dren admitted he would go further only knowing this. The man smiled ominously, explaining they were headed to the Death Tower. The boy bowed his head, asking where it was, saying he had never heard of such a place. An ominous aura began to emanate from Drayson. He asked the boy if he wanted to heal his hand, and the blonde agreed, admitting he wanted to do so. The brunette entered the portal. The boy bit his lip, realizing he had no other choice, and followed into an unknown dimension. Haram entered the Death Tower, spotting a skull by his foot. His face was covered in sweat as he sharply raised his head. The legs of the dead hung from the ceiling of the room. The boy's face turned blue as Dren spread his arms and welcomed him to the Death Tower. Haram turned his head rapidly, and many hands enveloped him from all sides, causing him to scream loudly. Meanwhile, the chariot arrived at Ten's residence, stopping abruptly. The protagonist, looking at the man, asked if he had returned while holding onto the horse. The gentleman admitted that Bunt had told him everything, even though they had missed each other. The blue-haired guy, arms folded, said he thought so, and the interlocutor suggested skipping explanations. They looked at each other with displeasure, and Henry, grabbing his chin, admitted he didn't expect them to react so quickly. The gentleman bowed his head when the guy suggested they first deal with the bodies. The protagonist covered his nose, asking if it was necessary to stop the decomposition first. The blue-haired guy removed his hand from Leah, which began to glow with powerful energy. Standing next to the chariot, he began to cast a spell. Henry turned around, thanking his partner for stopping the squad for him. The gentleman smiled broadly, admitting he was greatly tormented by the smell. The man touched his partner's shoulder and winked at him, informing him the settlement squad had been stopped, also asking him not to worry about it. Turning his head, he asked if he had gone to Eisen. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying the man had shaken Aubert well with the report. The man raised his hand, asking if an opponent like Aubert could easily lose to someone like Eisen. The blue-haired guy agreed with this opinion. The gentleman closed the chariot door, turning away from him, while Henry informed him that their relationship could worsen. He turned his head, acknowledging that thanks to him, he had a good reason to throw a stone at Aubert again. Folding his hands in displeasure, the man asked if he would hand over the bodies to Eisen again. The blue-haired guy raised his hand, asking his partner if he had brought him the dead. With this thought, the protagonist smiled slightly when he said someone had destroyed 2 squads of Snake Knights, believing Aubert would investigate what happened. The master frowned heavily, thinking about what they should do. Leaning on the chariot, Henry said they would do as usual, suggesting they hand over the bodies to Eisen again and turn everything upside down. The blue-haired guy approached his partner, admitting the man would find out about their mercenary squad if he learned about their success in supplying supplies. Hearing this, the guy suggested that Eisen might visit the mercenaries. He snapped his fingers, and the master squeezed his hand tightly, suggesting they quickly go to Shonen. He told Henry he would go with him this time. The blue-haired guy was surprised by this, but the man smiled slightly. The protagonist turned his head, looking at him, slightly agreeing with the proposal. He extended his hand, saying it was dangerous for them to go since Eisen had already seen his partner. The gentleman asked what they would do. The man's mouth dropped open when the blue-haired guy suggested he completely reshape his face. The partner asked what he was talking about, and grabbing his collar, Henry asked if he had heard of the magic of plastic surgery. The gentleman imagined transforming into a girl after hearing about plastic surgery, picturing beautiful heroines in his head, assuming that rich ladies used this magic. The man looked at his interlocutor in confusion, a blush appearing on his face. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek as he realized his partner was going to change his appearance. Approaching, he asked the protagonist to slightly correct his nose. A beautiful landscape appeared in the sky as night fell. The light was on in the first room of the mansion, and a stream of energy emanated from the hero's hands. A drop of sweat ran down the blue-haired guy's cheek, and exhaling heavily, he was glad he had finally finished. He watched as his partner, Henry, approached him holding a mirror, saying everything was ready. The gentleman looked closely at the mirror, holding it in his hands, unable to believe what he saw. The chariot rushed out of the city, and Henry and Ban again headed toward Count Eisen with the bodies of the Snake Knights. But now, the clever chest came in handy. Raising his hand, the protagonist greeted someone. The soldiers were very scared as a blond man in armor stood before them. He asked if there were any problems. B's eyes sparkled brightly as he said they wanted to meet with the sea. The guards were covered in sweat as the blue-haired guy turned his head, realizing his partner's spiritual strength had somehow improved thanks to his new face. Someone stepped forward, and Henry raised his hand, reminding Bakan that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The man frowned deeply, asking what had happened again. The protagonist smiled ominously, saying the same thing had happened as last time. The gentleman turned around abruptly, saying Count Eisen had gone away on business. The chariot rushed forward and stopped near the guys. Someone called out to Count Eisen. The man got off the carriage, and the bearded gentleman made a dissatisfied face, his eyes sparkling. Henry frowned deeply, assuming Eisen had failed. They bowed their heads, with the blue-haired guy greeting the Count. The man turned his head, asking about the reason for his visit this time. The protagonist, clutching his collar, said he had brought him new evidence. The bearded man looked down, baring his teeth, menacingly asking who he was. Henry admitted that everything had happened by accident. He also said that he had sent the deputy commander of the mercenary squad to Salgra, where he had encountered these people. Hearing this, the Count asked if he was suggesting he believe it. The protagonist took out a package, saying this time he had a letter of recommendation from the head of the checkpoint. The man snatched the document from his hands and read it carefully. The blue-haired guy looked at him with displeasure, believing that Aubert would have rewarded him well if he had been in Eisen's place. The gentleman raised his head, and Henry admitted that the reason for his doubts was clear to him. Bowing his head, he reminded Eisen that he had already made a mistake once. The Count turned his head, and the protagonist asked if he remembered that he had presented his hand as evidence last time. Upon hearing this, the man replied that he remembered it. The guy's face became covered in sweat as he admitted that the owner of the hand could have reported everything to Aubert since they had let him escape. The gentleman raised his head proudly. Looking at him, Henry said Aubert had sent a detachment to SRA to cover his tracks, adding that the guy wanted no one to know about his secrets. Eisen pointed his finger at his interlocutor, asking if he had brought the bodies of the people from this detachment. The protagonist smiled ominously, pointing his hand to the side, and told the man he was right, saying he had brought him the hilt of the blade. Again, the Count grabbed his chin, assuming the guy was not to blame for the last report failing. At that moment, he realized that Aubert had simply played well. Henry lifted his head to look at the gentleman, noting that this time the squad wasn't in thief's clothes but in knight's armor. He claimed this would be undeniable evidence. He grimaced, but then smiled widely as he turned back to the guy, telling him that he would reward him today. The protagonist waved his hand, admitting he didn't need jewelry right now. B glanced at his partner, noticing how he refused Eisen's reward out of strong pride. The Count frowned deeply deeply, and an ominous aura started to emanate from him as he menacingly clarified whether he was refusing his favor. The blue-haired guy addressed the respected count, and the bearded man looked back at Henry as he confessed that there was something he desired more than wealth. The gentleman smiled slightly, turned around, and asked what the protagonist meant. Eisen said he was listening, giving Henry a menacing look as he revealed he was talking about his life. The bearded man turned his head, pondering what the guy meant, and closed his eyes. Henry confessed he was afraid of getting dirty because of Aubert. The count frowned deeply again, asking what he meant. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek as he remembered a previous incident, mentioning that now the bandits weren't even stopped by knowing they were knights of the imperial court. B felt slightly embarrassed, thinking his partner had good acting skills. The gentleman smiled and asked if he was afraid of getting caught. Moving closer, the blue-haired guy admitted he wanted to give him power with his actions. He asked what would happen if Aubert found out about him. Placing his hand on his heart, Eisen said he realized such a thing could happen after listening to him. He extended his hand and confessed he would take full responsibility for his life and take care of it. A brooch sparkled in his hand as he mentioned it was a sign of his family. The protagonist bowed before him, and the count told him nobody could officially harm him if he wore it. The blue-haired guy smiled ominously, unable to imagine receiving such a gift. At that moment, he thanked the count, folding his hands and confessing he wasn't sure the enemy would send a skilled hired killer. He wondered what he would do if that happened. The man grabbed his chin, contemplating what to do if indeed an assassin came for them. Henry spread his arms, proposing the count be the first to demonstrate strength to Marquis Aubert. The gentleman turned his head and asked what he meant while looking at the brooch. The guy suggested using this chance to inform on the enemy, saying they would specifically inform the Marquis of their plans. Eisen folded his arms, displeased, and grimacing, asked what to do next. The blue-haired guy said that if Aubert learned of their intent, he would do everything possible to prevent the denunciation. He proposed provoking him by forcibly taking the corpses. The count looked at him in confusion, asking if he was suggesting starting a war. The protagonist smiled slightly, extending his hand forward, asking if the Aubert family held great power. Henry figured it was time to show the count's skills as they locked eyes intensely. He bowed his head, clenched his fist, and said it was a good idea. The count admitted he would finally be able to rid himself of the accumulated pain from all these years. The gentleman laughed heartily, almost overlooking what a precious stone Henry had. Hearing this, the protagonist told him he was exaggerating and placed his hands on his hips. The bearded man replied that he didn't give such compliments to just anyone. The blue-haired guy smiled slightly, turning to the count. Henry raised his head, asking if he could say something. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he asked the man to trust them with this matter. The count raised his chin, admitting he didn't doubt his skills because he had already killed the servants of the snake leader twice. Looking at the guy, the gentleman asked if he was really sure of this. Henry promised to glorify him if he gave him such an opportunity. The man smiled broadly and said he could play this game. The blue-haired guy raised his head and thanked the count. There was a sign near the office, and the gentleman knocked on the door. Salur turned his head, remembering he was busy preparing a counterattack on Eisen. He informed Aubert of his arrival. The office door opened slightly, and the blonde was standing in front of the window. Someone lifted a plate and threw it with all his might, hitting the gentleman's forehead. The bloody saucer shattered, and the man trembled, blood flowing from his forehead. Albert asked him what he was doing, throwing an envelope at his feet. Salur knelt. As the gentleman demanded, he read the letter. He unfolded the sheet and assumed he had made a mistake somewhere. The gray-haired man became nervous, holding the sheet as he discovered the bodies of the settlement squad were with Eisen. Aubert looked at him menacingly, saying the mocking letter indicated they should prepare for a second report. The blonde frowned deeply, stating his whole life was spent in battles. He menacingly insisted he must not lose to Eisen under any circumstances, pointing a finger at his interlocutor and calling him unworthy of his position. He remarked that he should have found another partner. Salur bowed his head, apologizing to the Marquis. The blonde hero turned his head, inquiring if he thought he was called here for those words. Barely holding back his teeth, he demanded the man immediately go to Eisen and collect the bodies of his stupid subordinates. The master turned away, advising him to prepare for the worst if he failed the task. Salur stepped out into the corridor as Aubert loudly informed him this was his last chance. The man exited to the yard and looked back when someone approached him. A guy came up and told him someone had given him a letter. The master demanded he hand it over. Salur's face was covered in sweat as he clutched the piece of paper tightly. The gray-haired hero frowned hard, wondering how Eisen dared to do such a thing. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed through the windows. Ban folded his arms and asked the other man if he had sent the letters. The protagonist said they only had to wait for a reaction. Hearing this, the blonde asked what he had written in them. Turning his head, Henry said he had provoked him a bit by setting the time and place for the meeting. The guy looked at him awkwardly, asking if the man would come. His interlocutor touched the sheet, admitting Aubert's letter contained a delicate provocation. Grabbing the document, He said he sent Salura a message with muted mockery. He believed they would both definitely react because of their pride. B closed his eyes, asking if anything needed to be prepared. Someone squeezed the package. The blue-haired guy's eyes sparkled ominously as he suggested his partner should catch Salura first, since he even changed his face for this. The blonde laughed heartily, assuming that after dealing with Salura, he would pay for the operation. At that moment, the blue-haired guy stated that only cowards would remain if he killed him. B turned his head and advised his partner not to be so arrogant, reminding him it was just him and Hegler along with him. The protagonist looked down and admitted he would use magic this time. His hands sparkled as he said he would destroy everyone, an ominous smile on his face. Henry declared he wouldn't need to hide his strength, as there would be no witnesses. The blonde covered his mouth with his hands, asking what place he had chosen, imagining a map in his mind. The blue-haired guy replied he chose the mountains adjacent to the Shonen province. Hearing this, his partner said they could run around as long as they wanted, as this place was sparsely populated. Meanwhile, the man was reading the document, frowning deeply. Salura squeezed the letter, reminding himself there was only one day left. He decided he could only use teleportation. The master heard something as a man entered his office, leaning on the door. He asked if his old friend had been looking for him. Kyle grabbed his chin. He was Sora's friend, and the only wizard he trusted, an elite wizard who also controlled difficult lightning. The man jumped up from his chair when he saw Kyle approach. The blonde stretched out his hand, asking what business he had with him. Looking at him intently, Salura said something serious had happened and read him the letter. The wizard folded his arms, assuming his friend wouldn't be able to retrieve the bodies of his subordinates. He inquired if he and the Marquis would be in an ultimate situation because of this. The gray-haired gentleman extended his hand, admitting he wanted to ask him for help with teleportation and such. He said he was relying on him. Kyle made a displeased face. They shook hands, and he smiled ominously when he mentioned he was about to test the new magic on people. He also said he would go with Salura and, raising his head, thanked him, calling him a reliable assistant. He decided this time he would definitely repay everything. People gathered around the men. The blonde bowed his head and asked if this was his first disciple and best soldiers. The man replied that they were all masters of the sword. Thef looked menacingly at what was happening. He was the commander of the first squad and the most capable of Salura's 3 official disciples. The soldiers were dressed in uniforms. The first squad consisted of 10 people, from which the next commander could be chosen. They were the strongest warriors of the Snake Knights. In front of them stood the formidable Piff. The man raised his hand and asked the student if they had done what he asked yesterday. The blonde looked at him and said that the squad members had gotten rid of anything that could reveal their identities. Salura looked away as 3 guys approached them. Kyle turned his head and said he wanted to introduce his students. He mentioned they were mages of the 4 circles and first-class wizards of the tower, adding that these guys had followed him and mastered the elements of nature. The blonde winked at his old friend, who asked if he called them geniuses. Kyle admitted he had only called himself that because there were many geniuses in the Magic Tower. The gentleman smiled widely when he realized this was a strong claim. Runes appeared on the ground, and the wizard demanded that everything be placed into the teleportation circle. Someone grabbed the sword's hilt and pulled it out. With the mark, Salura raised the weapon and announced they were leaving, their bodies enveloped in strong mana, and the squad found themselves deep in the woods. A man looked back and acknowledged they had made it on time. He suggested they head to the meeting spot as the sky turned orange. Salmore met the main character, a blue-haired guy, who nodded and mentioned they hadn't kept him waiting long. The man lifted his head and asked who he was. Henry smiled faintly and said he'd sent a letter. The gentleman grabbed the hilt of his sword, and the protagonist said Count Eisen had advised him to bring only a knight and a magician. He extended his hand, asking if he could handle all of them like that. Kyle, stroking his chin, wondered which magician the stranger was talking about. He spotted that the guy had come alone. The magician turned his head and warned Salmore to be cautious because he could hide. He figured Eisen had gotten pretty mean, since he had always looked down on magic. The master looked up and said he was there for his subordinates. He turned his head when Henry pointed out where they were. His pupil narrowed as a boulder formed from his soldiers. The man's body shook. The blue-haired guy confessed he had frozen them to keep them safe. Salmore gripped his weapon tightly, while Henry reached out, saying he wasn't his opponent. The master bared his teeth, asking what he'd said. The guy clapped his hands and offered his enemy a taste of hell as his body filled with mana. Suddenly, he vanished. Kyle frowned, remembering that forced movement was a complex spell. He wondered who this guy really was. The wizard raised his hand, advising everyone to be on guard because their opponent wasn't easy. The blonde looked at him carefully. The protagonist recalled seeing this guy in the Magic Tower. The blue-haired guy smirked subtly, remembering the wizard's name was Kyle. He knew that this mage picked up magic faster than his peers, but also was aggressive. Light sparked in the wizard's hands, and Henry anticipated an interesting battle. Observing the students behind the blonde following his lead, the protagonist looked looked up and saw a familiar face. He recognized Piff and remembered he was Salur's first disciple. The blue-haired guy realized his memories were still fresh after all these years. Eyeing the strong opponents, Henry resolved to be careful with Piff, Kyle, and those two. The protagonist smiled slightly, sheathing his weapon, and asked if they were ready to fight. The blonde pulled out his sword, loudly declaring their captain would definitely survive. With a deep frown, he ordered the soldiers to attack. The warriors lunged at the enemy as Henry watched closely, noting they seemed different from regular mercenaries. A kind of melody echoed. Salura looked around, examining his palm when he realized the guy had teleported him. Someone attempted to strike from behind. The man turned just as a sword almost plunged into him. The weapon clattered to the ground as someone stepped on its blade. Salura started to sweat upon sensing another presence. Dan popped up in front of him, hands on his belt, reminding the master they hadn't seen each other in ages. The master pointed his weapon at him, demanding to know who he was. The blonde grinned, admitting he was enjoying the situation. He frowned, asking him to unsheath his sword since he was there for the bodies of the servants, reminding him he's always been chatty. Salur felt a drop of sweat roll down as he considered he might have met this guy before. B raised his head, noticing his opponent was confused. He gripped his sword tightly, its hilt coated in mana, admitting he'd reveal his identity if the man could knock him down. The master readied himself, warning him he'd regret those words soon. The blonde man's eyes shimmered with a menacing aura. All 10 swords of the Empire are aristocrats responsible for executing officials, but Salur is seen as the most active among Marquis Aubert's confidants. They locked eyes, beads of sweat rolling down the man's face as he felt the ominous aura from his enemy. In that moment, he pondered how he could forget such a powerful man. The ground split. He struggled to stay upright, gripping his weapon with both hands. The title of the 10th sword of the Empire is reserved for the 10th strongest swordsman. The blade crackled. The master frowned, realizing for the first time in a long stretch he felt full power. B smirked slightly, calling him just some snake. The blonde's sword ignited, and he demanded the opponent to attack. Salmor swung his weapon, loudly instructing him to dispose of him. The ground beneath them cracked, and a flash lit up the forest. The blonde smiled ominously as the man dashed past him. He bared his teeth as his opponent evaporated. He asked him where he was looking. B leapt high, deeply frowning, claiming he was nearby. The master turned, blocking the enemy's attack with his sword. His face dripped with sweat as the boy charged at him again. The blonde smiled darkly, realizing his enemy's sword had become dull. He taunted that this was what happened when one neglected their training. His body radiated an aura, asserting he would make him feel it. They shifted to another dimension. B's weapon altered shape as his body shimmered in mana. He swung his sword, thrusting it forward just as the enemy's attack approached. The master raised his head, captivated by the opponent's technique. Salura grounded himself, but his sword splintered and disintegrated in his hands. His mouth dropped open as he recognized the opponent had exploited the fall of the Milky Way. The sky sparkled with stars due to the Milky Way descending on the Goan Mountains. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood before the Imperial detachment. Piff's sword gleamed as he commanded the soldiers to attack the enemy. They charged, with the mages supporting them. Henry frowned, dissatisfied with the knights stalling for time while the mages provided rear support. He realized they had been well trained after observing their tactics. The protagonist scowled deeply, telling Clever to get ready as he watched the unfolding scene with displeasure. The blue-haired guy attacked the mage, his sword flashing as he utilized a magic weapon skill. Kyle tried to shield himself with his hand. The protagonist also struck Piff, smirking slightly as sweat streamed down the guy's face, thinking how daring it was for a mage to pose as a swordsman. His muscles tensed, realizing Henry, lacking aura, was acting brazenly. Someone's body radiated mana as the blonde kicked the protagonist aside. Hiff swung his sword, declaring it was the end for him. Beads of sweat trickled down the guy's cheek as he looked back, only to see the blonde gripping his back, not understanding what was going on. His lower back was bleeding. Hiff glanced at the wizard, menacingly demanding to know what he was doing. The man held a bloody blade, calling out to his master. The blonde's tongue turned white as he felt dizzy. The commander collapsed to the ground. The blue-haired guy smiled darkly, realizing Piff had been poisoned. The blonde's mouth foamed over as someone dropped the dagger. The wizard too was affected by the poison. Kyle waved his hand, ordering the students to quickly heal their partners. They began casting a spell over the fallen body. 2 bodies lay on the ground. Dead Piff was surrounded, while the wizard looked at the chaos, confused, unable to grasp how the swordmaster had fallen so easily. Kyle turned his head, noticing Salura was missing, and the commander was dead. Looking back at the second body, he realized his apprentice, who killed Piff, had passed out. He whipped his head around, suspecting the guy was responsible for all this. The protagonist got back up. Henry rubbed the back of his head, admitting he thought he was dead. With a smile, He stretched his arms, commending Clever for a job well done. The corpse lay unnervingly still, steam rising from its mouth. A cat appeared, holding a knife in its teeth, with the guy smirking smugly, mentioning that his poisonous blood had gotten on the dagger. In situations like this, he said, poison is incredibly handy. The spirit grinned as he noted Kyle's subordinate didn't betray him, explaining that this man was to blame for everything. The mage envisioned the knights and girls believing this was all due to the pride of the knights, who focused strictly on aura. Henry glanced at Kyle, his teeth clenched, and his blonde brows furrowing as he exclaimed that he dared not. Blue seals began to appear around the man, and Kyle exclaimed that he forgot his place. The boy looked on with surprised eyes, thinking this was a spell from the magic tower. He dashed forward using Blink. The mage frowned, stretched out his hand toward Kyle, and cast Freeze. Ice started to cover the mage's face, freezing him with a shocked expression while Henry held onto his face. A woman's scream echoed as the boy turned his gaze. Two girls were running toward their teacher. Henry rushed at them, thinking that, as expected, mages were slow. Swinging his hand behind the girls' backs, they froze from the sharp pain. When the sorceresses fell, the mage told them to practice more. Knights charged toward him, darkening the boy's face as he gritted his teeth and touched the ground, making an iron wall appear in front of him. The knight stopped on the other side, with Henry standing next to the mage. Kyle perked up at the mention of his name. The guy told him he could blame his ignorance for choosing Salura. With an evil smile, he grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and jumped up, using Fly. The blonde looked at him with frightened eyes as the mage cast Freeze, covering the man's body in ice, with ice crystals appearing on the ground. One of them began to grow upward, and Henry hung over a large, sharp piece of ice, pulling Kyle closer and whispering goodbye with a smile. Letting go of his hand, the blonde screamed as he started to fall, shock covering his eyes as he looked at the sharp crystals. He closed his eyes, realizing he was finished. The guy pointed his finger and used ice, fully encasing Kyle's body in ice. He found himself atop a long crystal while the mage watched from above, smirking and mentally noting that a wise teacher often gives foolish students a chance. Henry looked down at the knights, thinking even sword masters seemed insignificant from up here. Lightning sparked on his hands, and he looked down with a grim face, mentally telling the knights to fear the mage. The warriors looked up in fear at the light, asking what it was. The mage loomed above them, emitting dark lightning. The knights shouted to get out of there as quickly as possible. Henry grinned, thinking that only fools believed knights were the best, and pride would be their downfall. Eyes burst from the sky as he pointed his hands forward, commanding the lightning to fall. Lightning struck the ground as the scared knights fled. The light neared them, engulfing the men's bodies in lightning, which continued to spark. The silhouettes of people began to blur as lightning struck the ground, leaving unattended blades scattered around. Henry grinned wickedly as night covered everything. A red flash burst in the forest, followed by a massive explosion. A man's body lay on the ground, Salura glowing blue. Henry noted mentally that he was still breathing thanks to the aura, but his body was crushed, rendering him powerless. The man with the sword smiled, Van standing next to him, asking if he was still breathing. Salura coughed up blood, gritting his teeth in anger and asking if he was Bam. The blonde man crouched next to him, asking if he finally understood everything. He thrust his sword near Salura's face, saying he had been looking forward to this day since the Archduke died. The boy loomed over him with a grim expression, telling him to remember the people he killed. He added he had no right to complain. Van gripped the hilt of the sword, raising it over the man while questioning if he was ashamed to bear the title of the 10th Sword of the Empire with such skill. Salura, with a frightened expression, begged him to stop. The blonde man thrust his sword into him, gritting his teeth in anger for being too loud and even daring to say his name. The boy straightened up, saying one was finished, but he still had much to do. He grabbed Salura's leg, his hand slipped along the ground, dragging the corpse behind him. B expressed hope that Henry was okay. The blonde approached the mage, who smiled darkly and said he knew he would finish Salura off. B turned his head, asking why only this blackened man was here and where the other knights went. The boy stretched tiredly, saying he gave them a small demonstration of his abilities. The blonde touched his chin, beginning to wonder if this was too suspicious. Henry pointed back at the block, telling him to take a closer look there. Van touched the ice, asking who it was. The boy crossed his arms, saying it was the mage of the 5 circles, Kyle, who captured 4 wizards. The blonde turned, asking if they were alive, mentioning earlier that witnesses could not be left behind. The dark-haired man snapped his fingers, and a blue light appeared in his hands. The block with the man inside began to crack and fell to the ground. Henry waved his hand, causing the ice to thaw. Kyle gasped for air when he got up. The guy asked if he had come to his senses. The blonde man froze, breathing heavily, looking at the corpse and mentally noting noting that Salura was dead, and now it was all over. His knees trembled as Henry leaned toward him, mentally noting that he had quickly assessed the situation and that his lessons had not been in vain. He asked if his name was Kyle. The mage lowered his head and exclaimed it was. Nearby lay two corpses, with swords scattered on the ground. The dark-haired man smiled grimly, stating they were all dead. The man bowed before him, saying he would do anything if he spared him, shaking and clenching his teeth. Henry squatted down, asking if he really would do anything, he asked. He threw a bloody knife to the man, who picked it up and looked at the girls lying on the ground. When the guy asked him to kill his students, he pointed back, saying if he did, he would spare his life. The blonde man trembled with the dagger, while Dan looked at him with angry eyes. Henry loomed over the mage, loudly shouting that he had promised to do everything he was ordered to do, and now had to prove it. Kyle closed his eyes in fear, and rose to his feet. The man, with frightened eyes, picked up the dagger, mentally noting that he was sorry, but he had to survive. The blonde swung the blade, but the sword hit the knife, sending the dagger flying to the ground. Henry walked past the mage, stating that although he pretended to be weak, he still had a core. He added they would need him still and would not kill him. The guy pointed the sword at the girls, emphasizing this didn't apply to the students. Kyle froze in horror, realizing that wizards were the wealth of the Empire and that the Magic Tower knew he had taken them. If they died, he would be imprisoned as a traitor. He thought of how his life would be ruined and that he couldn't allow this. The blonde lowered his head, begging for mercy for them, saying they were just following his orders. The dark-haired man turned and laughed, mentally noting that the magician was really smart. Kyle confidently asked for mercy, and Henry smiled nervously, remarking how earlier he almost killed them, and now he was asking for mercy. He mentally noted liking this stupid selfishness. The guy put away the sword, agreeing not to kill their students. The man smiled happily. The dark-haired man pointed his finger at him, saying he would have to pay for their lives. The blonde man bowed his head, saying if he was asked to give up all his property, he would do it. Even if he had to bark like a dog, he would do anything. The guy slipped his hand behind his collar, holding a Nar leech that absorbs magical power. If it wasn't fed energy, it would suffer tremendous stress and explode, typically settling in the heart. Henry said he would believe it if he accepted it. The man froze in shock, agreeing. The mage gave him the leech, which immediately began to penetrate the blonde man's hand. His face contorted in horror as his hand turned black. When he yanked and grabbed his hand, the guy noted that it seemed the leech had penetrated his heart. With a wide smile, he said Nar was already filled with his magical power. Blood began to flow from Kyle's mouth, and the mage remarked that only he could destroy it this way. As the stars flashed across the sky, Henry said he would need to receive energy from him once a week at the Vivity City Hall. The man replied he understood. The dark-haired man grinned maliciously, adding that if he didn't come to the meeting, the blonde man clasped his hands to his chest, hearing that his heart would simply explode. Henry waved his palm, saying his name, then noted he was currently watching over Count Eisen's rear. Kyle looked at him with distrust, asking for his name. The guy replied that unfortunately, only. The names linked them to the great wizard who had taught him. He crossed his arms over his chest and offered to talk about work. Eisen's Mansion B stood next to his comrade, who asked if Kyle would blame him. The dark-haired man replied that it was fine since he was willing to kill his disciples to survive. Henry smirked and added that besides, he had Gar in his body and wouldn't be able to tell anything. They stood at the entrance to the mansion. The boy exchanged glances with Bacon, and the man clenched his teeth in anger. The warriors placed their hands on their chests. The mage grinned smugly, and alongside the blonde, walked forward, inviting them to come in. The sun illuminated the white mansion. Eisen spread his arms wide and loudly greeted Henry. The two boys bowed their heads and greeted the count. The old man touched his chin and asked if they really killed Salur. The dark-haired man pointed to the cart and said the body was there. The cart was framed by a white cloth. Looking at the two corpses, the Count noted that he had actually brought him the heads of Salur and the commander of the first squad of Snake Knights. He patted the boy on the shoulder and exclaimed that he had done a great job. The moon rose in the sky, and the great hall was decorated in white and red. Eisen, who had never become a marquis, was living under stress, trying to maintain his true colors. Henry and B kept him company for a long time, while the feast participants got drunk and fell asleep. The three sat at the table, and the boy mentally noted that only the Count was left. He raised his mug and exclaimed that he couldn't imagine such a talented person existing. The dark-haired man elbowed his comrade, and the blonde glanced at him. He got up from the table, holding his head, and saying he had overindulged a little and needed to go to the restroom. B left them alone. Henry looked into the cheer cheerful eyes and touched the emblem on his collar. The magician took the blue bottle and asked for permission to pour a drink for the old man. The Count raised his empty mug and noted that he had to accept the glass from the hero Henry and asked him to fill it to the brim. The guy began to pour the drink. Eisen, flushed from the alcohol, said that the badge suited him while it shone on his clothes. The dark-haired man said they had only won because the Count had given it to him. The old man started to drink the alcohol, and the magician smiled, asking if he had something to say. Eisen put down the empty mug, placed his hand on the table, and declared that he recognized the guy as a person, so he could speak freely. Henry grinned contentedly, mentally noting his own foolishness. Sitting opposite the Count, he said he believed he deserved a higher position in society, and then asked if he wanted to hear his plan. The old man smiled maliciously, took the mug again, and laughed, saying Henry was a man with great ambitions, and then asked to hear his plan. The dark-haired man, smiling, began to explain that first, it was necessary to ensure the success of the second report, and then they would discuss the matter. Eisen pointed his finger at him, asking if he really did not trust him. The boy bowed and explained he simply wanted to say that if he had such loyal assistants as him, the first report would not have failed, and he would soon become a marquis. The old man started to grin slightly, calling the magician impudent. He extended his hand forward, saying he would give him another chance. The Count crossed his arms and added it was a chance to become his servant. The boy began to rise, placing his hand on his chest and thanking him, noting he would carry out any order from him. Henry smirked, saying he would immediately prepare everything for the second report and later report the success. Aubert's mansion. The man sat at his desk, rubbing his chin and wondering why Salur wasn't here yet, even though 4 days had passed. He pulled back the curtain and looked at his reflection in the glass, wondering if Eisen had defeated him. The man turned away, thinking it couldn't be true. A man entered the room and called the Marquis. The blonde man's face twisted in shock when he was told Eisen had submitted a report again. The sky was covered with stars, and many people gathered around a large table. The man looked at the Count, trying to understand what he was planning this time. The Marquis hung his head gloomily. I grinned contentedly. The blonde man bit his lip in fear as the Emperor grimaced in displeasure, asking what this was about. Alfred looked away, saying Count Eisen had filed a report again. Silver Jackson, sitting at the head of the table, asked what had happened this time. The old man stood up and claimed there was an insolent man hiding in their ranks who mocked the ruler behind his back. The Emperor propped his face on his hand, saying there were many insolent men in the country, and asked who it was this time. Eisen smiled maliciously and said it was Marquis Aubert. Silver Jackson froze, shock in his eyes. The blonde frowned as the Emperor clasped his hands, asking on what basis he accused the Marquis. Eisen stood silently, waved his hand, and smiled, saying he had prepared a lot of evidence like last time and would show it with permission. Silver Jackson closed his eyes and asked him to show it. A loud voice demanded evidence. Moonlight seeped through the windows. The Emperor looked at the corpses of men as the Count stated that this was the body of the commander of the 3rd Squad of Snake Knights, along with his men. Eisen waved his hands, exclaiming that even before the first report, Marquis Aubert had tried to kill the Salur exiles and witnesses to get rid of the evidence. The checkpoint chief and the soldiers confirmed this. Silver Jackson rubbed his chin, asking if the Marquis had drawn his sword against the soldiers of his own empire to erase the traces of the crime. He furrowed his dark brows, inquiring about the Imperial Knights. Eisen showed the document to confirm it and displayed the seal of Bunt, saying this was the testimony of the checkpoint chief in Salgra. The Count clenched his fist. Eisen frowned deeply, realizing Henry was right. It would not be enough. The king bared his teeth, asking the blonde if he had anything to say. Aubert pulled out a piece of paper, looking intently at his interlocutor, and said that this was only half the truth. The man turned his head, asking what he meant. The blonde placed the document on the table, stating he admitted his guilt and showed his sincerity. After the first report, Aubert made a dissatisfied face, saying he sent other knights to correct the mistakes made. The Count frowned deeply as the fair-haired guy claimed he never intended to destroy any evidence. Eisen's facial muscles tensed, calling Aubert an impudent man. The man turned his head, menacingly clarifying how he dared to lie so blatantly. The blonde man frowned deeply, telling the Count he was acting strangely. He asked how he could be unfairly accused twice in a few days, citing the bodies of the Snake Knights and the testimony. Aubert raised his hand, admitting he also suspected him of this. The king folded his arms in displeasure, asking if Eisen was intentionally lying to harm him. The blonde man bowed his head and said that the envious man had always hated him and Alfred because they were mares. The gentleman raised his fist, proclaiming that Aubert was trying to avoid the main issue. The blonde man spread his arms out to the sides, reminding everyone that Bunt was the current head of the checkpoint. The king frowned deeply as the guy noted that this man was a member of the founding faction along with Henry in the past. Aubert bowed his head, admitting to being overcome with awe. He raised his head, stating that the Count was trying to incriminate him in something because he wanted to take away his title as Marquis. Eisen bared his teeth. The man grabbed his head, realizing that just mentioning the founding faction was giving him a headache. He remembered the bearded gentleman who had begged him to kill him. The king trembled all over. Someone smiled ominously. The blonde raised his hand, saying the accusations were serious. He suggested they listen to the opinions of the archdukes to separate truth from lies. Eisen's eyes intensified, menacingly looking at the guy and calling him impudent. The blonde proudly raised his head, asking the Count what he thought he was doing in the presence of his majesty. The man spread his arms to the sides and addressed the lord. The king extended his palm, acknowledging that Aubert had a point and believed it was necessary to find out the truth. The blonde smiled sinisterly, realizing his plan had worked. Eisen touched the fur coat, telling his majesty he was right. The king looked back at his master, the bearded man, hoping that the right sentence would be followed by a proper punishment. The boy's face was covered in sweat, wondering what the Count was planning. Eisen turned sharply, addressing those outside, and demanded they bring what he had brought with him. The blonde looked at the king, confused. The man looked back, saying he didn't say there was only one piece of evidence. Servants entered the office, dragging a prisoner with them. 2 bodies were rolled into the room. The master declared that the sword of the Empire had been brought with the wizard from the Magic Tower. He pointed at them, stating they were the second piece of evidence. The blonde man bowed his head, contemplating Salur. Eisen turned his head and approached the boy, telling him that the second body belonged to the commander of the first squad of Snake Knights. Knights? The king frowned deeply. Aubert watched what was happening with displeasure. The Count loudly asked about the soldier who wielded the Empire's sword, the bearded man. He bowed his head, deciding to use Kyle because everything unfolded as Henry said. The king glared at him. When addressed, Eisen pressed his hand to his heart and admitted he had committed a serious offense. The Count turned his head sharply, and the man looked up, stating that Salura, Piff, and all the members of the first squad of Snake Knights had died by his hand. The man knelt, claiming he had no other choice, or he'd have to say goodbye to life. The men began to whisper. The king clenched his fist, his face turning blue, assuming Salura was trying to kill him using the knights. Eisen smiled slightly, raised his head, and told his majesty he was right. Albert's face was drenched in sweat. He extended his hand, declaring it was a lie. The king pointed at him, demanding silence, threatening severe punishment if he dared to speak again. Kyle bent over his comrades' bodies, his entire face turning blue. The Count asked if he was the wizard. Eisen turned his head, saying the man had come for his head alongside Salura. Someone stepped forward, and Kyle fell to his knees. The king looked up and sternly asked if Eisen was telling the truth. The wizard bowed his head, confirming the lord was right. A drop of sweat ran down Albert's cheek. Kyle said the Marquis ordered Salura to kill Eisen. He glanced at his partner's body, admitting he couldn't refuse to help. The Count, frowning deeply, asked why the man approached him. The bespectacled gentleman stood up, stating they needed teleportation magic because Eisen's house was far from the capital in Shonen. He also admitted he was a fellow countryman of Salura. The wizard trembled all over as the emperor continued his questioning. He recalled how a creature lay on someone's hand and was told he would believe if he accepted it. Kyle grabbed his heart. Someone suggested the monster penetrated his heart. The brunette raised an eyebrow, threatening that his heart would explode if he didn't attend the meeting. The wizard dripped with sweat. During the interrogation, he answered as Henry ordered him. Albert's mouth dropped open in surprise. The bearded man smiled ominously. The king bowed his head, sharply raised his hand, and declared he had heard enough. The Count looked back at Aubert, asking if he had anything to say. The boy closed his eyes while the bearded man glared at him. The green-haired boy turned away. Albert bowed his head, realizing it was all in vain. He understood he was mistaken about the 3 great families being united. Someone grabbed the handle of a weapon, calling out to Aubert. The king leaned the sword against his head, asking if he intended to make excuses. The blonde opened his eyes. The lord was watching him. The Count approached the boy, admitting he trusted him. He swung his sword, nearly decapitating Aubert. Someone addressed him. The Count lightly wounded the blonde. Eisen bowed his head, believing the king was angry because he aimed to cut off the blonde's head. Aubert's face was covered in sweat. The man advised the emperor to think it over. The king withdrew the sword from the boy's neck and stabbed its point into the floor. Looking menacingly, the emperor said he wished to hear his proposals. Eisen frowned deeply, requesting his past services as a marquis be considered, thinking it wise to make him repent. The emperor turned his head, asking if he should lock him in prison. The gentleman smiled ominously, suggesting exiling the boy to Sala. The blonde's body was covered in sweat at the mention of exile. The king picked up the weapon, threw it to the floor, and exclaimed it was an excellent proposal. The emperor declared he would follow this advice. The count extended his hand, stating the mark of a traitor would be placed on Aubert's forehead. He demanded the servants send him to Sala. Aubert frowned deeply when the Emperor issued the order. The man grabbed Eisen's shoulder, apologizing for his ignorance since they weren't truly loyal to him. The gentleman said he would manage affairs concerning Sala and ensure everything was completed. The Count smiled broadly, admitting he never ceased to touch his heart. He allowed him to do so. Eisen bowed before him, thanking him. The king then admitted it was time to leave. It started to snow. The man stood facing his partners. The long-haired gentleman bowed his head, asking if it was necessary to go so far. Eisen looked up, stating they were fulfilling their duty for the good of the Empire. He set his hand aside, admitting he had suddenly become a fox when he previously thought of him as a bear. The gentleman frowned deeply, believing Eisen wouldn't be able to take the place of the great Mark. The bearded man smiled ominously as he approached his interlocutor. He advised him to take care of his head and not fill it with such thoughts. Leaning closer, Eisen warned him not to repeat Aubert's fate. The gentleman left the office. The men looked at the half-open door, where morning had arrived. A barefoot man dragged along the ground, a mark shining on his forehead, accompanied by guards. The guy bared his teeth. Albert raised his head menacingly, thinking about how he could lose to Eisen. It started to snow again. The blonde followed the man until they reached a stone building. The bearded man smiled slightly, frowning deeply as he started to talk about those brought this time. The fair-haired guy sighed heavily when asked if it was true. The soldier threw the blonde to the ground, claiming that among the prisoners was the former head of a great family, adding that his relatives had come with Aubert. The guy made a dissatisfied face, believing he was cursed. The blonde man rose, lifting his head. The blue-eyed man frowned deeply upon seeing his insolent gaze and kicked him in the face. Aubert fell into the snow, and the bearded man grinned broadly, admitting he felt a wonderful sense of relief. The guy in chains started trembling all over. The bald man realized he wanted to enjoy him more, while the blonde's face became bruised. The bearded man told him there were people waiting for him far longer than he had. He turned around and instructed the assistants to bring them. A strong snowstorm began. Aubert looked ahead in confusion. Someone told him the escort was over. He raised his head, realizing where he was a stone monument loomed in front of him. He thought he had been sent into exile. The soldiers began to move away, saying they were leaving. The guy demanded they listen to him, falling to his knees and bowing his head, admitting he couldn't believe this was how his life would end. The blonde closed his eyes tightly, falling asleep in the snow, assuming it was the end. Someone approached him, calling him funny. Aubert opened his eyes slightly. The man smiled ominously, asking if he was a ghost or a man. He doused him with water, and Aubert realized it was warm. The blonde looked up abruptly. There was a wooden pedestal in the room, and he couldn't tell where he was. He heard a sound. Someone asked if he was awake. The guy burst into tears, sitting on a chair in the dark, demanding people show themselves. Someone entered the room, admitting his name was Tan. The brunette leaned against the wall, stating they were strangers. The blonde's mark sparkled as he asked how he dared to do this to him, despite knowing who he was. The angry Marquis was disgusted, and the man approached him. He raised his head, saying they were the same when exiled. Albert tensed up greatly. Tan stated they were the exiles. The boy found himself surrounded from all sides. The brunette swung his stick. The blonde's face dripped with sweat as he begged them to stop. Blood began to flow from his body. The bearded man bowed his head, saying this was only the beginning. Someone with a stick approached the boy. He looked up as advised to prepare. Albert didn't know this would happen. Cobwebs gathered on the bars as he saw his legs shackled, sitting on the floor, assuming he was in prison. He bowed his head, recalling he'd been given a restorative potion after being beaten. Albert frowned deeply when someone asked if he was awake. Seeing a man in uniform, the boy asked who he was. He held a bunch of keys. The blonde turned his head, confessing he was a prison guard sent by the Empire. The guy behind bars asked if he was truly sent by the Empire. The man said he followed orders. A drop of sweat ran down Aubert's cheek. He realized he had a chance. The guard bared his teeth, so when the prisoner asked him to deliver 2 letters, he questioned if he really wanted him to do that. Aubert turned his head, promising to give him all his hidden wealth if he completed his request. He thought it sounded tempting. Looking at the floor, the man finally agreed to the offer. The guy smiled ominously and turned around, saying he wanted to check the money first. The prisoner's mark dissipated, and he thought the guard had acted wisely. The blonde stretched out his hand, asking if he had paper, a pen, or a pencil. The man handed him the item and asked Aubert to write faster before anyone arrived. The blonde smiled slightly as someone crumpled the piece of paper. The guy passed it through the bars, requesting that 1 letter be delivered to Duke Arthur's and the other to Marquis Alfred. The man hid the paper and frowned deeply. The blonde bowed his head while the warden observed him. Looking up, he talked about the small village of Mamont. The gentleman glared at the guy hotly. Aubert informed him that old man Hansen was keeping his property. The warden raised his head. The blonde frowned and admitted that the old man wasn't human. A huge palace appeared in his mind. He said this was what he he called the vault, created in the magic tower. Aubert claimed it wouldn't betray him. The man smiled slightly, raised his hand, and reminded him that he'd need a key to get in there. The guy grimaced upon realizing the warden was sharp because he knew about it. The blonde tensed up, bowing his head, and told him to wish for a drink of salt water. The gentleman put his hands behind his back and said he would hand over the letters once he received the treasure. The prisoner grabbed the bars and smiled widely, thinking he would be saved. An ominous aura began to emanate from him. He knew what would happen when the warden delivered the letter. The guy leaned against the wall and asked the man if Aubert had tried to bribe him. The man's body was covered in an aura. The protagonist transformed into his body. He set his hand aside and admitted it happened as he said. The blonde man looked back at him and asked what Aubert had asked him. Henry folded his hands, stating he wanted him to hand over the letters to Arthur's and Alfred. Hearing this, the interlocutor realized that the prisoner hadn't changed. The blue-haired guy clenched his fist and said no member of the Aubert family would be able to use the aura anymore. He also thought all his plans were ruined from now on. The protagonist took out a sheet of paper and admitted he was curious about what the prisoners had written. There were strange hieroglyphs on the sheet. Henry looked at the letter. Aubert promised Alfred something he had long wanted for his release. The blue-haired guy smiled ominously, stating that Aubert was a terrible person. A drop of sweat ran down the blonde's cheek as he wondered what Alfred was dreaming of. Leaning against the wall, Henry assumed the man wanted something immaterial. He figured the gentleman would have saved Aubert long ago if it were about money. The protagonist pulled out another letter where Aubert promised Arthur's to join what he was offering him and become his faithful dog. The guy's mouth dropped open. He assumed Arthur's acquaintances would figure something out. Henry grabbed his chin and remembered that the marquise were the Duke's legs. He learned that Albert would decline Arthur's offer. After that, the protagonist bowed his head, thinking the prisoner was the main link in the Duke's plan. Ken's mansion was located among the mountains. A candy bowl sat on the table where the guys were gathered. Someone suggested destroying the three main families and killing the emperor. Putting his hands on the table, the blue-haired guy proposed searching for Aubert's wealth. B took a mug of tea, believing they would grab the tastiest piece thanks to Henry. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying Aubert owned a small village called Mamont. The guy raised his head and said he would quickly go to where Albert's fortune was hidden. The blonde frowned deeply, stating he would punish Albert. For now, there were only drops left at the bottom of the cup. Someone admitted he relied on his partner. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and suggested he report to Eisen before heading to Mamont. Sunlight illuminated Eisen's mansion as he made his way through the curtains. The table was set with various dishes. Someone congratulated the count sitting in a chair. The man asked if those guys had dealt with Aubert. The blue-haired guy raised his mug and said the prisoner would have a long and painful wait for death. The protagonist abruptly opened his eyes, thinking that Albert wouldn't be satisfied spending several decades locked up, given his crime and disrespect for the count. Eisen laughed loudly, saying the guy always did this. He wondered where else he would find such a talented partner. The man smiled widely. Henry now held an absolute position in the Shonen family because after this incident, Eisen had changed. Peace reigned in the Shonen family mansion. The blue-haired boy turned his head and asked the count about the current situation in the palace. The gentleman raised his finger, saying everything in the palace was the same, asking what could have changed there. The protagonist smiled slightly, not understanding how Eisen had not changed after the great Marquis was exiled. The boy mentally bared his teeth, unable to believe he was suffering because of such a foolish person. Turning his head, he asked if the position of the great Marquis was vacant. The man frowned deeply, grabbing his chin and admitting Alfred had warned him. The count slammed his fist on the table, asserting the Marquis's position wasn't his to give. The gentleman tightened his grip, his eyes sparkling ominously. He believed Alfred had no right to dictate to him what to do. The protagonist smiled ominously, looking at the man and confessing that he dreamed of elevating him to a position much higher than this. He placed the mug on the table, extending his hand, advising Eisen to strike first. Henry chuckled, turning to the man and reiterating that he dreamed of elevating him to a position much higher. He took the white cup in his hand, explaining that's why he waved his hand and continued to strike first. Eisen frowned as the mage in front of him continued, suggesting they proposed that the emperor select the Grand Marquis through a fair process rather than, as in the past, where only the emperor and the three heads of the great families participated in the decision. Henry leaned closer, saying he had devised a completely new approach. The man listened attentively, stating it would pique his majesty's interest. The mage intertwined his fingers, proposing a noble duel between the nobles. Eisen looked at him closely and then crossed his arms, saying that all three families were eager to please the emperor, so the idea was not bad. Henry touched his chest as he looked at the man, asking him to ensure he would participate in this fight. Eisen was surprised, asking if he would personally join in. The blue-haired man explained that a lowborn vassal like him would be more useful on the battlefield since victory would shine brighter. Eisen grinned wickedly, laughing and saying it was good to know he could always be relied on. The boy stood up, remarking that it looked like they had the title of Marquis in their pocket, and then turning away, said he had unfinished business, so he would probably go. The blonde laughed, telling him to go, and if anything happened or someone got in his way, he could boldly call his name. The bowed boy listened, saying he was his reliable servant, turning away from the man and looking ahead slightly, thinking that enemies had become loyal allies. Clouds floated in the blue sky. Not far from the mountains were the small brown houses of the village of Mamont. Lush trees grew in the forest. A glowing seal appeared on the path, and a moment later, Henry emerged from this portal. Looking around, he thought, is this the village of Mamont? He gazed at the village from a hill, thinking he needed to find Hansen. The wind swayed the leaves as a man in a black cloak walked along the road. On the platform near the house sat a man with a cane. Henry thought that the old man lived on the outskirts. No matter how you look at it, this house seemed suspicious. He approached the man, calling him Hansen. The old man looked at him silently. Henry closed his eyes, saying he wanted a drink of salt water. The old man tightened his grip on the cane and then headed toward the house, turning around to invite him in. Henry looked closely, thinking it was quite well arranged inside. In a storage room, he followed him into the house. The door opened slightly. The guy entered and suddenly noticed how the old man became wary. The cane fell to the floor. Hansen clenched his fists, saying he was following orders. He crouched and touched the floor, then swung his fist down hard. The boards broke, revealing a wooden handle from the gap. Henry, covering his face from the dust, coughed into his hand and asked what this was, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw steps leading down. As he went down, he cast a light spell. There were piles of gold, chests, and jewelry in the basement. Henry looked around, thinking there was nothing special, then called Clever, and a white cat appeared before him. Hearing the order to collect everything and leave not a single coin behind, the cat agreed. A black and purple glow surrounded him, a soft light illuminating the brick wall. The magician stood in a completely empty basement and then was surprised as he realized something. He looked at his wrist, calling Al Lagan, and the silver bracelet glowed, summoning a happy blue dragon in front of him. Henry thought about what happened to this calm guy. Al Lagan began looking around, shook his head while examining the basement, then jumped up, stretching his paws high. He landed and sniffed. Henry was surprised to realize that it was the same as the last time he found something. The dragon began to burrow into the floor, scattering earth, and the light illuminated the walls of the basement. Henry watched as the dragon dug a hole, and suddenly, a lizard appeared, holding something shiny in its mouth. The dragon stuck its muzzle out contentedly. The magician looked at him in surprise, crouching down to examine the dragon and thought it was a spirit egg. He wondered what it was doing here, feeling that it understood everything. The dragon nuzzled the guy who was examining the treasure in his palm, and he felt proud to have found such a rarity. However, he also knew the spirit egg could be dangerous and needed to ask. Henry looked ahead with the dragon in his hands, glancing around the enormous basement. He stretched out his free hand, from which a glow emanated, uttering the words of a spell. Then he waved his hand with a black glove, creating a circle on the floor with lightning shooting out of it. Someone's head began to emerge from there, and a lizard surrounded by radiance appeared. Henry looked at him and said he was glad to see Scar. The lizard crossed his arms and smiled, asking why he hadn't called him for so long. It had been boring. Henry folded his arms, asking the important thing first. Did Scar know what it was? Scar chuckled, touching his mouth and looking down, carefully holding his chin as he examined the find. Scar waved his hand, concluding that it was a spirit egg. Henry frowned, and the lizard waved his hands in fear, saying that it was indeed a spirit egg but uncertain where it came from. He looked at the small black egg in his palm, crossing his arms and stating it did not belong to the human or natural world. Henry asked in surprise if the exchanger confirmed that. Scar said yes. It looked like it was from where he was if you believed his words. It was a special spirit from a special world. Henry scratched his head, admitting that even he, a spirit, didn't know. Scar asked why he couldn't just ask the scientists who study spirits. Henry, with the dragon on his shoulder, replied that they obeyed Alfred, so he couldn't imagine that. He recalled a scroll with inscriptions, his past self, and a figure of a man holding a book. Alfred was a capable magician, specializing in studying spirits, but had a bad relationship with Henry. Closing his eyes, he concluded that they were, in fact, enemies. Scar shook his head, spreading his hands and saying that nothing could be done. That was all he could do. Henry looked at his forearm and then made a cut with his claw, letting out blood. He placed the small egg under his skin, thinking he would have to take it with him. Under the blue sky, a white imperial palace with red roofs towered. Silver Jackson sat at the head of the table with the aristocrats. A few days later, a meeting took place in the emperor's palace to select a new marquis. Henry had given clear instructions on how to handle the conversation. Silver Jackson rested his head on his hand and said the marquis position had become vacant. The man in the crown asked if there was anything to think about, suggesting it wouldn't be unfair to offer the position to Count Eisen, who had distinguished himself. Alfred stood up from his seat, frowning. He looked at the emperor and said it was wrong. Silver Jackson asked gloomily why. Touching his chest, the marquis said that if he gave away an important position based on merit rather than ability, it would definitely negatively impact the country's policies. The man looked at him with displeasure. The brunette leaned on the table and explained he was only speaking to ensure the other counts had an equal chance. Silver Jackson chuckled, thinking that equal chances sounded reasonable, and he liked it. He stated aloud that his words made sense, asking what they should do. From the other side of the table, a suggestion to the emperor was heard. Alfred waved his hand, agreeing with Marquis Alfred. Silver Jackson scratched his chin, acknowledging he was a true loyal subject of his country. The man in the blue cloak bowed, modestly stating that he was exaggerating. He looked ahead attentively. Eisen remembered writing down Henry's instructions, thinking everything was as he had said. It wasn't in vain that they trained. Alfred was excitedly wondering why Count Eisen agreed. Usually, he would argue and make noise. What happened? The brunette sitting next to the smiling man was wondering if the rumors were true and if he really was a sleeping dragon, not the pretentious fool. Eisen smiled contentedly. The man waved the golden goblet, spilling red wine, and said they needed to discuss how best to choose the Grand Marquis. Holding the glass, Silver Jackson suggested that they shouldn't try to adjust to him but just propose a good way. Eisen looked at him and asked if he could suggest something. Taking a sip, Silver Jackson said of course he had a good idea. He smiled at the emperor, proposing formal duels to test their strength. Putting down his glass, the emperor solemnly asked if they would test their abilities in combat. The emperor and those present looked at the man, thinking he had racked his brains. Under the pretext of a fair duel, he aimed to prevent the great families from interfering. Smiling at the man, Eisen thought it was time to intervene. The bearded man gritted his teeth, shaking with anger, and finally slammed his palm on the table. Alfred angrily shouted how dare he suggest duels, and have the heads of the great families point their swords at each other. Eisen waved his hand, recalling that Henry said he would oppose, and asked what the problem was. He continued confidently, stating it wasn't that they would participate, but simply settle matters in a gentlemanly fashion through this sport. What made him think they would point swords at each other? Alfred began an excited defense, saying that wasn't at all what he had in mind. The emperor gritted his teeth as he laughed at him. Slapping the table and pointing his finger, Silver Jackson remarked that this was a very good idea. Smiling, the emperor said he approved. They would have a battle for the position of Grand Marquis. The hall's door swung open suddenly as a knight entered, shouting that he had something to tell the emperor. The sun shone on the red roofs of the castle. Silver Jackson stood up, asking again what rebellion. The trembling knight bowed, confirming there was a rebellion in the desert kingdom of Shatra. The capital had already been captured. They managed to evacuate only the royal family and a few officials in the rush. Silver Jackson frowned, raising a golden goblet and angrily throwing it on the floor, shouting curses. He asked how they dared to stab him in the back. The emperor shook with anger, placing his hand on the back of his chair, and exhausted, covered his face with his hand. Silver Jackson also covered his face, then looked at the others, asking what to do. Eisen began to address him, but he was interrupted by a blonde guy in a light suit standing up to say he had an idea. Turning to the emperor, he suggested sending the gathered counts to suppress the rebellion in Shatra. Silver Jackson, hearing the question, was going to test them in duels, right? The blonde asked how he felt about such a thing to assess their skills. Waving his hand, the emperor responded that it would be good if the counts entered the battle. Looking carefully at him, the guy suggested everyone should gather a punitive detachment of their people. Silver Jackson laughed, saying it was to be expected of the duke. He was right as always. The man at the table frowned in worry, while all the nobles silently cursed him in their minds. The man remembered Henry's advice that if something went wrong, he should act without delay and say he would do it. Eisen touched his beard, realizing he only needed to agree. Touching his chest with his palm, he stated he would do everything possible to suppress the rebellion. The nobles looked at him silently as his hand slapped the table. Silver Jackson pointed his finger and ordered them to leave for Shatra as soon as possible. The men at the table replied they would do it. White clouds floated above a light building with a blue roof as Henry asked if there was a rebellion. Eisen waved his hands, stating that because of this, the almost successful plan had gone to hell. The blue-haired guy frowned, thinking about the rebellion. He touched his chin, contemplating whether the country was on the path to destruction. No, it was too early to draw conclusions. He looked at the other man and assured him not to worry too much. The serious Eisen heard that the matter was delayed again, but he would solve everything this time too with a smile. The man asked again, "Is that right?" Henry touched his chest, bowed, and assured the man that, of course, he had to. But could he explain the strength of the other counts? Eisen agreed with a smile. His explanation was simple. He introduced a long-haired brunette, saying, "This is the commander-in-chief of the spearmen, Count Aye." The man with long brown hair extended his hand. "This is the commander of the archers, Count Falcon and himself." These three counts held important positions in the Imperial Army. Henry spread his hands, saying something. After listening to Eisen, he emphasized the special conditions of the desert area of Shatra. The man thoughtfully imagined the desert. The mage said that, for the strategy, it was necessary to assess the strength of the shonen family. The blue-haired man held the documents in his hands, not forgetting about the provisions and weapons. Eisen entrusted him with all his soldiers. Under the clear sky stood the mansion. Henry touched his chest, saying that since Shatra was a desert, he would take care of the preparations. Eisen looked at him, agreeing. He patted the boy on the shoulder and said he was entrusting it to him. The boy thanked the count with a smile and clenched his fist, thinking that finally, with a determined look, he thought it was time to use something. Henry raised his hand, surrounded by lightning, and summoned a teleport. The blue sky changed to pink. Under the evening sky stood houses and a tower. That same evening, Henry found himself in Bavali. He stood in front of the heroes on a forest path. Together with Ban and Hegler, they headed to the city of artisans Mushu. Henry said they were leaving, and Hegler agreed with a smile. A glow emanated from the black glove, a teleport spell. The parts of the large device were glowing, and the boys stood on the shining symbol. Henry turned to the others, saying that the equipment they needed to get used to was not simple this time. Frowning, he explained that the suppression operation required a small unit that would move separately from the regular shonen army, so equipment was important. B, who was behind him, asked with displeasure how that was related. Henry smiled, closed his eyes, and said with a grin that he planned to equip his gear with CT iron. The comrades exclaimed at the same time, "Such a precious thing." The boy, with his arms crossed, presented a blue stone, saying they had obtained a lot of CT iron. Its distribution was prohibited because it strengthened magic. He would hang himself with them and provide support with magic. Isn't that perfect? Henry took a closer look, stopping at a cliff, and thought that the people of Mushu were good at keeping secrets. He looked at the small town and thought this place was perfect for creating equipment with colt iron. He imagined a muscular man with a hammer and thought that Gorba Bolinas was here since he managed to win the Craftsman's Festival 5 times in a row. He would definitely cope with such a capricious metal. The evening sky illuminated the device as he took a step, and he and his comrades approached the gate where guards were standing. B looked at him and asked, "Is he really going to entrust the matter to Bolinas? He has such skills and character that they say he may have dwarven blood. Will he cope?" Henry turned around with a smile and said that if anyone should be entrusted with such a matter, it was only the best craftsman. Hegler, standing behind him, asked in surprise, "Bolinas? Are they talking about the head of the market?" The guard looked at the guy. Henry turned to the guard, showing the badge, and said they came to meet Lord Bolinas. "Is he here now?" The guard hit his chest with his fist, saluting and greeting the great shonen family. Henry solemnly heard that the lord could not receive them due to health reasons. He thought gloomily, was Bolinas sick? Henry, surprised, waved his hand and asked the guard if he knew what happened to him. He scratched his head, saying he didn't know the details. The blue-haired man touched his chin, thinking that he must meet him at all costs. He needed to figure out what to do. Looking at the guard, he asked who was acting as the mayor in his place. He received the answer that it was the secretary of Ba. The guy crossed his arms and said to tell him that the vassal of the shonen house had arrived. The guy sat on the sofa opposite the man in the Mushu City Hall. The white-haired man with a beard adjusted his glasses, saying it was an honor to receive such a great family. He was the deputy mayor of Bahom City. Behind the blue-haired man stood his comrades. He said it was nice to meet him and introduced himself, then asked, "Is the city very unwell?" The deputy touched his glasses and said that yes, he was busy with his creation, and then suddenly, right at the end of the work, an illness overtook him. The hero asked what was wrong with him. The white-haired man touched his forehead with his palm, adjusting his glasses and answering that his body was affected by a deadly poison. Henry spread his hands and asked, "Is there no antidote?" The deputy tilted his head and answered that they said he tried to make an alloy of poisons but instead created a new poison for which there is no antidote. Henry thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking about a deadly poison without an antidote. He remembered himself in his past life drinking poison. The blue-haired man cursed in his mind, thinking of the suffering he experienced because of this in the past. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. He stood up, calling out to the secretary, and then touched his chest with his hand, saying he would cure him. The man looked at him and asked what he said. The magician stood up confidently, hands on his hips. Two people were standing by the bed. A man was lying in the bed. The man with a beard and a ponytail had his eyes closed. The people were surprised when four heroes approached him. The whom pointed at the boy and said that this was the only vassal of the Count of Shonen, and he wanted to help, so he brought him. The guy in the green scarf looked at him and said, "I understand. Any help would be useful now. Thank you." The magician asked if he could see the poison. The head of the city held out a small glass jar, saying that if necessary, he could bring more. Henry took the jar and said that this was enough. Holding the poison in his hands, he asked what he was trying to make from this mixture. The guy with the papers in his hands said it was an alloy that would allow the poison to dissolve in the metal itself so that it would seep through its surface. Henry looked down at the sleeping man, frowning. The guy imagined himself pouring the poison onto the plate. Touching his chin, Henry said there was a high probability the poison entered the body through the respiratory tract. The guy replied they also considered this the most likely option. The magician held the kin in his hand and, turning to the guys, asked if they could leave them for a while. He put his hand to his chest and told the man he didn't need to worry, giving the word of the Shonen family that nothing would happen to the master. The whom pointed his finger and said only 1 hour. The blue-haired man nodded, and he and his comrades remained by the bed. The face of the lying Bolinus darkened. B waved his hand and asked Henry if he was sure he could handle it. Even the Mushu doctors were powerless. The hero rolled up his sleeve and asked if he had ever heard of an antidote poison. The men looked at him in surprise. Hegler asked if he was going to treat him with poison. The guy took the scalpel, saying he was right about something. He brought the scalpel to his hand. The heroes heard that he had once absorbed a venom heart, and his blood had become the strongest deadly poison in the world. Blood was running down the guy's hand. He said it was an antidote. He clenched his fist and continued that you could get it by boiling his blood. A man with a darkened face was lying on the bed. On the table next to him were 2 containers with dark liquid. Henry stretched his palm over them, thinking he would first raise drops of blood into the air, and then the blood in a small plate splashed up. The magician looked at the rising drop and then heated it. A ball of flame burned between the guy's palms. He looked at the burning drop of blood and said he would start to remove the poison. He brought a plate to the man's mouth, saying it would hurt, and poured blood into his mouth. Bolinus's eyes widened. He coughed, splashing out blood. A drop of blood hovered above Henry's fingers. He said that now was the antidote. Looking down, Henry thought that this poison would instantly kill even the best swordsman. Bolinus, who turned gray, screamed, clutching his heart, coughed, and closed his eyes. Henry concentrated on what was happening now. He waved his fingers and directed the drop of blood to the man's mouth. The antidote entered his mouth. Bolinus's eyes widened, and he screamed, clenching his fingers, then trembled, closing his eyes, and went silent, turning his head to the side. Ban, who was standing behind him, asked if the poison was neutralized. Hegler wiped his forehead, saying he was much calmer now. The bearded man's lips were red. Henry approached him and said that the blood was hot and that his throat and mouth might be damaged. He took out a small bottle of blue liquid from his inside pocket. Looking at it, B asked, "Healing potion?" The blue-haired man opened the cap and said something had to be done about the burns. He poured the potion into the lying man's mouth. Hearing the question of whether he was done, he turned around holding the bottle and said there was still some left. He waved a round container of purple liquid in front of the guy and said he had made a special potion that restored energy. Henry took off the cap, saying they still had to suppress the rebellion. Turning to the man, he continued that if they waited for Volcanis to get back on his feet, they wouldn't even be able to dream of equipping themselves until the rebellion was over. He poured the purple potion into the man's mouth. B asked with his arms crossed if he was going to officially restore his energy with a potion. Henry smiled and, turning to Hegler, asked him to call B. The man nodded in agreement. It was a full moon in the sky. B entered the room with the medics and shouted, addressing Henry. The guy turned around, and the man asked if he was finished. "What do you mean?" The man with the beard looked at the dishes standing there. The plates and towels were smeared with blood. Henry thought he should have used purification, but he was too focused on treatment. He scratched his head, saying the leader had suddenly had an attack, and he had no other choice. The man waved his hand in displeasure, asking how he could do this without their consent. The man with glasses shouted that if something happened to the head suddenly, he and the guy stared forward in amazement, shouting that the leader had woken up.